What if Bella cheat Rosalie? Part 2. Rosalie under the sunlight as she was that very moment was a sight to behold. I couldn't help but stare, mouth agape at her. If before this I thought she was amazingly beautiful, I then knew she was perfection, a blonde goddess indeed, and I could certainly stay like that until I died from starvation. Then I would just whack again and continue on with the staring in an endless cycle. Her white skin was shimmering with the light. It was as if her whole skin was a prism to light, and instead of rainbows, northern lights see. Be seen dancing merrily all over the canvas that constituted her skin. She had stood right in front of me, taking in my reaction. Her blouse had lifted up, exposing her abdomen to the light too. I couldn't help but wonder if she did that on purpose or if it had somehow accidentally happened. She looked like a perfect statue, carved in some unknown stone, smooth like marble, shimmering and providing with a magnificent light show. Now and then, her lips would move so fast it looked like they were trembling. "Are you praying?" I asked her when I noticed that. She chuckled slightly, shaking her head and looking into my eyes. "Just trying to calm myself. The reaction I seem to cause on you only adds to the reaction you cause on me," she said, taking a small step back and sitting down on the grass, looking up at me. I enjoyed the sun, too, and debated against sitting down like she did and continue on my blatant staring of her, or simply lie down and let the sun warm my face. I finally just sat at her side, still mesmerized by the view she was offering to me, unwilling to take my eyes off of her. The wind was gentle. It played with her hair and ruffled the grass that swayed around her form. The meadow, so spectacular to me at first, paled next to her magnificence. Hesitantly, almost afraid that she would disappear like a mirage, too beautiful to be real, I reached out one hand and stroked the back of her shimmering hand. Where it lay within my reach, I marveled again at the perfect texture, satin smooth, cool as stone. When I looked up again, her eyes were intent on watching me. They had been butterscotch earlier today, lighter, warmer after hunting and feeding, and now, they were a deeper cobalt tone. Her quick smile turned up the corners of her flawless lips. "I don't scare you?" she asked playfully, turning her hand to tenderly hold mine in hers, but I could hear the real curiosity in her soft voice. "You should know that already, my love." Her smile widened. Her teeth flashed in the sun. I inched closer, stretched out my other hand now to trace the contours of her forearm with my fingertips. I saw that my fingers trembled, and knew it wouldn't escape her notice. I leaned closer to her. "Do you mind?" I asked, for she had closed her eyes the moment I did so. "No," she said without opening her eyes. "You can't imagine how that feels." She sighed. I smiled and pecked her lips before sitting straight again, scooting closer to her. I lightly trailed my hand over the perfect muscles of her arm, followed the faint pattern of bluish veins inside the crease at her elbow. With my other hand, I squeezed hers, realizing that I was silently asking for her to look at me. She flipped her eyes open and gazed at mine. Her eyes were getting darker by the second, which made me grin. "What is it?" she asked me, puzzled. "Nothing," I answered her as nonchalantly as possible. However, she immediately stiffened and I remembered about her gift. I sighed then. "Sorry," I started, but she interrupted me before I got to explain her. So quickly that I missed her movement. She was sitting ramrod straight right in front of me. Her angelic face was only a few inches from mine. "Too much? Too soon? Too freaky?" she asked me, not letting go of my hand in hers. I smiled. "No, to all of the above," I told her. "I could never get too much of you. It would never be too soon and definitely not too freaky." "I mean, who am I to judge freakiness in the world?" "Then what is it?" she asked, concerned. I lifted her hand, turning it so the sun hit on her palm. I held it closer to my face, before placing a kiss on it. "I don't want you to be upset or afraid," I told her. "What do you mean?" she asked, now confused. "Of being yourself," I whispered, looking up to her eyes again, which were returning back to the butterscotch color of the morning. I sighed, realizing that. "I don't want to lose you," she whispered back. Our lips almost touching, I could smell her cool breath in my face. Sweet, delicious. The scent made my mouth water. It was unlike anything else. "You won't lose me," I told her. Then instinctively, unthinkingly, I leaned closer, inhaling. I looked up to her eyes, which were once again turning dark. I smiled and leaned in for a deep kiss. I smiled into her lips when a moan escaped them. I used my free hand to bring her closer to me by pulling her from her neck, and in a moment she was gone. Her hand ripped from mine, her lips ripped from me. In the time it took my eyes to focus, she was about 20 feet away, standing at the edge of the small meadow, in the deep shade of a huge fir tree. She stared at me, her eyes darker in the shadows, her expression unreadable. I could feel the hurt and shock on my face. My empty lips stung. "I'm sorry," I whispered. I knew she could hear. "You don't have to be sorry." Me on the other hand, she said just loud enough for me to hear. "Give me a moment," she then added. I sat very still. After what felt like an incredibly long minute, she slowly walked back towards me. She stopped, just a few feet away, offering her hand to help me up. I took it, letting her get me up in one swift move. Her eyes never left mine. She took 2 deep breaths, and then smiled in apology. "I am so very sorry." She hesitated. I just didn't want to get too carried away." I nodded once, not quite able to smile at her. Adrenaline pulsed through my veins as I realized her eyes were deep black still, and my arousal could not be denied either. She surely could smell that without problems. Her smile turned mocking. "As much as I would love for this to continue, I need to feed my human before anything else happens," she said, looking into my eyes and leading me through a short walk to the nearby river. The bad thing about getting there was that the sun was not hitting there due to the heavy canopy of the trees. The sight that greeted me there was not as splendid as the meadow either. However, it was still quite beautiful, and I was taken aback by the fact that there was a huge picnic basket there. "What you've got there, it better be good," I told her sternly, taking a seat beside it, glaring at her. "Don't fret," she murmured, her velvet voice unintentionally seductive. "I promise." She hesitated. "I swear it will be worth it." She seemed more concerned with convincing herself than me. "I swear," she whispered again as she stepped closer, and with exaggerated slowness set the picnic goodies up. Once everything was out, she sat with deliberately unhurried movements, till our faces were on the same level, just a couple of inches apart. "Please forgive me," she said formally. "I can control myself, I promise. You caught me off guard. But I'm on my best behavior now." She waited, but I couldn't speak. "I'm not thirsty today, honestly." She winked. At that I had to laugh. "The thing is, I'm not worried about your thirst. And I don't want you on your best behavior," I told her, smiling. "There's still so much we need to talk about before we give in to our cravings, you understand?" She asked tenderly, reaching out slowly, carefully, to place her marble hand back in mine. I looked at her smooth, cold hand, and then at her eyes. They were soft, repentant. I looked back at her hand, and then deliberately returned to tracing the lines in her hand with my fingertip. I looked up and smiled again. "I don't understand, but if that is what you need, then I'll behave myself too." Her answering smile was dazzling, as always. "So where were we, before I behaved so rudely?" she asked. "I don't remember," I told her, trying to distract her from that. Seeing as where we were was what caused her attitude shift, and I didn't want her pulling away again. "I think you were about to tell me why you lied to me and said it was nothing when something was obviously the matter," she said firmly, though not really upset, maybe terribly curious as to why I lied, so I sighed and remembered we had agreed on honesty. I streetly don't think you want to go into that. You just said so yourself, and I don't want you pulling away again." "Oh, right," she smiled, but her face was ashamed. I looked down at the treats on the blanket and decided to start munching on some of it. "Well?" she asked me after I swallowed a bite of the baguette I had in my hands. "Tastes good," I started, "though generic." She smiled sadly. "Makes sense. Sorry, nothing is homemade. I wanted Esme to teach me how to cook and bake for you, but Alice said that she had a vision of it and was a complete disaster and refused to let Esme cook if she was an OT to be able to see firsthand your reaction to her cooking." She said, clearly embarrassed. "Don't worry about it. It's the thought that counts, right? But I promised you it would be worth it," she stubbornly said. "Gee, and here I thought you were talking about us, not about food," I said, taking the last bite of it. The seconds ticked by. "How easily frustrated I am by you and your silver tongue," she sighed. I looked into her eyes, smiling at her. As many years of unfathomable experience as we both seemed to have, I could see this was hard for both of us. I took courage from that thought. "I was contemplating your eyes before. Because, for, well, obvious reasons, they were deeper and darker. And I really don't want you to be afraid of being yourself around me." I looked down at her hands as I spoke. "I see," she said slowly. "That is something to actually be afraid of, Bella. I told you I don't want to lose you, and if I get carried away, I might hurt you. We've been through this. You won't hurt me and you won't lose me," I mumbled, staring up again. I might, not because I'd want to, but because I would not be able to control myself. You don't have to control yourself, I told her. I have to. It's part of what we must speak about, she said, leaning in and pressing a kiss on my forehead. But don't worry, I'm essentially a selfish creature. I crave your company too much, so we won't take any more baby steps. As long as we are taking the training wheels of the metaphorical bicycle that is our relationship, then I'm glad with whatever pace you are comfortable with, just don't withdraw. I hate the feeling of you shutting me out, I said, leaning to kiss her full on the lips, and pressing my hands to her sides, sliding them inside her shirt. Don't, she said once my hands started to travel north. You said no more baby steps, I told her, pressing my hands harder into her flesh. She withdrew herself from me, more gently this time, but her voice was harsher than usual. It's not only your company I crave. Never forget that. We're on the same boat. I don't want only your company, Rose, I told her, getting frustrated by her reluctance. How do I explain this? She mused, and without frightening you, without seeming to think about it, she placed her hand back in mine. I held it tightly in both of mine. She looked at our hands. That's amazingly pleasant, the warmth. She sighed. A moment passed as she assembled her thoughts. Relationships with vampires are not the same as with your average human. Duh, I think that'd be obvious, I told her in a playful tone. She sighed and looked at me, silently asking me not to interrupt her. I nodded and made the motions of zipping my lips and throwing away the key. We've briefly talked about this once, Bella, he said then, at least part of it. She looked at me and took a deep yet unnecessary breath before continuing. You know I want to spend eternity with you. You know you're the only one I've ever felt like this. I nodded. Well, for us vampires, there is only one person we can spend eternity with. We call that person our mate. She kept silent as if waiting for my reaction to that. I kept my gaze on her, searching for her eyes, looking for any indication of why this seemed so important. She finally sighed again. The thing is that all our instincts are a mess when we find our mate. I'm not saying we rationally know who they are, she hurriedly said, but our body somehow does, our instincts do. I told you about the signs I ignored, she said softly, lifting my hands up, placing a soft kiss on my knuckles. We feel a need to do everything in our power to keep our mate safe. And to complete the mating, she said shyly and looking down. By complete the mating you mean? I started, but she did not let me finish. She nodded vigorously. It was really hard not to walk to you and kiss you in the cafeteria when we locked eyes for the first time. It took everything I had not to jump you in the middle of that class full of children that day, and she stopped abruptly, looking away. When you walked past me, I could have ruined everything Carlisle has built for us, right then and there. If I hadn't been, and thinking about how wrong it would be to force myself on you, I wouldn't have been able to stop myself. She paused, scowling at the trees. That was the first sign, and I totally ignored it. She glanced at me grimly. Both of us remembering. You must have thought I was possessed. I couldn't understand why. I shrugged. How you could hate me so quickly. I mean, we had seen each other on the cafeteria, and I was mesmerized by you. The cafeteria was when it started. Your scent did not invade me then, but your voice and your beauty did. I was mesmerized by you too. As I just told you, I almost went over to you and kissed you there and then, but you started talking to Duncan about your first, and that made me angry. I couldn't understand why I wanted to mark you as mine. So that was the reason for the scowl, I said. She nodded. Then in biology, the fragrance coming off your skin, I thought it would make me deranged that first day. In that 1 hour, I thought of 100 different ways to lure you from the room with me. To get you alone and literally just do that, mark you as mine. I fought them each back, thinking of my family, what it could do to them. And about my past too, about how I became a vampire. I was intrigued by this. I'll tell you about it later. She said as if reading my thoughts. The point is I had to run out, to get away before I could speak the words that old make you follow. She looked up then at my staggered expression as I tried to absorb her bitter memories. Her once again golden eyes scorched from under her lashes, hypnotic and deadly. You would have come, she promised. Without a doubt, I told her calmly. She frowned down at my hands. And then, as I tried to rearrange my schedule in a pointless attempt to avoid you, you were there in that close, warm little room. Your scent was maddening, still is. I so very nearly took you then. There was only one other frail human there, so easily dealt with. I shivered at the thought, not being remorseful at how close I'd come to being inadvertently responsible for the death of Ms. Cope, but by the fact that Rose had pined after me deeper than I had from the beginning. But I resisted. I don't know how. I forced myself not to wait for you, not to follow you from the school. It was easier outside, when I couldn't smell you anymore, to think clearly, to make the right decision. I left the others near home. I was too ashamed to tell them how weak I was. They only knew something was very wrong, and then I went straight to Carlisle, at the hospital, to tell him I was leaving. That I could, and stay with them, seeing how everyone in the family had someone but me. So I needed space and time away. I stared in surprise. I traded cars with him. He had a full tank of gas and I didn't want to stop. I didn't dare to go home. To face Esme, I was leaving without a goodbye. She wouldn't have let me go without a scene. She would have tried to convince to stay. She sounded ashamed, as if admitting a great cowardice. Eventually, I convinced myself it was weak to run away. Who were you, an insignificant little human girl? She grinned suddenly, to chase me from the place I wanted to be. So I came back. She stared off into space. I didn't dare to speak, even when I really wanted to joke about the fact she had hinted at actually wanting to be at high school and that being the reason she told herself to come back. I took precautions, like hunting and feeding more than usual before seeing you again. I was sure that I was strong enough to treat you like I did any other human. I was arrogant about it. She frowned at the memory. I wanted you to forget my behavior that first day, if possible, so I tried to talk with you like I would with any person. But I failed horribly because I was actually eager, hoping to decipher some of the puzzle that you are. I found myself caught up in your expressions, and every now and then you would stir the air with your hand or your hair, and your scent would stun me again. It still does every time. Of course, then you were nearly crushed to death in front of my eyes. The only thought running through my mind at that moment was to protect you, to keep you safe. This was another sign, which I also ignored. Later I thought of a perfectly good excuse for why I acted how I did at that moment, because if I hadn't saved you, if your blood had been spilled there in front of us, I don't think we could have stopped from exposing us for what we are. Between Jasper and myself we most likely would have lost all control. But I only thought of that excuse later, after speaking with Jas before our first trip together to Port Angeles. At the time, all I could think was, keep her safe. She closed her eyes, lost in her agonized confession. I listened, more eager to see us from her perspective. I was relieved she was opening up to me, sharing her turmoil. And I was filled with compassion for her suffering, even now, as she confessed the depth of her feelings. I finally was able to speak, though my voice was faint. In the hospital? Her eyes flashed up to mine. I was appalled. I couldn't believe I had put us in danger after all. Put myself in your power, you of all people. But it had the opposite effect, she continued quickly. You dismissed me and left me alone to go with your friend Clara. It hurt so much, and I didn't even understand why since just moments before I only wanted you to leave me alone and let it be. I fought with Edward when he suggested that we should move away, or at least I should stay away from you, the worst fight we've ever had until then. Carlisle sided with me, so I did not get grounded then, she said, slightly smirking. Esme told me to do whatever I had to in order to stay and be happy, or then leave if that was really what I wanted. She shook her head indulgently. All that happened next was incredibly stressing. I relied on Alice's visions to help me avoid you. I did not want to lie you, and I could tell you the truth as I had promised you. In the end, you gave up trying to ambush me and I gave up being away from you. She met my eyes again, and they were surprisingly tender. And for all that, she continued, I still can't let myself just be with you around, not completely. I was stunned and I barely could whisper my question. Why, Isabella? She pronounced my full name carefully, Th, and playfully ruffled my hair with her free hand. Bella, I couldn't live with myself if I ever hurt you. You don't know how it's tortured me. She looked down, ashamed again. The memory of you, still, white, cold, the idea to never see you blush scarlet again, to never see that flash of intuition in your eyes when you see through my pretenses, it would be unendurable. I saw it once, and I couldn't fare with it. She lifted her eyes to mine again. You are the most important thing to me now. The most important thing to me ever. So now I am a thing? I asked, amused, trying to make her smile, but she only scowled. So I chose to keep talking before she said anything else. You already know how I feel. I'm here with you and I would rather die 1,000 deaths than stay away from you. I frowned then, thinking about how it sounded. I'm an idiot. I know. You are an idiot. she agreed with a laugh. Our eyes met, and I laughed, too. We laughed together at the idiocy and sheer impossibility of such a moment. I love you, Rose. Don't ever doubt that. No matter what happens, I'm in this the whole way. All in, I told her once our laughter died down. She smiled softly and placed a kiss on the corner of my lips. I know. I love you too. Then why do you want to restrain yourself? I asked her. I told you. I do want this us. I want to be with you for as long as my head is on my shoulders. He sighed before giving me an answer. Part of the issue is that for my kind, once the mating is completed, the first decade we can't be apart for more than a few hours, or our other instincts take control of ourselves. Then we'll stay together, I reassured her. There's also the fact that we can't live without our mates. Even without completing the mating, if something were to happen to them, we would not be able to keep on living in the world without them. So if I ever lose the game, you would literally die too? I asked, concerned. Not exactly, but I would find a way to be killed. Most probably I would go on a rampage too. Like when you went after Raoul, I told her softly. She nodded. If my family hadn't gotten there, I would have gone to the Volturi next. Volturi? Vampire royalty. They make sure we follow the law. Well, the one rule, not expose ourselves to humans. If we break that rule, it is a death sentence. Can you promise me not to hurt anyone out of anger or pain, any human or living creature? If I lose the game, I asked her, leaning my head on her shoulders. I can't. Vampire instincts demand me to take revenge. But I can promise you to only take it out on the one who beheads you. It is a good compromise. I smiled at her, but she scowled. What is it? I am surprised you did not ask me to promise you to stay away from the Volturi, to keep on with my life. Cool. Did not ask you to do something I doubt I'd do myself. I told her, tracing patterns with my hand on her back. I thought you'd be like Evangeline, she said playfully. I would be thankful for having known you, and having had you in my life for as long as that was. But at this point, I don't think I would have the force or the will to keep on with the game. Then, for both our sakes, let's keep each other safe, she stated. I still can't let you intervene if a challenge comes up. I now understand it is harder for you than I thought, but you can't intervene. I'll try to refrain myself, Bella. So, I began, and then paused, not sure how to continue. She looked at me and smiled. Yes, this mating thing, how will we behave if we are both craving? Her smile faded. No, I'm serious. This, for example, I said, gesturing to me, stroking her back, seems to be all right. She smiled again. Earlier, it was my fault, she said, hugging me with her right hand. But I want to help, if I can, to not make this harder for you. Well, she contemplated for a moment. It was just I was suddenly assaulted by how aroused we both were. And the smell of your throat. She stopped short, looking to see if she'd upset me. Okay, then, I said flippantly, trying to alleviate the suddenly tense atmosphere. I tucked my chin. No throat exposure. It worked. She laughed. No, really, it was more the surprise than anything else. She raised her free hand and placed it gently on the side of my neck. I sat very still, the chill of her touch a natural warning. But there was no feeling of fear in me. There were, however, other feelings, you see, she said. Perfectly fine. My blood was racing, and I wished I could slow it, sensing that this must make everything so much more difficult for her, the thudding of my pulse in my veins. The blush on your cheeks is lovely, she murmured. She gently cupped my chin and leaned in for a kiss. My hands went immediately around her neck. Softly she took one of them in her own and intertwined our fingers. Then she broke the kiss and placed her forehead on mine. There's also the fact that I don't want to force you, she whispered. Not forcing me. Consensual, Rose, I whispered back, leaning to kiss her again. She chuckled then, and abruptly, but very gently, she rested her cold cheek against the hollow at the base of my throat. I listened to the sound of her even breathing, watching the wind play in her blonde hair, more human than any other part of her. With deliberate slowness, her hand slid down the sides of my neck. I shivered, and I heard her catch her breath, but her hands didn't pause as they softly moved to my shoulders, and then stopped. Her face drifted to the side, her nose skimming across my collarbone. She came to rest with the side of her face pressed tenderly against my chest, listening to my heart. Then, what about not wanting the first time I get to have my way with you, be in the forest? MMH, though I would not complain, you're thou. GHT fullness is a point in your favor, I told her softly, placing my arms around her. Ah, she sighed. I don't know how long we sat without moving. It could have been hours, or days, and yet I wouldn't complain because I was where my heart demanded. I was home. We stayed there, just holding each other for about 2 hours. No words were needed then. While I was holding her, she had placed her cheek against my chest, and I could feel her breathing and hear her heart beating steadily in her chest. I noticed that she was drowsing off, and I pressed a kiss against her head, smiling when I felt her tightening her arms around me. "You're better at this than you give yourself credit for," she noted. "Bella, I need you to know how I was changed." She looked up at me and straightened, but did not break our embrace. "Are you sure?" she asked me, worry evident in her eyes. I nodded. "I think it would help you understand why this not forcing you into this is important to me." "Rose, you're not forcing me," she said, placing her right hand on my cheek. "I love you, and if I'm here, is because I want to, not because I have to," she said, leaning in and placing a soft kiss on my lips. "And believe it or not, it means a lot to me the fact that you don't want to force me to be physical," she said with a sad tone on her voice. "In fact, I do believe you should know about my first death too. That is, of course, only if you want to. I told you I want to know everything about you, Bella," I reassured her, pressing our foreheads together. "But I don't want you to be sad, and I know that thinking about it makes you sad. I can only imagine how you'd feel if you'd talked about it." She smiled at me. "It does make me sad, Rose, but it's part of who I am. In fact, it's the reason of who I am." "All right then," I said, putting a little distance between us, but still holding her hands in mine. "Would you mind, though, if I told you my story first? I don't know when I'll find the courage to do so, if not now," I confessed. "Rose, before you do, let me ask you again. Are you sure you want me to know?" she said, worried. "I don't want to see you hurting either," she continued, "and this clearly upsets you." I smiled at that, not losing the irony of the situation. What a pair we make, We both want to tell each other how we became what we are, knowing it is something painful for us. And neither of us wants the other to dwell into sad matters. She laughed heartedly at that. "We are crazy." "Indeed," I agreed, placing a soft kiss on Bella's knuckles. "I was engaged when I was human," I started, looking into her eyes. "It was an arranged marriage, but I was really eager to marry him. I came to care deeply for him. His name was Royce King II, and he was wealthy, which is why my parents had arranged our union." I paused for a moment and Bella scooted closer to me again, not breaking once our eye contact. "Then one night I was walking alone through the streets and bumped into him and his friends. They were drunk, I knew, and he started to brag to them how I was his and he was to marry me. In a moment they dragged me into a dark alley." I noticed that Bella's body tensed upon hearing this, apparently knowing where my story was headed, because she tightened her hold on my hands in what was meant to be a comforting gesture, to which I smiled. "They forced themselves upon me. Roik. He of course was the first," Bella gasped then, and she was quietly sobbing. I freed one of my hands to wipe out the tears from her face. "After they were through with me, they left me there bleeding out. They left me to die. I didn't know, Rose," she said, sobbing. "I would have been more sensible about all this. I'm so sorry," she said, latching herself into me, holding me close and tight to her. "Shush, it's okay now," I tried to soothe her, placing my hands on her back. "It's not your fault what happened, and how were you supposed to know?" I asked her. "This is actually the first time I speak about it." "You mean your family doesn't know?" she asked, surprised, still sobbing into my clothes. "They know, but not because I told them." She straightened a little, but still had her arms around me. Lyle was nearby and he was drawn to my blood," I continued when she looked at me, clearly not understanding how they knew then. "He took pity on me. Carlyle, as a rule, does not turn anyone unless they are dying, which I was. He bit me and the transformation began." I sighed. "The process takes around 3 days, and the only thing you can feel is pain, excruciating pain. It's the only thing you can feel, and the only thing you can think about." Bella's sobbing had stopped, but she still was crying. "When I woke up as I am now, I went to find Royce and his friends. I killed them all. I had hoped it would make me feel better, but it didn't." I sighed. "I'm not proud of that. I didn't ask for that, for the pain, or for Carlyle to turn me. I hated it, until I met you." She looked into my eyes. Her tear-streaked face was heartbreaking, and I couldn't bear to think that she wouldn't want to be with me now that she knew that I was a murderer. "Are you sure they are dead?" she asked me. I nodded and she sighed. In the off chance that they're not, that they're like me if we ever come across them, please let me know. I sighed relieved. She wasn't about to leave me. I will. I'm sorry, Rose. I will never bring this matter up again, and I promise never to force you, or pressure you into something you don't want. Unless it's related to the game, in which case I won't have a choice. Shush, he said solemnly. I am in love with you, Rosalie, she said, cupping my face in her hands. We'll take everything in our relationship as fast or as slow as you need, she said, placing a soft kiss on each of my eyes. I don't want you to be upset about it, Bella, I told her. It was a long time ago. I smiled. In a way, I have to thank Royce. Why? She asked, confused. What he did caused Carlisle to make the choice to turn me, which resulted in me forming part of his coven and coming here, where we were able to meet, I told her, smiling. Oh, so you're half-full glass kinda girl now? She asked, amused. Only when you're around, I said cheekily, making her laugh. We'll work it out, she finally said. Thank you, I murmured into her lips. Then I remembered something. I've been meaning to ask you, Belle. Would you consider letting my family know about what you are? I'm not sure it might be a good idea, Rose, she said in a serious tone. Edward knows, and he's been pestering me to tell the others, or he will. I confessed. He believes that what you are can put our family in danger. I don't think so. I mean, if anything, it's a danger for my kind that your kind knows. Then she stopped as if daring it. I don't like it, she said, scoffing. What? This? Labeling us, your kind, my kind? It's usually that distinction what starts wars. I smiled softly, knowing that she was right in that matter. We were in odd terms with the wolves at La Push because of that. Couldn't you at least tell Carlisle? I asked, hopeful. Don't you think he'll tell the others? He won't if you ask him not to, and with him knowing, Edward would surely back off. Besides, it could be good for you and your family too. How so? She asked, amused. Well, Carlisle is a doctor, so you should have someone in the medical service as an ally in case you can't avoid being taken to a hospital. I told her, trying to reason with her, like with the Tyler's van incident. I said, growling with the memory, he might be able to help with paperwork and avoid exams or tests and you being admitted for a night, and so. That does make sense, and seems like a good idea. Usually we depend on Watcher's contacts in case something like that happens. She said after a moment, tell you what, I'll talk about this with Charlie and Duncan, see what they think. I could see the light was fading, the shadows of the forest beginning to touch us, and I sighed. We have to get going. I don't want to, she said, pouting. Are you sure you don't want to kidnap me? Oh, as I said before, I want to keep you only to myself, I said, smirking, but we have to go back. I'm still grounded, remember? Fine, it's getting darker anyway. I could hear a smile in her voice. I stood up and offered my hand to her, in order to help her up too. Can I show you something? I asked in excitement once we both were standing. Show me what? I'll show you how we travel in the forest. The expression on her face turned from curiosity to amusement and excitement. We'll get to your truck much faster. Then, I don't want that, she said, crossing her arms. Why? I asked, confused. The sooner we reach the truck, the sooner we'll be back, and in turn, the sooner we're back, the sooner we'll have to part ways. I laughed at that. You're right. Then after a moment an idea hit me. We could take the scenic route back once we're back at your truck. I could see her thinking about it, trying to decide if it was worth it. Come on, it'll be fun. And with that, her mouth twitched up into that crooked smile that I loved. So how does it work? You turn into a giant bat? She asked, amused. Didn't we cover already myths and reality? I asked, amused myself. Right. I'm sure you get that all the time. Come on, climb on my back. I waited until she slung onto my back, with very little effort on my part. When in place, I urged her legs to clamp around my waist. I'm a bit heavier than your average backpack, she joked. Huh, as if that was going to deter me, I snorted. I could almost hear her eyes rolling. I was about to start running when my cell phone vibrated on my pocket. I reached for it, noticing Bella was repositioning herself in order to be more comfortable while still holding onto my back, with her arms around my neck and her legs tighter around my waist. I smiled, noticing thanks to the caller ID that it was Alice. We're on our way back, I told my impatient sister, thinking that was the reason she was calling, and to make sure that everything went perfect. Don't go to Bella's truck. Head directly home. Now, urged me Alice, worry evident in her voice. What? Why? Head home, she repeated. Alice, We are on our way home. I was just going to get Bella back to the trail where we left the truck. Bella chuckled against my ear up. On hearing my responses to Alice on the phone, I told you not to go to the truck, angrily said my sister. Alice? I asked, now worried. I had a vision. If you get to her truck, someone will attack Bella. Alice started in vampire speech, which is speaking a lot faster than any human would be able to understand. I don't know who it was, but I could clearly see that Bella was fumbling with her keys. Looking desperately between the attacker and longingly into the cabin of the truck, I gasped. Then, before you could reach her, the attacker beheaded her. I was at a loss of words. I didn't know how we would face this. And why would Bella look longingly to the cabin instead of defending herself? Then it hit me. Bella, where's your raincoat? I asked for confirmation. I left it in the truck, she said simply. We'll be right there, I told Alice, ending the call. What is it? Asked Bella, concerned, noticing my change in mood and my stiffened position. We can't go back for your truck at the moment. I told her, and with that I started to run towards my family. My hands tightly on her legs around me. I ran faster than ever before. The fear for my mate's life consumed my every thought. I felt her strengthen her hold around my neck, and I could not even dare to guess if it was out of fear of hurting herself by falling down if she let go, or in a vain attempt to comfort me even when she didn't even know what was going on. I turned my head to look at her, while still running toward my family. What I saw then made me falter for a second before regaining my footing and kept running. She had a confused expression on her face, but still filled with worry and love. It was simply amazing. Finally we reached our destination. I let her climb of my back before gesturing for her to get inside, all the while with me looking around for any threat to my mate. I had promised not to interfere if a challenge was issued, but that did not stop me from preventing such things to actually be issued in the first place. And if Raoul appeared again, or anyone like him that would attack without issuing a challenge, then I would certainly keep Bella out of harm's way and make sure that said attacker was Yuli gone after experiencing a lot of pain. Well, that was interesting, said Bella, taking deep breaths, bringing me back out of my dark thoughts. Better than any roller coaster I've rode in my life, shish. He added, walking to the front door of what was my home, but stumbled after a step. Bella, I rushed to her, worried about her dizziness. I think I need to lie down, she gasped. On second thought, this might be worse than Tobias' preferred method of transportation. She sat on the floor and placed her head between her knees. I held her for a second before deciding to lift her bridal style inside the house, where she would be safer. Rose, she deadpanned, you can lie down inside. It's not safe outside at the moment, I told her in a serious tone, which in turn made her look confused at me, her dizziness now forgotten. Thank God you're here, said Esme, rushing to us as soon as we passed the threshold. What happened? She asked, worried, looking at Bella's pale face. Just got dizzy from the speed and all, said Bella, trying to get off me, but I kept a firm hold on her as Esme and I walked to the dining room where everyone else was gathered. She gave up as soon as I sat down and brought her on my lap, keeping a secure hold around her. How do you feel? Asked Alice, offering her a glass of water. Confused, stated Bella, glancing around the room. So is my family, said Edward, gritting his teeth. Why don't you tell us why there's someone wanting to behead you? I felt Bella immediately stiffen in my arms. You have no right to do this, Edward. I snarled and growled at him. The only reason I did not jump him was that my Bella was over me and I had no wish to hurt her or leave her side whatsoever. Bella sighed and looked around the room again. Edward and I kept growling at each other, and now Jasper was growling at me too, which in turn made me growl louder. That was until I heard and felt Bella chuckling. Jasper was the first to stop, and reluctantly Edward and I followed suit. Do you find your demise amusing? Asked Edward, snarling at Bella. She stiffened again, which prompted another round of growling from my part. Rose, she said in a stern voice, please stop that. No girlfriend of mine is to be growling like a rabid dog at her siblings, no matter the reason. I stopped immediately, feeling confused at her words. Then I was upset. It's not like I wanted to be like the mutts, bu. Mating instincts made it difficult to control the need to protect our mate from everything. And stop pouting. Even when it's cute, it will not explain me why we left the truck in the woods and why Edward is. She trailed off, gesturing at him in general. There was dead silence for a whole minute before Emmett's booming laughter snapped us all out of it. This has to be the first time that a coven of vampires is left speechless by a confused human. I do believe you are correct, said Carlyle, chuckling and gesturing for everyone to take a seat. Let us explain first, Bella. Then you can exply. En yourself. Carlyle took Bella's silence as acceptance, which for the moment was enough. Alice had a vision of you fumbling with your keys by your truck, trying to get inside. However, before you could manage, the guy in her vision cut your head off with a sword. Understanding dawned on my mate's face with each of his words. That's why she called you. To stop us from going there, she asked me, be you? It was more a statement than anything else. I nodded once. Thank you, she said, looking at Alice. No prob, started Alice, but she stopped abruptly. When I looked at her, I understood why. Are you okay? Asked Bella, concerned for my sister, upon realizing that Alice's gaze was glassed over. She's having another vision, I murmured in her ear, holding her closer to me again. As soon as Alice's gaze returned to normal, Bella's mobile phone rang. It's Angela Weber, she declared. She wants to let you know that a friend of yours is looking for you at the dance, she told Bella, who frowned before answering the call. Hey Angela. Hi Bella, how's your date going? Asked the girl on the other line. I'd say pretty good, said Bella, smiling at me. Are you at your place yet? No, I'm still with Rosalie, replied Bella. Why? It's just that there's a guy around school asking about you, explained Angela. He stated he's a friend of yours. Really? Did he give you his name? Asked Bella, a little nervous now. Patrick? Mumbled Angela in question, not sure about the name or the guy itself. Bella blanched upon hearing the name, which worried me even more than I already was. Thanks Angela, said Hastel. Why Bella, if you see him again tell him I'm on a date, and most likely will stay overnight out of town, she added. She then cut the line with Angela and dialed someone. Come on, she said while hearing the ringing beeps. I could sense her body tensing more and more with each passing second, which in turn prompted me to lean back with her still cradled on my lap, and make soothing patterns on her stomach and thigh. Bella, good to hear from you. How was your date? Asked Duncan after a few more rings on the other end of the line. Patrick's in town, she said somberly. Do you know who did it? Asked Duncan after a whole minute of silence. No, said Bella truthfully, now shaking in my arms. But I should have known before it came to him, added Bella. There's been a whole lot of unannounced visits lately, she told him. Where are you? Asked Duncan, now concern evident on his voice. Can you get to holy ground? Safe for now, stated Bella, unarmed, she added after a moment. Don't think. I can go to La Push, and there are very few options in Forks other than that. Might have to if it is my only option though. Why are you unarmed? Asked Duncan, now upset. Did you? Of course not. Aid Bella, outraged, interrupting whatever he was going to ask. I was on my date with Rose. I was called by a friend from school letting me know about Patrick looking for me at the school dance. Duncan sighed and muttered something between his teeth that even I was unable to understand. Does Charlie know about these visitors? Yes. Why didn't he tell me? Asked Duncan, raising his voice. Why would he? Retorted Bella. It's not his job to report to you. Not even to Joe himself, said Bella, still shaking. I could tell now it was a combination of fear and being upset. Put Charlie on the line, demanded Duncan. I'm not at the house, said Bella in a firm and steady voice. I'm at Rosalie's. I could hear Duncan exhale loudly, a clear sign of frustration at Bella, which in turn annoyed me even more so than I already was. How dared he treat my mate like that? Okay, give me a couple hours to try and figure out who put the price to your head, he said, gritting his teeth. Patrick still is in debt to you. We can use that. He already paid off, interrupted him Bella. When? Practically snarled Duncan, making Bella flinch slightly. Just now, by actually letting me know he's in town instead of ambush. Me, she explained him. He is asking around in school for my whereabouts. He even gave them his name. Obviously someone there is bound to try and locate me, which indeed happened. Giving you with that plenty of time to, added Duncan, sighing defeated, but was interrupted by Bella. Yeah, but I'm not ready, she said, this looking me in the eyes. I need time. Get your ass to holy ground then, he demanded. The brothers won't be that far behind Patrick, and you know as well as I do that they are not bound by the rules. Holy ground will not help at all when it comes to that, and in fact it will be worse because I will not be allowed to defend myself, she sighed. Isabella, yelled Duncan over the phone, we need to start preparations and you need. No, said Bella firmly before cutting the line. She took deep breaths, I guess trying to control herself. My suspicions were confirmed when I felt a wave of calmness hit me, and a second later Bella relaxed against my body. I looked up at my siblings and noticed Jasper's stiff posture. I nodded in thanks to his effort. I don't want to leave you, Bella muttered, holding me tight. Then don't, I told her soothingly. Her phone rang again. She looked annoyed at the caller and let it ring. It rang again several times for the next minutes, in which my family was patiently waiting for her or me to explain. Finally, when the ringing started again, she sighed before taking the call. Joe, I need him to understand I love her so much that I'd rather lose the game than leave Rosalie, she said firmly before ending the call again and shutting off the device. I love you too, I told her softly before kissing her cheek. Are you going to tell my family now? I asked her, whispering in her ear after a few more minutes of silence. She looked up at me, smiled softly before leaning in to peck my lips and trying to stand. I held her firmly against me again. I did not want her to leave, and I felt that she was about to try to flee. I just need to say the restroom, she told me softly, cupping my cheek in her hand. Then I'll come clean. Then she turned to my family, under the condition that none of you let anyone else know that I did. No one outside this meeting should know that you know what you will know, if it makes any sense, she added, scrunching her face while looking directly at Carlisle in the eye. I give you my word, he said, none of us will reveal anything you confide to us. Bella nodded, pecked me again and headed to the bathroom. Once she locked the door, we all could hear her muttering under her breath and hitting, presumably punching, the tiles. I stood when I heard the unmistakable sound of glass shattering. Not a second later, as soon as I reached the door, she came out, knuckles bleeding and a piece of the mirror's glass impaled through her hand. Are you out of your freaking mind? I yelled at her when the scent of her blood filled my nostrils. I heard a low growl from behind me and turned to face Jasper, who looked ready to jump and feed of my mate. I instinctively crouched and positioned myself between Bella and the immediate threat, growling at him. However, Edward was soon at Jasper's side, also growling in. Ready to attack what they perceived as prey. Stop, ordered Carlisle, but we all kept growling. Emmett, take the boys for a quick hunt. Emmett approached us apprehensively, with his hands up in the surrender gesture to show us that he meant no harm. As soon as he was at my side, he ran and tackled Edward, carrying him outside to the woods. Jasper noticed the absence of his mate, and the thirst for blood was replaced by worry, for which he ran after my retreating siblings. I kept growling, keeping Bella between me and the rest of my family. Rose, said Bella, placing her uninjured hand on my shoulder. I glanced at her, but still kept my eyes fixed on Carlisle and the others, gauging if they were going to leap on Bella too. After all, she still had a shred of glass on her hand and was still bleeding due to that. I'm fine. I am safe. They are not a threat right now, she said softly. And what did I tell you about growling at your siblings? She asked teasingly while cupping my face as soon as she noticed she had my undivided attention. When I finally stopped growling, she pecked my lips and leaned her forehead against mine, making me sigh in relief. Thank you for protecting me. I am fine, she added. Come on, Bella, let's get your hand cleaned and treated, said Carlisle, chuckling. Bella looked at Carlisle for a second before nodding and heading into the living room again. I sat at her side while Carlisle retreated to his study for what he thought he would need to treat Bella's wound. Alice and Esme shared a concerned look between each other before sitting on the farthest couch from where Bella and I were, both obviously holding their breath. Carlisle came back and with gentle hands took the shred of glass off Bella's hand. Bella smirked at me when after a few seconds Carlisle reached to clean her cut with a clean cloth. What? How? He asked, clearly confused at seeing Bella's hand completely healed. What is it? Asked Esme, standing and walking to us, followed by Alice, who gasped upon seeing Bella's healed hand. Surprise, said Bella sheepishly, smirking, holding up her hand for Esme to see. How are you able to heal so fast? Asked Carlisle with the curiosity of a child with a new toy. Which made me growl again. I did not like the idea of Carlisle thinking to experiment on Bella. Rose, she admonished me, but took my hand in hers and gently squeezed, reassuring me of her safety. I am an immortal, she told Carlisle. Not one like you obviously, but immortal nevertheless. How remarkable, said Carlisle. I've never seen a human like you in my whole life. Maybe you have and you don't know, I told him, still not liking the look in his face. Bella, dear, started Esme, can you explain us what you mean? Yeah, if you can't die, then how come you're worried about the guy who was looking for you at school? Added Alice. Bella sighed, then scooted closer to me, still holding my hand in hers. In part, because due to his visit, Duncan will talk to Charlie and they will want me to leave Forks for good. I don't know where they will think to send me this time around. I won't let them take you away, I said in a serious tone, letting go of her hand in order to give her a side hug and press her body possessively against mine. They won't, she said softly, and doesn't matter, in the end it is true that I have to leave Forks. They already know I'm here anyway, so it is best for me to move away, again. I just don't want to expose your family any more than you already are, nor do I want to leave you, she said, looking me in the eye before turning her attention to see Carlisle. I'm not the only one of my kind. Then she turned to Alice. And I can die, if I am beheaded, Esme gasped. Bella took a deep breath and launched into the same explanation she had given me about how they are bound to a game for the ultimate prize and the rules of it. How Charlie was not her father but her watcher, and Duncan an immortal like her who had raised her and trained her since birth, and who had been with her when she woke up after her first death. She then explained how without a first violent death to trigger it, they would age, heal and die like any other human. How violent? Asked Esme, repeating the same question I had posed Bella. If he had the gene of immortality, started Bella, and Rose hadn't taken him to Carlisle, Emmett would have been one of my kind. Same with Rose. Allie, she said, looking at me and cupping my face, if you had had the gene of immortality and Carlisle hadn't found you, you would be like me. How do you know if someone is like you or not? Asked Carlisle in the same amused and interested tone that was bugging and upsetting me. We can feel them when they are nearby. We call it the buzz, said Bella, still looking at me. Unfortunately, the misunderstandings in the beginning of my relationship with Rose were in part caused by my reaction to the buzz, she added, then looking at Carlisle. So when we found Rosalie stating you were dead, you had in fact died, muttered Alice. Bella nodded. I'm sorry, said Alice, looking at me. I nodded in acknowledgement. And this Patrick? Asked Esme now. He is an immortal like myself, but he is a headhunter. So, me of us like to live among regulars and we just wait for other immortals to find us and issue the challenge. Others live to find others and take them off. She sighed. A few of them, like him, like to do that, for a price. They are hired to take others out. We met once, we had a common problem. I helped him and saved his life. In turn he let me go that time, stating that he would find a way to pay his life debt. So you think that someone is sending headhunters after you? I asked her. She nodded. But why? I don't know, she said, shaking her head, but the other immortals are not what worry me. If they were my biggest problem, I would go to holy ground for a few years. I lived with a group of nuns for a couple of years a while back. Curiously, it was quite fun. Whoopi had the right idea when she did Sister Act, she said, smiling. Nuns aside, then what's the problem? Asked Carlisle. Why can't you hide at holy ground as you call it? Added Esme. There are humans, mostly, who either used to be watchers, or are their descendants. They are not bound by the rules. They call themselves the Brotherhood. And if there is someone specifically wanting my head, they are to be around too. We'll keep you safe, said Esme with determination. Yeah, I'll look ahead for visions on them and others like you, said Alice. No, said Bella firmly, that's not honorable in. Honor be damned, I told her, interrupting whatever she was about to say. You said you rather lose the game than leaving me. But don't you see? If you lose the game you leave me too, and we both lose, I said, pleading. How about a compromise then? She asked me after a moment. I quirked an eyebrow, waiting for her to elaborate. Alice can be in the lookout of the brothers, the humans that are not bound by the rules. And Raoul, I added, frowning. You said he only abides by the holy ground rule. Fine, Raoul too, she agreed, sighing. Now, I need to figure out what to tell Duncan. If I don't leave or convince him, I will soon. He will come here himself and that would be embarrassing. Not the best way for the in-laws to meet. You're worried about being embarrassed instead of being alive. You certainly are an odd human, said Alice, chuckling. Maybe we can tell him and Charlie that you are going to go camping with us, said Esme after a moment. We are bound to go to our family yearly camping, hiking, hunting trip in a few weeks anyway, said Alice. We can go instead in a few days, right, Carlisle? I'll clear my schedule at the hospital, he said, nodding. How long would you have to be away from Forks to take them off your trail? Not sure, said Bella, sighing. Usually a few months of lying low does the trick. But with Patrick asking around school and them knowing I'm with Rosalie now, if they learn that I went camping with you, they will be waiting for you to come back. And in any case, Forks is no longer safe for me. Other hunters would follow regardless if there is a bounty or not on my head. Then we leave Fork. S2, I told her simply. I'm not about to let you go. I love you, she whispered, making me smile broadly. We could leave Forks for a few days. And when we come back, keep you hidden here, and say you broke up with Rosalie during the trip and just decided to take off by yourself, said Alice. It might work for a little while with others. I don't want to lie to Duncan though, so I'll simply tell Dun. Can that all leave Forks in a few days' time, and that I'll let him know once I settle again, said Bella, nodding in agreement. Since we are moving away too, we also need to make preparations, offered Esme. I wouldn't want you all to leave Forks just because of me, said Bella in haste. Nonsense, said Esme, we are family, Bella. I smiled at her concern and then turned to Bella. It is true, this cove N is very protective of our family, I told her softly, but if you want, we could leave together, buy that house we talked about earlier. Did we miss all the fun? Asked Emmett, coming through the main door, followed by Jasper and Edward, before my mate could form a response to my proposal. Sorry, said Jasper apologetically, looking between me and Bella. It's okay, Jasper, just try not to eat me next tea. Me or I won't stop her, she said good-naturedly, patting my leg. Did she tell you everything? Asked Edward, still not liking Bella's presence. Everything of immediate importance, said Bella. Edward looked at Jasper, who nodded, looking at me. You know she's a danger to this family then. She should leave us and Rosalie alone, stated Edward. That will not happen, said Esme, beating me. Bella is part of this family since the moment Rosalie and her met. And you know, Edward, we take care of our family. Told you, I whispered in Bella's ear. Edward contained the growl building up in his chest and ended up stomping to his room, followed by Jasper, who looked apologetically to us all. We spent the next hour planning our camping trip, which would consist actually in us staying at home and going out to hunt, and just enjoy a few days together. You're tired, I said as Bella tried to suppress a yawn for the 5th time in less than 3 minutes. She looked up at me and nodded sheepishly. I sighed and turned her cell phone on again before handing it to her. Call Charlie and Duncan. Tell them you'll spend the night here and that we'll go camping. I leaned and pecked her lips as she started dialing. Hi Dad, sorry for cutting you off like I did earlier today, said Bella as soon as Duncan answered the phone. Are you ready to see Reason? He asked, sighing. I'll spend the night here with Rose, stated Belle. Give me a few more days and I'll leave. I'll call you as soon as I settle down. Please, she said tiredly. I don't think you'll have a few days, Isabella, said Duncan, worry flooding his tone. Not here, I know, said Bella. I'll go camping with her family. Give me just a week to figure something out. You really love her, don't you? He asked her tenderly. I do, she said, looking me in the eye. All right, Bella, we'll figure this out. We'll find out who is after you. Thank you, Dad, said Bella softly. Take care, Bella. You too. May your head stay on your shoulders, started Duncan as a farewell. Quote, till the gathering comes, completed Bella. Rosalie, whispered Esme, entering my room, not wanting to disturb my sleeping mate. You should go hunting, she suggested tentatively. I sighed. I know, I don't want to leave her side, I told her, looking at Bella's sleeping form, who had snuggled against me. If you're both like this now, I'm afraid to think how it'll be once you consummate your maiden. Gee, she said, chuckling and taking a seat by the desk I had against the wall. I'll watch over her. If you hurry, you'll be back before she wakes. I glanced at the clock and noticed that sunrise would come soon. I pondered for a moment her offer, knowing she was right and it was an acceptable deal, the only issue being the fact that I had to be away from Bella. All right, I conceded, placing a kiss on Bella's temple. I left the house and was lucky enough to find Deer close by. I wondered then if I would ever change my mind about showing this part of myself to Bella. She had proven to be understanding, and I knew she wouldn't feel repulsed by the sight, though it was slightly annoying she kept berating me when I couldn't control the growling. I knew I'd have to ponder deeper about this, since what actually worried me wasn't her leaving me for this reason, but for me losing control with her around. I returned to the house in time to see my sleeping mate returning from dreamland. And I knew that as long as she was able to sleep, this would be one of the most precious sights I'd ever get to see. Morning, love, I whispered in her ears before placing a chaste kiss on her lips. She smirked against my lips. What is it? I asked her playfully. I'm glad you went out and fed, she smirked wider then. I frowned, realizing I hadn't cleaned myself yet. Hey, don't close off, she said, cupping my face. I don't mind, she said seriously. In fact, You know I'm curious about it, right? She added as an afterthought. Don't mock me, I told her half-heartedly. Oh, I wouldn't dare, she said fully closing the distance between us and kissing me fully on the lips before heading to the bathroom and closing the door behind her. 10 minutes later she came out showered and dressed with clothes. That I'm guessing Alice left there sometime while I was gone. How are you feeling? I asked her. Not a moment later her stomach made itself known. I quirked an eyebrow at her when she blushed. It is time to feed my human, I said placing my forehead against hers while keeping her in my arms. Who's mocking who now, Rose? She said playfully. Come on, I can smell that Esme cooked breakfast. For you, I told her leading her downstairs. Bella faltered as soon as we entered the kitchen. The only ones missing now were Jasper and Edward and I knew they were not at home. Carlisle looked as if he was studying a weird specimen while he looked at Bella, which in part one think he was doing, annoying me again. Alice was her smirking usual self while Emmett looked like he could barely contain himself from jumping up and down like a child. Esme on the other hand had really outdone herself, and was still setting up plates of food on the table. It was like a buffet had invaded our home. Wow, you really take feeding the human to another level, said Bella taking a seat near the counter. Are you sure you're not trying to feed me just to eat me later on, like cannibals would? She asked looking us all around while stuffing her plate with Esme's creations. Silly Bella, said Alice taking the seat right in front of my mate. If that was so, we would feed you just salads. Because they are held high and you don't like cholesterol on the blood you drink? Asked Bella pondering about that while taking her first bite. This is delicious, Esme. Thank you, she added before stuffing her mouth again. Quote, no silly, added Alice picking up on her banter with Bella. Because we are vegetarians, she explained as if that was the most obvious conclusion. Reet, you're right. Silly me, said Bella continuing her breakfast and winking at me. I chuckled at my sister's antics then. Alright, who's first? Asked Bella looking around. First, I asked her finally taking a seat at her side. You all have questions, she stated knowingly, and it's better to get them out of the way with a pleasant meal, breakfast in this case, than have them hanging around like the proverbial big elephant in the room. Can you teach me to sword fight? Asked Emmett beating everyone else, earning incredulous glances from everyone else. You really are an odd family, said Bella chuckling. So says the odd human, retorted Alice. Fair enough, concluded Bella still chuckling. Sure Emmett, why not? We have lots of free time in our hands now anyway. I'll just need my truck and the spares I have at home, said Bella taking another bite. Unless you happen to have swords around here, she asked looking at Carlisle for confirmation, whom shook his head. Right, so my spares should do. Just try not to break them at the first clash, my kind. We are not stronger than your average regular human, she added smirking. Would you mind giving me a blood sample for me to run a few tests? Asked Carlisle as eager as Emmett had made his request. Bella's not a guinea pig. I growled at him and was about to pounce on him, but Bella placed her hand on my chest, stopping any further movements to attack Carlisle. What's with the growling this time? She asked amused before placing a soft kiss on my lips, thus ending my growling again. Yesterday I get it. You were protecting me from the threat your brothers posed. Now I don't see where it is coming from. Carlisle just made an honest and understandable request, Rose, especially considering he's a doctor, she added. However, I don't know how wise that would be, Carlisle, she sighed. Facing him now and taking my hand in hers. Whatever tests I do I'll let you know as well as the results. And all of them would be conducted here in my private lab. Nowhere near other humans or vampires, he hastily promised. Bella frowned and gently squeezed my hand. I'll think about it. Where are you from? Asked Alice then, effectively ending that line of conversation and changing subject. Actually, said Bella. Duncan said I was born here in Forks. He raised me because he knew my mother and instantly knew I had the seed of immortality in me, she added. What happened to your family? Asked then Esme. Don't know much about it. Never cared to ask Duncan. The only thing I know is that Mom's family kinda disinherited and banned her when they learned about her pregnancy, and then she was attacked by wolves around here. When she went into labor, Duncan helped deliver me after getting her away from the wolves. She died because of that attack and Duncan left town with me after Promising on her last breath he would look after me. At least, that is all Duncan has ever told me. And as I said, I didn't really ask too much. My family stayed silent and looked at each other. I know Hey, we're thinking the same I did when Bella told me about it. The mutts in La Push for some reason had attacked Bella's mother, probably sensing that something was different and therefore dangerous with the unborn child. The question then was, when had that happened? Why hadn't the mutts attacked her now? Was Bella older than even Carlisle? Did Duncan meet the wolves before Ephraim Black? According to Carlisle, he had been the most open-minded of the alphas he'd met. Don't worry about it, said Bella, noticing the uncomfortable silence that had set. It was a long time ago, and I've had a really good life. I was happy with him as my dad. Am happy. He is a good man, and a good father. Duncan's actually a great dad, even if a little overbearing sometimes. Don't you want to know more about what happened? Your relatives? Asked Esme. Nah, dismissed Bella. They didn't want to know about me in the first place. Me being conceived was the reason she was banned from her home. And even if my bloodline still lives in this area. What would I accomplish? If you change your mind, let us know and we'll help you track them down, said Carlisle. No need to, but thanks, said Bella, smiling. Are you sure? I asked her, concerned. Certainly. After all, I have you now, she said, smiling. What else would you need? I added cockily. Smartass, she said playfully, giving me a chaste kiss. Okay, since you are taking too long. It's my turn now, she added after a long pause. I chuckled, remembering she pulled a similar stunt with me when I was too shocked to ask anything else. Rose told me a little bit of how you became a family. But I'm curious about your lives as humans. Was it difficult or just plainly weird to adapt to this new life of yours? Carlisle jumped to answer the question. He told Bella how he was turned and how he ended up with the Volturi and later on found Edward. He also told Bella about his self-imposed rule not to change anyone who was not in the Brick of Death, which Bella commended, and how he later on met us all. So, what about you, Alice? How was your life as a human? She asked after she learned exactly how Alice and Jasper joined our coven. That is a mystery, said Lice. I don't really remember my human life at all, and I don't know who created me. Whoever made me walked away, she added. If she hadn't had that other sense, if she hadn't seen Jasper and Carlisle, and known that she would someday become one of us, she probably would have turned into a total savage. Said Esme, displeased by the idea of my sister being alone. Doesn't that bother you? Asked Bella. Don't you want to know more about your life? What would I accomplish? Asked Alice, smirking at Bella, knowing she had said just the same thing about her own past. Touché, added Bella. When Edward came back home, he did so without Jasper but with Bella's truck, for which she was grateful. However, the bliss of that was short-lived. You were followed back. They're close by, said Jasper, arriving just then from the back. By whom? I asked, worried about Edward's hesitation. The person who was stalking the truck, I guess ready to ambush Bella, he added, not in the slightest remorseful about it. Quote, you may be right, said Bella, stiffening at the same time as a car pulled out from the road into my family property. You led them here? I snarled and was about to attack Edward when Bella took my hand in hers. Less than a minute later, the human inside got off the vehicle and scanned around, finally fixing his eyes on my mate. Are you purposely trying to get my mate killed? I seethed at Edward. And I noticed him actually smirking when Bella gasped. Dude, that's so not alright, stated Emmett, noticing the same, drawing everyone's attention. No point arguing with your siblings now, whispered Bella, standing between Edward and myself, forcing me to focus on her distressed face. I might need you to get my coat for me, she added a little higher now. Then she turned to Alice. Is he the man you saw by my truck before? My sister shook her head in confusion, but Bella only sighed, relieved by the news, starting to walk toward the man who was waiting patiently by his car. Hello, Trick, she greeted him sadly, stopping halfway to him. I've told you over and over not to call me that, Isabella, he said, smiling warmly. Well, considering the fact that you've let me know in advance you were here in Forks, I think I've earned it, and you just don't want to admit you actually like me, said Bella teasingly, but apparently all in good nature. Then, when this Trick guy moved to grab something, Bella sighed. I was hoping it wouldn't come to that, she said, nodding in my direction, letting me know I had to retrieve her coat now in order to arm her with her sword. Faster than I was ever able to, went to Bella's truck and retrieved her coat, handing it to her, earning a gasp of surprise from Trick and a worried look from every member of my family, minus Edward, who was still smirking, making me growl. Rose, this is hardly the time for you to start growling. Even when he is an ass, she admonished me while keeping her eyes trained on Trick. How? Started Trick, only to be interrupted by my mate. If you really want to know, you'll have to win, she said sighing. The guy nodded and took out his own sword from his coat. I, Patrick Fitzgerald, am issuing a challenge for the right to make it to the gathering for the ultimate prize. Trick, what's the price on my head? Asked my mate, gripping tightly her own sword. If you really want to know how to figure that out, you'll have to win, he stated. Using almost the same words that she had said before, she surprised us all by chuckling at his words, then turning her back on him in order to face us. It's time for you not to interfere, no matter what, she said seriously now. I engulfed her in a hug and made myself enjoy as best as possible what could possibly be the last intimate moment I'd have with my mate. I kissed her softly before nodding my acceptance to her request. A second later, when she focused on my family, they nodded uncertainly. I love you, she whispered before turning to face Patrick. If you win, you have to keep T. He's secret of what you learn about them, she asked him, gesturing to us. Patrick nodded his acceptance, making Bella smile, somewhat relieved. I'm Isabella MacLeod, of Clan MacLeod, and I accept the challenge. Ironically enough, it was me who had to stop Esme and Emmett from intervening in Bella's duel, and not the other way around, even when I was growling all through the encounter. They looked angered at me and told me harsh words as to how I was able to stand there and do nothing, even when my mate was injured, which at the time she was. The fight had lasted longer than I had expected based on the last fight I witnessed. This gave me hope at the same time that I dreaded the outcome. Both Bella and Patrick were panting and had injured each other, nothing fatal yet, but they were getting tired. Their arms and legs had sustained the majority of the strikes received, even when fast healing. I promised her, I simply told them once they calmed enough for me to focus on my mate again. I nodded, that even when she was literally fighting for her life, she was enjoying this match, and I knew, if she lost that day, I would be glad it was at this guy's hands instead of Raoul or any other of her kind. I don't know exactly how it happened, but I was able to lock eyes with Bella, and I knew it was all going to end then, in less than a second. As soon as she blinked, she turned around in time to block Patrick's attack, finally disarming him. They stared at each other and a look of understanding passed through them both, something I would have missed if not for my vampire sight. A moment later, Bella swiftly beheaded him and the lighting storm started. Again, I was prevented from reaching my mate as the process continued, but once it was over, I reached her in time to prevent her from falling down. Her grip on me was strong and she was shaking harder than the times I've seen her get struck by lightning. Then I noticed she was crying. I scooped her then in my arms, holding her as close to my body as possible without actually crushing her bones. Take his wallet and personal belongings inside, I asked Emmett, only noticing then Jasper's stiff posture and darkened features. I sighed, Edward, please take Jasper for a hunt. He seems overwhelmed by all of our feelings right now, and I can't even stand looking at you at this moment. This is your fault, I continued, and with those words my mate cried harder in my arms. Luckily both my siblings ran out then, agreeing with my statement. Please, find a nice place to bury the body, I asked Carlisle then. Why, he tried to kill Bella, asked me Emmett standing at Carlisle's side when he came back with Patrick's belongings. I nodded, understanding their reluctance. Bella cared for him, I said, earning a tighter grip around me from my mate. I carried her then to my room and soothed her until she fell asleep. I nodded, understanding their reluctance. Bella cared for him, I said, earning a tighter grip around me from my mate. I carried her then to my room and soothed her until she fell asleep. All through the day Esme and Alice kept passing by my room, trying to talk me into going for a hunt. I knew deep down I should have gone, the need to keep watch over Bella while she recovered from her quickening and later on while she slept, kept me rooted in place. I do not trust Edward anymore. Not even sure I trust Jazz at this point, I said sadly, because he let his mate do this to my mate, and to me. I stated finally when they asked me why I wouldn't even leave the room. Even though at some point in the afternoon I had heard Jasper admonish Edward because of his actions, he in the end had let him get away with purposely let himself be followed and putting not only my mate in danger, but all of us if she had lost the challenge. Granted, Patrick had nodded his agreement to keep our secret if he won and learnt what we are, but still the point of this was how Edward so willingly put us all at risk. And that Jasper being his mate, even when rationally wouldn't always agree with Edward, he was in the end his mate and would always stand with him. And that I couldn't argue or begrudge him for, not now that I finally understood the mating instincts. So with that in mind I packed a few of my belongings and waited for Bella to wake. I would ask her to leave with me in the morning. I didn't think I could stay with the C-oven when our bond seemed to be broken beyond repair. Bella and I could make it, move away and just let Duncan and maybe Esme later on know where we settled once we did. My plans of course were temporarily crushed by both Edward and Alice calling on me to the rest of the family. Edward of course agreed with me that it was the best. How convenient of him, right? So in the end, in hushed whispers from me in my room to my family, in order to not wake Bella, I agreed to wait until at least she woke up and we all talked things over. She slept through the whole afternoon, woke up at dusk stating she was tired but famished. Esme prepared some grilled cheese for her and as soon as she was done, Bella fell asleep again. I silently thanked my family for their patience and just letting Bella get her rest and bearings. I gently carried her back and laid her down on my bed, and there I stayed watching over her. It was another sunny day in Forks the next day, and as soon as the first rays of sunshine hit Bella's face, she started to rouse. Looking at her in that first moment of consciousness for her, kept me frozen in place, just staring at her from the spot I had sat on the bed, while I kept watch over her. I know you don't sleep, but it is a little bit creepy to wake and find you sitting still just staring at me, Rose, she said groggily, making me and my family chuckle at that. Duly noted, I told her fondly, still staring at her. Maybe we should try that staring of yours while lying down next to me and holding me through the night. That would definitely take out the creep factor of your statuesque posture while watching over me, she said smiling and rising. Oh, so the creepy part is not the staring? I asked amused. Not at all, she said yawning. It honestly is weird to see you barely move, but oh well. In time I'm sure I'll get used to it. I wouldn't want you to change because of me, I chuckled and leaned in to kiss her. What time is it? She asked then, a little more awake. Time for breakfast, came Esme's response at the doorway. We'll be down soon, Esme. Thank you, said Bella politely, looking at me, waiting for Esme to leave. You okay, Rose? She asked, cupping my face. How are you asking me that? I asked incredulously. I almost lost you again yesterday. And you slept through the whole day. If it wasn't for your steady and rhythmic heartbeat I would have thought something was terribly wrong, I choked out, finally leaning into her touch. I know, it was close. I am sorry I put you through that again. I know how hard it was for you not to rush in and take me away. It was a lot what I received in that quickie. It wore me out both physically and mentally. Longest recovery I've ever had from a quickening, she said, scooting closer and hugging me tightly, which mpted me to hug her back. Trick was a good man. Thank you for what you did for him. I would not have done it if he had come victorious. I know, she chuckled. Come on, she said, standing and taking my hand. I am starving again and I know your family is, patiently, waiting for more answers, she said, joking, though it was an accurate yet sarcastic observation. Bella was bombarded simultaneously with all sorts of questions from everyone but Edward and me. The look on her face was so cute that had me chuckling for a few minutes. Especially when all she did was stare at my family, gaping at them like a lost fish. Apparently not knowing where to start. That's because she doesn't, said tersely Edward. She understood none of what you all asked. Because she is not one of us, and with that, he stormed out of the house. Jasper looked torn for a moment, but in the end, he decided to stay with us. Apparently his curiosity for now was greater than his want to storm after his brooding mate. Zing, morning icebreaker, finally said Bella, walking into the kitchen, following the scent of food. Let me just call Duncan and Charlie, and then you all can start over with the questions. Slowly and one at a time this time around. So I can actually answer any of that, she said, smiling when she sat down at the counter while she dialed up Duncan. What happened? Asked Duncan, clearly still worried. Good morning to you too, Dad. Yes, I've had a lovely sleepover weekend at my girlfriend's. Thanks for asking, she said, humorless. You said you needed a couple of days before leaving and then you would call. What did you expect me to believe when you called after that? Asked Duncan, now annoyed and upset himself. Bella sighed. You're right, sorry. Something did happen though. You're not gonna be happy, she said while piling up pancakes and scrambled eggs on her plate. Please Bella, please, tell me you didn't, he asked, his tone muffled, like he had covered his face with his palm as he spoke. They're taking it rather well, she said, looking around at us. She even leaned in and pecked my lips, before digging into her food. What exactly did you say? And why? Just why? He asked defeated. Quote, Trick showed up at the Cullens' house after we hung up. I've been asleep for a full day, she said nonchalantly. Did he let you go? I could hear his heartbeat speed while on the line when Bella didn't. Answer, oh. It apparently finally dawned on him. How? Whatever he was gonna ask Bella, she cut him off. It pains me to say this, but I think you should come over. Or better yet, we can set a meeting place. Considering they appear to know I am here. In the meantime I will be staying with the Cullens. I will be safe here, and I am at a safe and easy to reach distance from Holly Ground if I need to. I will let Charlie know. Call me when you both figure out where you want to meet. Or if worse comes to worse, come by with him when you arrive in Forks. I am sure he has the Cullens' address, she said, ending the call and presumably calling Charlie then. The conversation with Charlie was mostly the same, almost the exact words even. And the same surprise when he realized Bella had faced and won against Patrick. Why were they both surprised that you won against this guy? Asked Emmett, the question that had been building up inside me too. Honestly, I am surprised myself too, confessed Bella. I did not think I had a real chance against him, she said, looking into my eyes. It saddened me, her admittance, because that meant, the kiss we shared before that duel started, she thought was our last. And that was her saying goodbye to me. I intertwined our fingers and tugged her closer to me. If there is a next time, please let me know if you think that is it. It is not fair only you get to say goodbye if it comes to that, I told her fiercely. She nodded and leaned her head on my shoulder. Why are you surprised about winning against him, Bella? Asked Esme. You defended yourself admirably. If it hadn't been to the death, I could be convinced it was a really beautiful choreography. As far as we know, barring Adam and Rebecca, Trick was the oldest of our kind. Only Adam and Rebecca are older than he was, she said, sighing. Only his watchers have the exact records of what year he was actually born, but rumor has it that it was sometime between years 200 and 400 inches. Technically as old as the Volturi, mused Carlisle. I've a question, well, several questions about them, but one now in particular, I told them when Carlisle mentioned the Volturi. About the Volturi? Asked Esme sweetly. I nodded. Ask away, said Alice, smiling at me. Does anyone have records of them knowing about other air, let's call it magical creatures? I asked, thinking about Tobias and all the creatures he taught me about. After all, his kind knew about vampires. Then again, apparently everyone knew about vampires, just not everyone had accurate information. You mean like yourself? Asked Carlisle. No, not exactly. More like fairies, elves, goblins, or maybe werewolves. I asked hesitantly. I could see Carlisle ponder this and sorting through his options, looking for a way to answer, which was an answer itself. Still I waited patiently for him to verbalize, yes. There were werewolves at some point. They are supposed to be extinct. And there are shapeshifters too, though the Volturi do not know their location, which is good seeing as they would try to exterminate them too. He finally said, I will love to see Tobias' face when I tell him this, I said, chuckling. You can't tell anyone about us. Or other creatures, said Carlisle. The Volturi are dangerous. Oh, Tobias already knows about your kind. And werewolves too, though I did not completely believe him when I first lived with him. T.S. reminds me, I told them while taking out my phone again and dialing Charlie. What happened now? Who showed up? He asked as soon as he answered. Everything's fine, Charlie. You and Duncan are the worst. You just jumped to the worst possible scenario, I said into the phone while taking Rosalie's hand in mine again. Somewhere deep in my mind I realized I was not only seeking comfort from her, but providing her the same by staying close. And I wondered if the mating instincts she spoke about on our date were somehow also experienced by me. That would explain why we both were anxious when we did not see each other. I'd have to talk to her about this. Well, with how everything's happened the last couple of weeks, as jumping to the worst possible scenarios is to be expected, he said tiredly. Try the last few months, I'm beginning to think that the accident that brought me here may have not been an accident at all. They had started to show up around then too, just not so frequently. Can you look into her notes? What you mean? What will I be looking for? He asked me, and I could see the vampires in the room cocking their head trying to figure out what was this conversation about. We'll talk about it in detail when we meet with Duncan, I told everyone, smiling at Rose. But we ought to figure out how long has there been a price on my head. And how they found me here so fast. Yes, that is troublesome. Not many people knew you were here, he added thoughtfully. Precisely. So can you look into her notes and see if you find a pattern in the unexpected visits that started a few months before the accident? Yeah, it's worth a shot. I'll look into it, he answered, already looking through some journals by the sounds coming from the phone. Anyway, I also called to ask you for an extra favor. When we meet, can you bring the stash Tobias and I worked on? Sure. Any special indications? He asked worriedly, as he had actually been witness to a badge going wrong. Don't drop the vials, I said, smiling and ending the call and focusing on breakfast again. How long do you think you've been targeted? Asked Rose, concerned. Not sure. Might be just a little while. Might be longer. No thanks to Trick coming that the price is high. Higher than most, or he wouldn't have taken the hunt, not even to repay his life debt to me. What I'll eventually have to do is see if I can track out who ordered the hit. Thanks to him, I think now I have a way to reach out for them. How do you know that? When did he tell you? Asked Esme. When the quickie ended, I had all the knowledge he did. The quickening itself as well as my recovery were so intense and long because he had a lot of knowledge that he had accumulated through the years, both by his own experiences and the ones of those he beheaded, I said, hoping I was being clear enough. So what, now you have his memories? Asked Emmett, pulling a weird face. Not at all, I said, thinking of a way to explain. I know now all that he knew, but not how he learned it. I continued, while tracing soothing patterns on Rose's hand with my free hand. It is like you know how to do add numbers. You know that 3 times 4 is 12, correct? I asked, and they nodded. Do you remember when you learned that, or how long it took you to know it automatically? They shook their heads, still looking confused. The quickie is like that, not a transfer of memories, but of knowledge. I know a lot of things that I never will know how were learned. Quickie? Asked Jasper, speaking for the first time as I finished eating what was on my plate. The lighting storm, said Rose, for me. It happens every time one of them is defeated, she said sadly. We saw the lighting hit you. I was worried it would burn you. Even with your fast healing, started Carlisle, WOU. LD, the lightning also hit us if we were to behead any of your kind? No, I told them. Only other immortals can receive the knowledge. Technically, we are immortals too, said Emmett. I thought about it. Maybe Emmett had a valid point. Vampires were indeed immortal. Maybe so, but you can't interfere on this just to test a theory, I told them. How about Raoul? Asked Rose, about to start growling again. I kissed her softly to avoid that. As amusing as it is to hear you growl, I think we have bigger issues than finding out if you vamps can have a quickie. How are you so calm about this whole situation? Asked Jasper, intrigued. I just shrugged. I honestly had no answer to that. Maybe after living with Tobias for years, and what he taught me, not many things could startle me or stress me out. Hey, weather is changing later today. Wanna go play ball? Suddenly asked Alice to her family. Rose looked expectantly at me, as if I had the final say. I'll probably only watch you, but go ahead and have fun, I told her, squeezing her hand. Then it's settled, said Alice happily. We finally have a cheerleader, she added as she merrily left the kitchen, followed by a grinning Emmett. Just don't get any crazy ideas about me wearing a ridiculous cheerleader outfit, I shouted at the retreating forms. Shortly after, we all left the kitchen and settled in the living room. I was happily cuddled against Rose, who was lazily purring softly. When Edward decided to come back, he looked at us and scoffed again before heading for the piano and settling to play a lovely tune that lulled me to doze off for a nap. Having Bella asleep against my body was the best thing ever until that moment. Knowing that my mate felt so safe with me at her side that she completely let go and let her guard down, counting on me to keep her that way, safe, filled me not only with pride but joy. I knew my family still had many questions about Bella's unique situation. I did too, to be honest, but they all, minus Edward of course, agreed that it did not matter what she was, because she was family. Even Jasper was disappointed in his mate because of what he had done by letting Patrick follow him back. There are going to be consequences for that, Edward, sighed Carlisle while Edward still played the piano. Your father is right, started Esme. You not only put your sister's mate at risk, but all of us, including your own mate, at that. Edward lost the semblance of composure and missed a few notes, but he kept on playing nevertheless. I know you are afraid, I told them all, though looking straight at Edward. I am too, I confessed. But then I looked at Bella's face and the fear I felt was replaced only by the fear of losing her, so I tugged her closer to me, content when she sighed against my neck. We'll keep her safe, said Emmett. We'll keep you both safe, added Esme. I won't let anyone slip through my visions. Now that I know what to look for, finally said Alice. You have to respect her wish if you only keeping an eye on those humans in the Brotherhood and Raoul, I told them sadly. Why, she won't know the difference, said Emmett. But we would, and I love her too much to break a promise to her, even if it breaks my heart, I told them in a soft whisper when I felt her stirring. Back at the creepy statuesque staring, she said yawning. At least now I was holding you as you asked, I told her smiling. Quote, yeah, that is true. However, I am not so fond of being stared at by your whole family while I am sleeping in your arms, she said cheekily, pointing out at the others in the room. Earning a chuckle from everyone, including my brooding brother. You are a weird creature, Isabella, he said before standing next to Jasper. We should get going if we want to take the most advantage of the weather, said Alice. Ready for a run? Asked Emmett, grinning at Bella. We going to get there running? She asked, clearly appalled by the idea. You're not going to run, I told her softly as we headed out, where rain was already falling. Yeah, I don't think I could keep up with your speed, she said, chuckling. We'll see you there, said Esme, heading out first, followed by Carlisle and the rest of my family. Or we cool. Take advantage of the house now devoid of prying ears, I told her, leaning in to capture her lips. I would not complain. And hey, this could be as you wanted. The first time you have your way with me. Not being on the ground in the middle of the forest, she said, smiling into our kiss, making me groan at the prospect. You shouldn't tempt me, I told her, nuzzling her neck. I love you, Rose. Whenever you're ready. I am too, she said, hugging me tightly. I love you too, I said, finally scooping her into my arms bridal style. This okay, or you rather a piggyback ride to the field? She just smiled at me and placed her arms around my neck. Close your eyes if you get too dizzy, I told her as I sprinted away. I noticed that all the way, she kept her eyes trained on me, and I smiled at that. I put her down as soon as I stopped, and though she had to take a moment to keep her balance, she seemed way better than the last time we did this. I guess it's the same then, the more we do this, the more I'll get used to this transportation method, she said, mostly to herself, before taking my hand in hers and heading towards the others when she saw them. Esme, Emmett and Alice were sitting on a rock and were the closest to us. Probably the only ones Bella had noticed so far, a few yards away from where we stood. Much farther out, way farther than human eyes could reach, I could see Jasper and Edward, who as usual looked like he was brooding. Carlisle, though, was marking the bases, and I could see Bella looking strangely at the distance between them in the makeshift diamond. We need a challenge, hence the unusual distance, I offered when she cocked her head, trying to figure that out. She looked at me and smiled before shaking her head. Esme started towards us while Emmett and Alice got up and started to throw a ball back and forth. You girls okay? She asked us, concern evident in her voice. We good, said Bella, placing a kiss on my knuckles before letting go of my hand. It's time, said Al. Ice, as Bella ushered me to head into the diamond the moment a loud thunder shook the forest. Let's go, said Emmett, grinning as we all took positions. Go, Rose, she cheered on me, making me chuckle. Shall we? I heard Esme ask her, matching Bella's stride. You don't play? Asked Bella, amused. No, I prefer to referee, said Esme, keeping them honest, she added. Do they like to cheat then? Oh yes, you should hear the arguments they get into, said Esme fondly. Actually, I hope you don't, she added as an afterthought. You would think they were raised by a pack of wolves. That sounds interesting. Gee, said Bella, chuckling, a coven of vampires raised by a pack of wolves. You do have the weirdest train of thought, said Esme, smiling softly at her. What can I say? Added Bella, looking at us while we were just throwing the ball back and forth as way of warm up. You love them. I can tell, said Bella. Then, you sound like Duncan. Well, I do think of them as my children in most ways, said then ESM. I never could get over my mothering instincts. Did Rosalie tell you I had lost a child? No, answered Bella, turning back her attention to Esme. Yes, my first and only baby, started Esme. He died a few days after he was born. The poor thing, she sighed, it broke my heart. That's why I jumped off the cliff, she added matter-of-factly. Esme sighed. I'll tell you my story some other time. Over dinner, only if you want to share. Do not feel obligated to tell me your past just because I am in love with your daughter. Your past is yours, not mine or hers, said Bella firmly. Rosalie is lucky to have found you, said Esme, stopping at the edge of the field. I'm the lucky one, said Bella without pause. All right, Esme called in a clear voice, batter up. Alice was going to pitch while Emmett was ready to swing the aluminum bat in his arms, Jasper behind Emmett ready to catch. Alice's right hand flicked out and the ball smacked into Jasper's hand. Was that a strike? I heard Bella ask Esme. Usually, if they don't hit it, it's a strike, she answered cheekily. Next time Alice swing the ball, Emmett managed to hit it, and as the result crack loud sound of the impact that happened, I could see my mate understanding the need of the thunderstorm for us to play. Home run? I heard Bella ask hesitantly while Emmett ran through the bases, Carlisle shadowing him. But, I was going to impress my mate, so I ran to catch the ball, knowing that only Edward was faster than me. Out, Esme cried as I came out from the trees, walking towards Bella with the ball safely in my hand. What? I heard my mate stutter. Is there anything you can't do? She asked me when I was finally at her side. According to Alice in her visions, I can't cook, I told her, smirking before heading back to the game. We kept playing for a while, the score constantly changing while we had our fun, Bella cheering for whoever was swinging the bat at the time, regardless of who it was. Eventually, Carlisle was up to bat when Alice suddenly gasped. She had a vision, and by the look on her face and Edward's scowl, nothing good was seen. I was at Bella's side before any of us could ask Alice about it. Alice? Esme broke the tense silence. I didn't see, I couldn't tell, she whispered, as everyone gathered around Bella and me. What is it, Alice? Carlisle asked with the calm voice of authority that characterized him. They air traveling much quicker than I thought, she said before looking at me. I can see I had the perspective wrong before, that is when it hit me, nomads. Emmett leaned over her, in a protective manner. What changed? They heard us playing and it changed their path, she said, possibly feeling responsible for them coming this way now. How soon? Carlisle asked Alice. A look of concentration crossed her face. 5 minutes, maybe less. They're running, she added. They want to play. Can you make it? I asked Edward, knowing he was the fastest, and my best bet to keep my mate safe from the nomads. He scowled before answering, no, not carrying her along, and the last thing we need is for them to catch her scent and start hunting, added Jasper. How many? I asked Alice. 3, she answered tersely. Let them come, said Emmett, scoffing impatiently while he flexed his arms. For a second, Carlisle deliberated on this. Only Emmett and Bella were unperturbed. What's going on? Finally asked my mate. Nomad vampires heard us playing and now they are coming. They will be here soon. We don't want you to be in danger, but we can't take you to a safe distance in the time we have left, answered Esme. Let's just continue the game, Carlisle finally decided. They were simply curious, right? He asked Alice, who in turn nodded. You catch Esme. I'll call it now, I told her, holding Bella closer to me. Take your hair down, I instructed my mate, who luckily complied without arguments. Now, stay very still, keep quiet and don't move from my side. Please, she nodded and leaned into me. That won't help, said Edward mockingly. I can smell her across the field. I know, I growled out. Hey, said Bella, making me focus on her. No growling at your family, she said, poking my side, especially when the possible threat is not coming from them. No matter how annoying, rude or obnoxious they are, she added, looking defiantly at Edward. The seconds ticked by as the game progressed again, with apathy now. No one dared to hit with the same enthusiasm as before. I tried to keep tabs on the game, but my eyes kept wandering towards the forest, waiting for the inevitable now. I'm sorry, Bella, I muttered, looking at her. We should have stayed and taken advantage of the empty house. Instead, I put you in danger. I am sorry, I told her truthfully while placing myself in front of her. Less than a minute later, the 3 nomads had arrived at the field. They emerged one by one from the forest edge, ranging a dozen meters apart. The first male into the clearing fell back immediately, allowing the other male to take the front, orienting himself around the tall, dark-haired man in a manner that clearly displayed who led the coven. The third was a woman. From this distance, all I could see of her was that her hair was a startling shade of red. They closed ranks before they continued cautiously toward the Cullens, exhibiting the natural respect a troop of predators as it encounters a larger unfamiliar group of its own kind. As they approached, I could see how different they were from Rose and her family. Their walk was cat-like, a gait that seemed constantly on the edge of shifting into a crouch. They SSED in the ordinary gear of backpackers, jeans and casual button-down shirts in heavy weatherproof fabrics. Their clothes were frayed, and they were actually barefoot. I almost giggled at that, but Kay knew I had to stay as still as I could manage and absolutely silent, unless I wanted to experience another violent dead. Their sharp eyes carefully took in the more polished stance of Carlyle, who stepped guardedly forward to meet them. Flanked by Emmett and Jasper, without any seeming verbal communication between them, they each straightened into a more casual bearing. The man in front was probably the most beautiful, his skin olive-toned beneath the typical pallor, his hair a glossy black. He was of a medium build, hard-muscled, of course, but nothing next to Emmett's brawn. He smiled an easy smile, exposing a flash of gleaming white teeth. The woman was wilder, her eyes shifting restlessly between the men facing her, and the loose grouping around me, her chaotic hair quivering in the slight breeze. Her posture was distinctly feline. The second male hovered unobtrusively behind them, slighter than the leader, his light brown hair and regular features both nondescript. His eyes, though completely still, somehow he seemed the most vigilant. Their eyes were different, too, not the gold or black I had come to expect, but a deep burgundy color that was disturbing and sinister, yet as captivating as the amber ones I was used to by now. The dark-haired man, who was still smiling, stepped toward Carlyle. "We thought we heard a game," he said in a relaxed voice with a slight French accent. "Barely noticeable if you didn't know what to listen to. I'm Laurent. These are Victoria and James." He gestured to the vampires beside him. "I'm Carlyle. This is my family, Emmett and Jasper, Esme, Alice and Edward, Rosalie and Bella." He pointed us out in groups, deliberately not calling attention to individuals. Smart thing to do, even if I felt uneasy when he said my name. "Do you have room for a few more players?" Laurent asked amicably. Carlyle matched Laurent's friendly tone. "Actually, we were just finishing up, but we'd certainly be interested another time. Are you planning to stay in the area for long?" "We're headed north, but we were curious to see who was in the neighborhood. We haven't run into any company in a long time," answered Laurent. "No, this region is usually empty except for us and the occasional visitor like yourselves," stated Carlyle. The tense atmosphere had slowly subsided into a casual conversation. I guessed Jasper was using his peculiar gift to help control the situation. "What's your hunting range?" Laurent casually inquired. "The Olympic range here, up and down the coast ranges on occasion," answered the Cullen leader. "We keep a permanent residence nearby. There is another permanent settlement like ours up near Denali." Laurent rocked back on his heels pondering this. "How do you manage that?" There was honest curiosity in his voice. "Why don't you own back to our home with us and we can talk comfortably?" Invited Carlyle in what I assumed was a bold move. "It's a rather long story." James and Victoria exchanged a surprised look at the mention of the word home. But Laurent controlled his expression better than them. "That sounds very interesting," he said smiling, "and welcomed. We've been on the hunt all the way down from Ontario, and we haven't had the chance to clean up in a while." His eyes moved appreciatively over Carlyle's appearance. "Please don't take offense, but we'd appreciate if you'd refrain from hunting in this immediate area." Tarted Carlyle. "We have to stay inconspicuous. You understand," he explained. "Of course," Laurent nodded. "We certainly won't encroach on your territory. We just ate outside of Seattle anyway." He laughed, making me shiver at the thought. "We'll show you the way if you'd like to run with us. Emmett and Alice, you go with Rosalie and Bella to get the truck and bring it back to the shop," he casually added, in a command that told us not to go to the Cullens' residence but somewhere else. Three things seemed to happen then, all at the same time while Carlyle was speaking. My hair ruffled with the light breeze. Rosalie stiffened, and the second male, James, suddenly whipped his head around, scrutinizing me. All went down the drain as James lurched one step forward toward me into a crouch. Rose bared her teeth, crouching in defense, a feral snarl ripping from her throat. It was nothing like the sounds I'd heard from her throughout our relationship, not even her growling at Jasper and Edward W.H. And I cut my hand could compare to the ferocity in this one. It was the single most menacing thing I had ever heard in my life, and chills ran from the crown of my head to the back of my heels, feeling sorry for whatever stood in her path at the time. "What's this?" Laurent exclaimed in open surprise. Neither James nor Rosalie relaxed their aggressive poses. James feinted slightly to the side and Rose shifted in response. "She's with us." Carlyle's firm rebuff was directed toward James. Laurent seemed to catch my scent less powerfully than James, but awareness now dawned on his face. You brought a snack? He asked, his expression incredulous as he took a step forward. Rosalie snarled even more ferociously, her lips curling high above her glistening bared teeth. Laurent stepped back again. As I said, she's with us, repeated Carlyle in a hard voice. But she's human, Laurent protested. His tone was not at all aggressive, merely confused by their reaction. James slowly straightened out of his crouch, but his eyes never left me. His nostrils wide. Rose stayed tensed like a lioness in front of me. When Laurent spoke again, his tone was soothing, as if trying to diffuse the sudden hostility. It appears we have a lot to learn about each other. Indeed, replied Carlyle, but we'd like to accept your invitation. His eyes flicked toward me and back to Carlyle, and of course, we will not harm the human girl. We won't hunt in your range, as I said. James glanced in disbelief and aggravation at Laurent and exchanged another brief look with Victoria, whose eyes kept flickering from face to face. Carlyle measured Laurent's open expression for a moment before he spoke. We'll show you the way. Jasper, Edward, Esme? He called. They gathered together, blocking me from view as they converged. Alice was instantly at my and Rose's side. Emmett fell back slowly toward us, his eyes locked on James as he did so. Let's go, Bella. Rose's voice was low and sounded defeated even through her now low warning growls to the nomads. This whole time I'd been rooted in place, waiting for their lead on how to act or what to do. Rosalie had to grip my elbow and pull me over as we walked away. Alice and Emmett were close behind us, hiding me from the others' view. Once we were into the trees, Rose picked me up bridal style again without breaking stride. I gripped as tightly as possible as she took off, the other two vampires close on her heels. I kept my head buried into her neck, trying to soothe us both. She was taking this worse than me. Granted, we had not really talked about how a vampire bite could or would affect my physiology. But I could not be really killed by James or other vampires unless they took off my head, and I don't think that would be something they would think to do once they finished feeding off me. Not that being drained of blood sounded like a pleasant way to die. We arrived at a mechanic shop where Emmett's Jeep was parked. Probably this was where Rosalie worked on the cars when she did. It was nowhere near the Cullens' residence, or anywhere I've been before. Rosalie barely slowed down as she flung me in the back seat. Strap her in, she ordered Emmett, who slid in beside me. Alice was already in the front seat and Rose was starting the engine. It roared to life and we swerved backward, spinning around to face a winding road. I thought you weren't allowed to drive because you're grounded, I said teasingly, hoping to ease some of the tension. Rosalie was saying something too fast for me to understand, but was probably a string of profanities. Perhaps you should refrain from joking for a little while, Bells, said Emmett in a weird display of seriousness. The trip was bumpy and the darkness only made it heavier on all of us. Emmett and Alice both glared out the side windows. When we hit the main road, our speed increased too. Due to the public lighting I could see better where we were going and I realized we were heading south, away from Forks. I sighed. This would not do. Duncan was most likely going to come in a couple of days at most. I would have to call him and Charlie, again, this time being me who set our meeting place, once I figured that out. Where are we going? I asked. No one answered. No one even looked at me. Rose, where are you taking me? We have to get you away from here. Far, far away. Now, she said, not even looking back at me or at the rearview mirror. Turn around. If we are leaving, you need to take me home to pick up something first, I told her firmly while I struggled with the stupid harness. Emmett, Rose said grimly. And Emmett secured my hands in his grasp. No, Rosalie, you can't do this. I am unarmed. What will happen if someone issues a challenge and I am not prepared? I'll take you away from them too. I have to. Bella. Now please be quiet, she said, looking at the road ahead. Oh no, you are not dismissing me and my concerns just like that, I told her heatedly, getting angrier by the second. Calm down, Bella, said Emmett. Compromises, Rose. That is how we build a relationship. Not by dictating what the other does or does not do, I said hotly at her, clear anger in my voice due to feeling dismissed and ignored. Rosalie, pull over, Alice spoke so low that I barely heard her. Rose flashed her sister a hard look and sped up even more. Great, let's crash into a tree, I said sarcastically, still trying to get off Emmett's grip. If the point is to get me killed, why not just let James drain me out? Rosalie got so mad that for a moment I thought she was actually going to purposely crash the car. Her eyes were dark and staring at me through the rearview mirror instead of at the road ahead. I stared back, defiantly at her. I gave up and sighed before trying a different approach. Rose, let's just talk this through, I told her softly. You don't understand, she roared in frustration. I'd never heard her voice so loud. It was deafening in the confines of the Jeep. Then help me understand, I argued. He's a tracker, added Alice. I felt Emmett stiffen next to me, and I saw Rosalie's grip on the steering wheel tightening even more, surprised myself it was not broken yet. I wondered if their reaction was to the word, if it meant something more to them as vampires than it did to me. Pull over, Alice's tone was reasonable, but there was a ring of authority that I did not expect on her. Do it, Rosalie. I don't want to have to worry about immortals and humans and now vampires too wanting to kill my mate, she said, defeated but still driving us away. We'll deal with it all together, I told her, hoping to reason. Look, we can leave. We were going to do it anyway due to the price on my head. I am not upset that we are leaving. Just that you are not listening to me. Rosalie sighed, and even when she did not pull over, she at least slowed down. How long do you think it will take him to cross her scent in town? She asked Emmett, who seemed to be thinking about it. I gasped before Emmett answered, knowing where my scent would lead. Charlie, you can't leave him there. You can't leave him. I won't lose another watcher because I was too selfish. I thrashed against the harness and Emmett again, now thinking about how it was my fault that she had died when I had to relocate here, and how I did not want Charlie to die a horrible death too because of me. She's right, said Alice. Let's just look at our options for a minute, she coaxed. The car slowed again, more noticeably, and then suddenly we screeched to a stop on the shoulder of the highway. I flew against the harness and then slammed back into the seat. I did not miss the irony that I would have totally flown out of the seat and through the windshield if it wasn't for that damn harness. There are no options, Rosalie hissed. There are always options, I hissed back. I am not leaving Charlie to fend by himself, especially when he does not know about your kind and how dangerous you are. She ignored me completely, not even sparing a glance at me. We have to take her back, or at least find a way to protect Chief Swan too, Emmett said thoughtfully. No, Rose was on the verge of tearing away her sibling's throat just for the suggestion. Quote, he by himself is not match for us, Rosalie, he said. He'll wait. I would if I was him, I said, making Rosalie briefly growl at me. I sighed. We can wait too, said Emmett. You don't understand either, saw it. Alice, Jasper and I encountered a tracker before finding you. Once he commits to the hunt, he is unshakable. We'd have to kill him. That's the plan, said Emmett. And the female, she's with him, said Alice thoughtfully. There are enough of us, added Emmett. There's another option, Alice said quietly. Probably thinking the same as me. Rosalie turned on her in fury, her voice blistering with hatred. There is no other option. Emmett and I stared at her in shock, but Alice seemed unsurprised. The silence stretched for a long while as they stared each other down. I sighed, completely tired about this nonsense. I have a plan. Well, not a plan quite yet, just an idea for now, I told them, still trying to get out of the stupid harness. No, said Rose, turning on the engine again but not driving away yet. Listen, I pleaded. You take me back. No, she interrupted. I glared at her and continued. You take me back. We tell Charlie that I just want to spend the week away with you before we actually deal with our visitors. And not to go to your house until we contact him. He prepares everything for my new identity. I'm sure he almost if not already has it done and is waiting just on Duncan to arrive or set a meeting place. I pack a bag and take my sword. Then we wait till this tracker is watching and we tell Charlie again about our plans for the week just for good measure, and then we run. James will follow us and leave Charlie alone. We'll call Charlie and Duncan and ask for a meeting point once it's safe. They stared at me stunned. It's not a bad idea. Really, Emmett's surprise was definitely an insult. It might work, said Alice. You know that, she added, looking at Rose. Worst case scenario, we let him kill me. He leaves and when I wake up again we don't have to worry about him ever again, I told them nonchalantly. Which was the wrong thing to do, since not a moment later Rosalie growled at me while at the same time she at an incredible speed got down from the Jeep and yanked me out from it too. You do not get to die on me again. Ever, she said in between growls, holding me against her at a distance enough to stare at each other's face. I however could not help but smile at her. This is not something to be smiling at, she said, furiously growling. I know, I told her, cupping her face, but I am so damn glad to be out of the stupid harness and back in your arms now, th. And I don't care how angry you are at me for suggesting the most logical thing to do. She just kept growling at me, slowly quieting down as I caressed her cheeks, but still desperately begging me with her eyes to understand her reasoning. I needed her to understand mine too. Rose? No, she said, stubbornly growling again, prompting me to grin at her. You are growling at me, I told her, smiling softly at her, cupping her face as firmly as I could when I felt her trying to look away. No, don't. I'm not upset, just curious. She focused her eyes on me, prompting me to continue. You keep growling at the smallest provocation. Like when you are annoyed or upset but still in control, playful almost, at least with your siblings. Unlike with the tracker, I talked and Ayaz did. She kept growling louder and louder. I can't help it, she said in between growls. Why? What is making you do so? Even now? I asked, curious. I wanted to understand. You, she said simply after taking a deep breath. Me? How so? I asked, now amused, watching her try and contain her growls. Vampires are quite possessive and overprotective by nature, and my need to keep you safe from all harm is what drives me now. My NCTS demand that I protect my mate from everything, even from yourself. Oh, it's the mating bond that makes you growl whenever you perceive a threat to me or my safety? No matter how small, I asked her. She just nodded. I smiled and leaned up to kiss her. I'm sorry. Sorry? She asked me in turn, growls completely forgotten by then. Yes, I was being insensitive, wasn't I? By asking you to stop growling. I'm truly sorry. I do mean it when I tell you I don't want you to be afraid of being yourself. This is an important part of yourself, your instincts. I love you, and I love learning more about you day by day. I love you too, Bella, she said, smiling softly at me and leaning her forehead against mine. Which is why, in order to keep you safe, we are compromising, and I will have to agree with you, she finally conceded. You're going to let her be taken by James? Asked incredulously Emmett. Alice slapped the back of his head while Rose growled at him. I agree to the first part of your plan, she said, looking me in the eye. No unnecessary risks, no making it easy for him to trap you. We set a trap for him and stop him, not the other way around. I am just agreeing in order to keep Charlie and Duncan safe too. But if the choice is between them and you. I know, I said softly. Thank you, I continued as I leaned up for another kiss. We leave tonight, she said. You tell Charlie we are leaving Forks and you'll call him once you settle, as was our original plan, she said, pecking me again before ushering me to climb into the Jeep again, this time on Emmett's side, so she could strap me in again. I don't care what he says to you. You have 20 minutes to gather your supplies, do you hear me? 20 minutes from the moment you cross the doorstep. The Jeep rumbled back into movement as soon as she climbed in again, and swiftly spun us around. A few minutes passed in silence other than the Jeep itself before Rose spoke again. This is how it's going to go. When we get to the house, if the tracker is not there, I will walk Bella to the door. Then she has 20 minutes. She glared at me in the rearview mirror. Emmett, you take the outside of the house. Alice, you get the truck. You'll Sir Ely be followed by them once you get Bella's truck from our house. I'll be inside as long as she is. After she's out, you two can take the Jeep home and tell Carlisle. No way, said Emmett, we're with you. Think it through, Emmett. I don't know how long we'll be gone, said Rose. Until we know how far this is going to go, we are with you. Plus Bella's truck is not that fast or reliable in this situation, said Alice. Hey, show some respect to the truck, I told her playfully. Rose sighed, defeated. We'll call Carlisle then. If the tracker is at Charlie's though, we keep driving, she said seriously. Quote, we are going to make it there before him, said Alice confidently. What are we going to do with the Jeep then? If I bring Bella's truck? We can't really all fit in my truck, I offered. Maybe you show. LD let me drive alone and you can all follow me in the Jeep at a safe distance. Though we would need one of you to actually bring the truck back to Charlie's. So maybe not the truck then, I said, pondering about it. Or maybe the truck is exactly what we need, I added after a moment. Bella, please, just do this my way, said Rose between clenched teeth. No, listen, James saw the way you acted today. That is part of what is fueling him, right? The challenge? The three vampires nodded. So, I think then he's going to assume you're with me, wherever you are. How about we go different ways? You can take the truck and he will assume I am with you there, I told her, another plan forming in my mind, feeling just slightly remorseful for not being completely honest with them, and hoping Rose's gift Wouldn't perceive deception coming from me. Emmett looked at me, insultingly surprised again. Rosalie, listen to her, he urged. I think she's right. Yes, she is, Alice agreed. I can't do that. Rose's voice was icy. Actually, Rosalie, you can. You want to keep me safe. This is how, at least for now. I said seriously. What, you want to go alone? She asked enraged. Of course not, I told her evenly. Emmett and I will take her, said Alice. I can't do that, Rose repeated. But this time there was a trace of defeat in her voice. Hang out here for a week, I said. But looking at her expression in the mirror pained me, so I amended, okay. A few days. Let him see you and led James on a wild goose chase. You take the truck, make sure he's completely off my trail, then come and meet me. Take a roundabout route of course. And then Alice and Emmett can go home and help hunting him down. Once the tracker is dealt with, we can meet with Charlie and Duncan and deal with the price on my head. I could see her beginning to consider it. Meet you where? I'll say Phoenix, I told her. No, he'll hear you came from Phoenix and that is the easiest place to track you down, she said impatiently. Yes, and no, I mean yes, precisely. He'll know that I said I come from Phoenix, but I was only there for a few days in between deaths. Not a fun story by the way. Point is there is no real way for him to track me down there. Or my possible whereabouts, I said immediately. Plus he'll have no way to know where we actually are. I'll tell Charlie I'll wait at Clarice in Phoenix. She's not there anyway, and we should definitely go somewhere else. James will know that he's listening. He'll never believe I am actually going where I say I'm going. So Duncan should be fine if he has not left yet. She's diabolical, Emmett chuckled. It's not that hard to find a phone book, said Rose apparently for the sake of argument. So what? There is no Isabella Swan in the directory in Phonics. And even if he knew Clarice's last name or Duncan's, I am not actually going to Clarice or to Duncan's. That would put them at risk too, I told them seriously. Oh, she inquired. I'm quite old enough and self-sufficient to get my own place, you know? I told her cheekily. Where will we be going then? Asked Emmett confused. As I said, I'll just tell Charlie that I am going to crash at Clarice in Phoenix. We can head to her place in Nevada instead. Close enough for everyone to think we are heading to Phoenix until we are not, I said seriously. And if that doesn't work? Asked Rose impatiently. I thought about it for a moment. If Nevada doesn't work. Britain then. Last house on Spinner's End at Tobias. No one knows where he lives but me, and now you three. Not even Duncan. So even if anyone knew I was going over to his place, no one would know where to look for. His place is heavily protected. So by going there we would be safe from both threats, the tracker and the price to my head. But going to Tobias would be a last resort though. Just don't forget the directions I just told you. Last house on Spinner's End. Got it, said Emmett cheekily. Rosalie, we'll be with her until you come, Alice reminded her. What would you be doing in Nevada? She asked me. Hit the casinos of course, I told her amused at her face, joking stay indoors, obviously, I added when she started to growl at me again. I kind of like it, stated Emmett. Probably thinking about cornering James. Look, if we try to take him down while she's still around, there's a much better chance that someone will get hurt, he added. She'll get hurt or you will get hurt trying to protect her now. If we get him alone, he trailed off with a slow smile, he was right. Even if I healed fast, I could still end up badly hurt and we still had to consider the unknown of what would happen if I was bitten. I didn't really know how it would affect me and for how long. I didn't even know how it worked on regular people, let alone on immortals. Bella, Rosalie's voice was very soft now. If you let anything happen to yourself, anything at all, I'm holding you personally responsible. Do you understand that? Yes, I told her softly while looking into the reflection of her eyes. Hoping she would forgive me for not telling her the plan that was forming in my mind because I didn't want her backstabbing mind-reading brother to know, with how things had developed so far. I wouldn't put it past him to do something with this tracker situation, like selling me out, again. Rosalie pulled up slowly, staying way back from Charlie's. All three vampires were acutely alert. Ramrod straight in their seats, clearly listening to every sound of the woods around us, looking through every shadow and catching every scent. Searching for anything out of place. The engine cut off and I waited for them to give the okay to go out. He's not here, Alice said tensely. Let's go, said Rosalie getting of the jeep as Emmett reached over to help me get out of the harness. Don't worry Bella, he said in low tone, we'll take care of things. I nodded, feeling grateful for this people, giving themselves into keeping me alive. I had a new plan in mind by then, and I knew no one would be happy about it, especially my Rose, but I needed them to split up so then we could do something without Edward around. I still did not know where Jasper would fall in this, from what they told me about themselves. I knew he was a great tactician, so it would do well to have his input, but would he help me if his mate acted again against me? Alice, Emmett, Rosalie's voice was a command. Immediately they slithered soundlessly into the darkness. Rose opened the door and offered me her hand to help me out, drawing me into a protective embrace. She walked as swiftly to the house, eyes always roving through the night. 20 minutes, she warned under her breath. We can do this, I said out loud, more for my sake than hers. We stopped on the porch and I took hold of her face in my hands, looking fiercely into her eyes. I love you, I said passionately. I will always love you, no matter what happens now. Nothing is going to happen to you, Bella, she said just as fiercely. Just follow the plan, okay? We just have to set everything to keep Charlie safe from James, and Duncan too if he shows up here. Get inside, Bella, we have to hurry, her voice was urgent. One more Ing, I whispered before turning around, don't take this personally. She was leaning in and so, it was easy for me to kiss her surprised frozen lips with as much force as I was capable of. I think it is better if they believe I am leaving by myself, in case something goes terribly wrong so you are not dragged into immortal bullshit. At least on their eyes. Then I turned and kicked the door open. Go away, Rosalie, I said as tired as I could muster. You have to understand now that you are nothing but a child to me. I added nonchalantly and chanced a glance over my shoulder and her stunned and pained face almost made me falter. Because I knew my next words would cut deep. Even if she knew I was lying, you were just another notch on my bed. Thank you for that, by the way, it was delightful. I purred out, now just go and leave me alone. As you saw, I have grown-up things to deal with. Shoo, I said loudly at her as I walked inside the house and headed straight for the cupboard, where I had stashed what Tobias and I dubbed the Doomsday backpack. Charlie stood frozen at the threshold to the living room, while he listened to my rant and stared at my actions, noticing what I was getting out. Isabella? He finally asked, hovering over me while I checked each bag of the pack, making sure nothing was missing. Yes, I said, looking up from the backpack to him. He motioned for the door where I saw Rose standing there, with a pained expression on her face. It took all my self-control not to reach out and comfort her. I sighed, look, I'm sorry I strung you along and that I broke your heart. This is what I do. You'll get over me, they always do. You have all your life ahead of you, I told her, using the same speech I used on my old watcher when things got too serious between us. And I closed the door on her face and turned to Charlie. Call Duncan and put him on speaker, please, I asked firmly, taking the backpack into the kitchen and placing it on the counter before heading back upstairs for my favorite raincoat and 2 of my swords. What's going on? I heard Duncan on Charlie's phone as he kept trailing behind me. I'm leaving now, leaving Forks, not planning to come back, I said, donning on the coat and heading back downstairs. What about the Cullens? Asked Charlie, shocked about the revelation. Did you really just break that sweet girl's heart after having your way with her? I asked you not to play with their feelings. What? No, I told them, angered by the assumption. Then I recalled what I was planning to do. Okay, yes, I just broke her heart. But it is for her own safety. What happened? Why the sudden change of heart? Asked Duncan, sighing tiredly. I love her, I said, sighing myself. I love her so much that I can't stand the mere thought of her being hurt because of me. I have to leave in order for her to live a happy and safe life. What changed from yesterday to today to make you realize that? Asked Charlie softly. Someone came by, I said truthfully. Then I continued, adding to the lie that I was creating for them, which I hated. I really hated lying to Duncan. But it was necessary, not one for rules, and the worst part was they were willing to harm her to get to me, I added also truthfully, just omitting the part where it was neither an immortal nor a brother. Okay, what's the plan then? Asked Duncan. I am not home anymore. It's okay, didn't think you'd still be there. I am planning to crash at Clara's place in Phoenix for a couple of days, we have a stash there. Then figure out something from there, I told them, putting the backpack on my shoulders and heading for the door again. I'll call you once I get there, Duncan. Of all the places in the world you had to choose that one I just left, you know? Said Duncan in a sigh. Stay safe, Bella, he added before ending the call. You still have the bike, Charlie? I asked him. He nodded and after a moment handed me the key. You sure? He asked by my side as I climbed on the old motor bic. That he had stashed next to the greenhouse Tobias and I had built. I nodded. As soon as I lost sight of him in the house on the rearview mirror, I was stopped by Rosalie literally crashing into the bike, taking me with her while the bike crashed into the forest trees. Are you insane? She asked, completely angered and looking around in frenzy fear. Maybe I am, I told her, sighing with the realization that the bike was no longer an option. Lights flared suddenly behind us. I stared back at them, fearful of being ran over. It's just Emmett, she reassured me. So we waited for Alice and Emmett to pull over before we got inside the Jeep, and I was again strapped to the stupid harness. The tracker? I asked them, sighing and pulling at the straps of said harness. He heard the end of that start. When Duncan told you he's not home anymore, said Rose grimly. He is following us now. Can we outrun him? Not with the Jeep, said Alice. I was staring back at her when the Jeep shuddered and a dark shadow sprung up outside the window. A fraction second before I screamed, Rose had her hand clamped around my mouth. It's Jasper, she said as she released me. It's okay, Bella. You're going to be safe, she said, making space for Jasper to swiftly climb into the already tight Jeep. We raced through the town toward the highway as I was thinking of the best way to ditch the vampires, task that seemed almost impossible to accomplish. I love you, Rose, I told her softly. Please, whatever happens, remember that. Don't worry, she told me softly. I love you too. She smiled a little, though the smile did not really reach her eyes. I stared at her and I know she saw the desperation in my eyes. It's going to be fine. We'll figure it out. James and brotherhood and everything else too, she said with renewed confidence. But it won't be all right when I'm not with you, I whispered. Knowing that we both got anxious about the distance. This was your idea, remember? She said, tightening her arms around me. We'll be together again soon. It's just a lot on our plates right now, I added. Why now? It's my fault, she said stubbornly. I was a fool to expose you like that. The rage in her voice was directed completely at herself, and that pained me more than any of my previous deaths. That's not what I meant, I insisted, cupping her face. I was there, big deal. It didn't bother the other two. Why did this tracker decide he wants to hunt me? I'll ask Edward to look into his mind, or tell us what he heard from his mind at the field, said Jasper. I'm not sure if there's anything we could have done to avoid his reaction once he caught your scent though, added Rosalie. Then she half smirked at me. It is partially your fault. Your scent is so amazing. If you didn't smell that good, he might not have bothered. But when I defended you, well, I think I made it worse. As you said, I gave him a challenge. He's euphoric right now, added Jasper. He is consumed with tracking. His tone was full of disgust. Something I never expected to hear in his voice. I don't think we have any other choice but to kill him now. Carlisle won't like it, chimed Emmett. I could hear the tires cross a bridge, though I could not see in the dark. I knew we were getting close to the Cullens' residence. Why are we heading to your house now instead of out of town like before? I asked, confused. Carlisle asked Ed for a family meeting to strategize, said Jasper. Having you with us for now is the best way to keep the tracker from getting to you. How can you kill a vampire? Only by fire? I asked after a moment, remembering Tobias' teachings. They glanced at me, with unreadable eyes. Finally Rose spoke, and her voice was suddenly harsh. The only way to be sure is to tear a vampire to shreds, and then burn the pieces. I sighed, knowing it is definitely not easy to tear apart a vampire who has diamond-hard skin. And the other two, will they fight with him? The woman will, said Alice. I'm not sure about Laurent. He isn't sure himself. He was embarrassed by James in the field, added Jasper thoughtfully. Still, James and the woman are a threat to you. They will try to kill you all in order to get to me. I pondered over that, disliking them being at risk because of me. Bella, don't you dare waste time worrying about us. Your only concern should be keeping yourself safe, said Rose, and please, try not to be reckless. Is he still following? I asked them. Jasper nodded after a second. Can he hear us? No, not at this distance. Good, that is a small advantage now, I said, thinking over the situation and the known and unknown factors at the time. We do have to adjust and maybe slightly change the plan. Will we be safe at your house from prying ears or attacks? I asked, thanking having beaten Trick. Apparently his knowledge and strategy was coming handy and might even be the difference between keeping Rose and her family safe, even if in the end I had to die, again, for that. I don't think he will attack the house. Not tonight at least, said Jasper, not with all of us there. And he'll keep his distance. He doesn't want us to hear him any more than we want him to hear us, said Elle. He has no way of knowing Edward can read his mind or that I can see when he makes a choice. And as far as we know he also does not have a way to know if any of us have special abilities. So yes, he will stay at a safe distance. But still stalking around our home. Same as we don't know if him or the woman have any special gifts. I said, thinking it over. We'll need decoy and bait, I told them. Rosalie taking the truck is a good decoy. But we might need something else to keep them off myself. Even if only for a little while to set up a better trap. We drove right up to the house. The lights inside were bright. But they did little to alleviate the blackness of the forest. Rosalie had my door open before Emmett even stopped the jeep. She pulled me out of the seat, tucked me like a football. Elle against her and ran me through the door, while Emmett picked up my backpack and swords. We burst into the white large room, Emmett, Alice and Jasper at our sides. The others were there, already on their feet at the sound of our approach. Laurent stood in their midst. I could hear low growls rumble deep from Emmett's and Rose's throats when she set me down behind her, standing protectively in front of me. He's tracking us, said Jasper, glaring at Laurent. Laurent's face was unhappy. I was afraid of that. Alice approached Emmett and after a second they flew up the stairs together. Edward watched Hem and with a scowl moved quickly to Jasper's side. What will he do? Carlyle asked Laurent in chilling tones. I'm sorry, he answered. I was afraid, when your girl defended her, that it would set him off. Can you stop him? Asked Rose. Laurent shook his head. Nothing stops James when he gets started. We'll stop him, Jasper promised. Even when he received a glare from Edward. You can't bring him down. I've never seen anything like him in my 100 years, stated Laurent. He's absolutely lethal. That's why I joined his coven. So the show of leadership at the clearing was that, merely a show. I said out loud without realizing I had spoken up. Laurent nodded his head, while glancing perplexed at me and back to Carlyle. Are you sure it's worth it? Rosalie's enraged roar filled the room, making Laurent cringe back. Carlyle looked gravely at the nomad. I'm afraid you're going to have to make a choice, he said as I placed my hand on Rosalie's back trying to soothe her. Laurent understood. He deliberated for a moment, his eyes in every face present, slowly sweeping the room. I'm intrigued by the life you've created here, he started, but I won't get in the middle of this. I bear none of you any enmity, but I won't go up against James. I think I will head north, to that clan you mentioned in Denali. He hesitated. Do not underestimate James. He's got a brilliant mind and unparalleled senses. He's every bit as comfortable in the human world as you seem to be, and he won't come at you head on. I'm sorry for what's been unleashed here. Truly sorry. He bowed his head, but I saw him flicker another puzzled look at me. Before you leave, do you know if James or the woman have any special gifts? I asked him. Anything that might give them advantage over us in this hunt of his? You are a smart little one, said Laurent mirthlessly. As I said, James has unparalleled senses. That is what makes him such a dangerous tracker, he added, sighing. Victoria's gift is tricky and hard to explain. Let's call it survival. She knows how to survive. She instinctually knows where or what to avoid in order to survive. And since James is her mate, her power somewhat extends to his actions. He saw it somberly before turning to Jasper. Any trap you may think of setting to kill them, she'll instantly know, so it will not work. Nothing will, he finished. Planning then needed adjustments. If no trap would work, nothing would lure them out. But maybe we could also use that. Just had to figure out how. Go in peace, was Carlyle's formal answer, extending his hand toward the nomad. Laurent took Aneth. Long look around himself before stretching his hand out toward Carlyle. That is when I saw it, the tattoo on his wrist. You were a watcher, I whispered, making everyone including himself look at me. I see, said Laurent with comprehension in his eyes. You one too? Or one of them? He asked curiously. My father is. I told him, not letting him know that I was one too, and not clarifying if a watcher or an immortal. Perhaps you ought to go to him then. The council might be able to keep you somewhat safe from James. I would avoid the Brotherhood though, unless that's your only choice, he said somberly. Assuming my father was a watcher, before hurrying out the door. The silence lasted less than a second. You are obviously not going to that council nor to the Brotherhood. They are already trying to have you killed, said Rosalie, turning around and growling at me. I sighed and cupped her face. Take a deep breath, Rose. I told her calmly, you are right on that. I am not going to go looking for the Brotherhood. This is not one of those instances in which you will have to protect me from myself. So there is no need to growl at me, my love. Slowly she stopped growling and eventually leaned in to hold me in a tight hug, nuzzling her nose against my neck. How close is he now? Asked Carlyle, looking at Edward and Jasper while Rosalie and I hugged each other. Esme was already moving, her and touching a hidden keypad on the wall, and with a groan, huge metal shutters began sealing up the glass walls. About 3 miles out past the river, said Edward, still scowling. He's circling around to meet up with the female. What's the plan then? Asked Esme. We'll lead him off, started Rose, still nuzzling into my neck. And then Emmett and Alice will run with Bella south, she added, standing straight but still keeping me in her arms. As soon as Bella is clear, we hunt him, said Jasper in a deadly tone. And then? Prompted Carlyle. You heard Laurent. Anything we had come up so far won't work, not with her gift in play. Rosalie growled at her father and held me impossibly closer yet. Rose, he is right. We need a different strategy. I understand you can't control how you react to any perceived threats. But try to keep an open mind to any suggestions your family has. They are trying to help. At least most of them are, I said, eyeing Edward, who was smirking at the scene until he caught me staring at him. Rosalie caught on that too, and her growling turned fiercer, making me sigh in defeat. I guess there is no other choice, said Carlyle, his face grim. What you mean? What you have in mind? I asked him, turning in Rosalie's arms in order to face him. We go to the Volturi and appeal to your mate Bond for protection, said Carlyle somberly. Not an option, said Rose, growling again. At her father. Not if we want Bella's safety. Do we? Asked Edward mockingly. Get Bella upstairs and trade clothes, said Jasper to Esme, interrupting Rosalie from attacking her sibling. Why should she? Asked Edward petulantly. What is she to us? Except a menace, a danger you've all chosen to inflict on all of us. I flinched back from the venom in his voice. I knew he disliked me, but I was not expecting him to actually want me dead. Rosalie growled fiercely at him, and I was slightly pleased by that. I could only watch as she placed herself once again in between me and what she perceived as a threat. Edward, murmured Jasper, putting a hand on his shoulder. He shook it off. I watched Rose intently, trying to gauge what she would do then. She surprised me when she abruptly stopped growling, and looked away from Edward as if he hadn't spoken at all. Esme? She prompted her mother. Of course, Esme murmured. She was at my side in half a heartbeat, swinging me up easily into her arms, and dashing up the stairs before I could even gasp in shock. What are we doing? I asked, confused, as she set me down in a dark room somewhere in the second-floor hall. I agree with Rosalie. Going to the Volturi is dangerous. But Carlyle might be right and be our only option to keep you safe from James. I could hear clothes falling to the floor, so we are trying to confuse the smell. It won't work for long, but it might help buy time to get you out. That's perfect. I had not thought about disguising my scent. I don't think it'll fit in your clothes, though. I hesitated, but her hands were abruptly pulling my shirt over my head. I sighed and stripped my jeans off myself as she handed me something, which felt like a shirt. I struggled to get my arms through the right holes. As soon as I was done, she handed me her slacks. I yanked them on, but had trouble getting my feet out. They were too long. She deftly rolled the hems a few times so I could stand. Somehow, she was already in my clothes. In a second she pulled me back towards the stairs, where now Alice stood with a small leather bag in one hand. They each grabbed one of my elbows and half carried me as they flew down the stairs. Let's try this again when we are not facing a big threat. Might be actually fun, like a roller coaster, I said, smiling softly when they set me down. It appeared that everything had been settled downstairs in our absence. Everyone seemed ready to leave. Emmett carrying a heavy-looking backpack over his shoulder. Carlyle was handing something small to Esme. He turned and handed the same thing to Alice, which is when I realized they were cell phones. Esme and Rosalie will be taking your truck, Bella, he told me as he passed by. I nodded in understanding. Alice, Emmett, take the Mercedes. You'll need the dark tint in the south. They nodded as well. We're taking the Jeep. I was surprised to see that Carlyle intended to go with Jasper and Edward, who as usual, was scowling at me. I realized suddenly. They made up what appeared to be the hunting party. Alice, will they take the bait? We all watched as Alice closed her eyes and became incredibly still. Finally her eyes opened. Not if Bella takes her backpack as she intends to. Her scent is heavily clung around it, she said softly. Why would you take it? Asked Rosalie, upset. Because I need it, I said simply. It has your scent strongly attached to it, explained Alice. As soon as it comes out, it will draw them to it, to us. I pondered about it and then sighed before nodding and agreeing. Compromise then. Edward or Jasper will take it. That way we can have 2 scent decoys as bait, you 3 on one hand, and Rosalie with Esme on the other. Keeping up the ruse that she wouldn't willingly leave my side, I told them. It is not a ruse. I am unwillingly leaving your side, she said sternly. However, I need at least a couple of items from inside. I said, ignoring her comment. No clothes. I assured them, and I need at least one of my swords too, of course. Just in case my other visitors show up. They all looked at Alice, waiting to see if her vision said it would work like this. When she nodded, I sighed, relieved. Taking out a couple of vials. A special dagger Tobias had prepared for me in case of dire emergency, and finally one of my short swords. After a moment of adjustment, I brought the backpack to Rose, who smiled softly at me when she reached for it before briefly pecking my lips, and tossing the backpack at Edward. He'll track you, said Alice to Jasper and Edward. The woman will follow the truck. We should be able to leave after that, her voice was certain. Let's go. Carlyle began to walk toward the kitchen, followed by Edward and Jasper. And then, in the blink of an eye, the 3 members of the hunting party were gone. We stood there, waiting in a dragged silence. Then Esme's phone vibrated in her hand. It flashed to her ear. Now, she said. Rosalie was again at my side at once, but Esme touched my cheek as she passed. Be safe, her whisper lingered behind her as she slipped out the door. Rosalie caught me in her iron grip, holding me tight against her. She kissed me sweetly for what seemed like forever, but was probably just a few seconds. Then, it was over. She set me down, still holding my face, her eyes burning into mine. This is not us saying goodbye. This is not us being thankful for having met. This is merely us reassuring each other. Agreed? I nodded and kissed her again. When she ended our kiss, her eyes turned dark and void as she let go. Wait, I said before they blurred away. I have an idea. Is it safe to speak now, Alice? Your brothers and the female out of listening range? She nodded before her eyes went glassy for a moment. When she came to, she was grinning madly at me. Quote, you are wickedly brilliant, she said, hugging me. I find it offensive that you guys keep being surprised by my ideas, I huffed. Care to share with the class, honey? Asked Emmett impatiently. Bella? Asked me, Rosalie, tugging at my hand. It's relatively simple, I started. And you would only have to leave me for a few minutes instead of a few days. I added, smiling up at her. So, we know the tracker is currently following Carlyle and Edward, who is a mind reader, right? And who doesn't like me for some reason. She nodded, growling softly at that, making me chuckle. From what Laurent said, if he is following them, it means that whatever they have in store to hunt the hunter will not work, or the female would have stopped him from following them. And the female stayed in order to see what the rest of you do. So, assuming I understood her gift, if her life is in danger, she knows not to do something. Like walking in a trap. Yes, what is your point? Asked Emmett, huffing impatiently still. What if the trap we set, at least for her, is not to kill her, nor to kill James, but just to hold her prisoner for a while? Where? Asked Rosalie. Here, said Alice excitedly. This house is equipped to go in full lockdown mode. Right, Esme? Not one thing can go in or out without lifting the lockdown protocol. So once she is here by herself, with no communication to the outside world, she can't harm James if we decide to hunt him, to kill him instead of just luring him away, which is what Edward and the rest are doing now, just luring him. And so, it was decided that Alice and I would stay on the foyer while Emmett waited around the tree line, running a perimeter, while Esme and Rosalie took the truck away to buy some groceries for the hungry human. Next time I blinked, they were gone, and I heard my truck start thunderously and then slowly fade away. Eventually Emmett came back, and he and Alice waited with me until Alice's phone was at her ear before it even buzzed. Rosalie says the woman is not following them. Let's wait outside. She vanished into the shadows the same way Rose had gone. Emmett and I looked at each other. He extended his arms out. May I? First to ask permission, I smiled wryly. He lifted me in his bulky arms as easily as Alice, Esme and Rose had done before, shielding me protectively as we flew out the door, placing me gently next to Alice and then running back into the forest. I understand you worrying, started Esme while we were at the grocery store. We'll keep her safe. I know, I said simply, looking again at the phone, hoping to get the call from Alice saying that it was done. That they had managed to trap Victoria. It had only been 10 minutes since we called them to let them know she was not following us. It's just that we don't know if the female vampire will go back to the house. Or if she is going straight to James and I just wished You wish to be by Bella's side. I know, said Esme soothingly, placing a hand on my shoulder. And to hold her and never let go, I said truthfully, there is this ache in my chest right now. I feel it every time I am far from her. Your bond is strong, she said softly, you both feel anxious with the distance. It is normal for recently mated pairs. But we have not completed the bond, I told her, and it scares me because if it pains me now, I will not be able to leave her side once we do. She'll understand. She apologized for berating me for growling, I told Esme, smiling softly at the memory. She is not upset about it. She is just puzzled about my instincts. Our conversation was stopped when Esme's phone alerted her to an intruder in the house. She immediately pressed the lockdown sequence, and less than 5 seconds after that, my phone rang with Alice's ringtone. It worked? I asked, surprised. I do feel offended by the lack of confidence, said my mate into the line. Are you safe? I asked, already blurring towards our house, leaving Esme to complete our shopping. Yes, I am, she reassured me. We can figure out what to do now once you and your mother get, she said into the phone as I stepped out from the forest line and blurred into hugging her back. She added, dropping the phone and hugging me back. Nuzzling her head into my neck. I am fine, she said soothingly, nuzzling at me still. I am safe, she said, reassuring us both. What happened? I asked her and my others, who I realized were just a few feet away. We just waited outside. She came in from the back door. As soon as she did, Esme received the notification and Victoria had not time to flee, said Emmett, high-fiving himself. I'll call Esme, said Alice, picking up the phone that Bella had dropped. Can you ask her to bring pizza or something? Asked Bella from my neck. I am getting hungry again, she said, smiling but not letting go of me. Not even an inch. I sat us both down on the floor while we waited for Esme to come back. She wouldn't be long, I was sure. What is it? I asked Bella when I felt her scoff into my neck. You're purring. I like this sound better than your growling, she said, nibbling softly behind my ear, making me purr even more, which in turn made her chuckle. Don't tease me, especially now, Bella, I told her seriously, reluctantly putting some distance between her mouth and my neck. Do you think you need to hunt before we question Victoria? She asked me, looking into my eyes. I shook my head. Are you sure? Your eyes. I silenced her by capturing her lips in a soft kiss. My eyes are reflecting how you make me feel. And it is not the type of thirst or hunger that will be soothed by hunting, I told her, cupping her face. We'll soon get to that. I promise. I'm not pressuring you. I hope you know that, she said softly, while placing her hands above mine. I know. It's just building up, I told her, bringing her face to mine for a brief kiss as Esme pulled into the driveway in Bella's loud truck. Do any of you want to tell me why Chief Swan thinks Rosalie's heart was broken earlier by Bella? She asked, handing Bella the pizza box. Oh, forgot to mention that I pretended to break up with her in front of him, said Bella nonchalantly while taking a slice from the box. Right, we will have to figure that out too then, said Alice, face palming herself. What's the plan now? Asked Esme. Well, I was thinking we ought to question Victoria, said Bella in between bites. She will want her mate safe the same way Rose wants me safe, she added, making me strongly nod, so we exploit that. How? Asked Emmett. We see if we can negotiate. Find a way that he would stop, said Alice. Precisely, said Bella, moving to stand once she was apparently full. Okay, take the lead then, I said, rising with her, but keeping her still in my arms. You know this will be unpractical in the long run, right? Said Bella, amused at our position. I don't care. I do not plan to leave you any time soon, I said, nibbling her ear. Please don't, she whispered breathlessly. Don't leave? Never, I told her softly. Was going more for, don't tease me, she said cheekily, but not leaving works too. I do love you, Rose. As I you, Bella, I said, taking a step to the side and settling for interlacing our fingers. See, that's more like it, she said playfully, bringing our hands to her lips and kissing my knuckles. Esme, is there a way to talk to Victoria without letting her out, and without her contacting James? Why, yes, of course, said Esme, taking out her phone and introducing a sequence into the security system. We designed lockdown system to contain any supernatural, in case our control was tested and any of us went into a blood frenzy. So we needed to know when it would be safe to go back, or let the one in out. And after a moment, on Esme's phone we had a live feed of a very angry red head vampire trashing our home trying to find a way out. Will you please refrain from destroying our property and answer some questions we have? Said Esme, making Victoria stop dead in her tracks, looking for the source of the voice she heard. You better let me out this moment. She snarled into the camera once she found the camera and presumably the feed with Esme's phone feed. We will, Evan too. Ali, said Bella. We just want to make sure you and your mate are not a threat anymore for me and my mate's family, she added. You stupid human, said Victoria gritting her teeth. There's no stopping James. He is a tracker, the best hunter. He will not stop until you are dead, preferably by his hand, she said triumphantly, but she faltered when she saw Bella smirk. So he only wants me dead. Gray. She said sarcastically but still smirking. Is that the only way he will stop? I don't want to be the indirect cause of you losing your mate. Are you threatening me, human? Snarled Victoria, growling, making me growl in turn. Of course not, said Bella oddly calm, just squeezing my hand tighter. I am not overly fond of the idea of being killed, and I don't want you to lose your mate because my mate won't let him get to me. We are at an impasse. If he kills me, Rosalie and her family will kill him, and then you will probably want revenge and end up being killed too. Same will happen if he keeps trying to kill me. Eventually he will slip, and with you in there with no way to get word to him, he won't know when a trap is deadly. You don't want that. I was honestly impressed by the nonchalant way in which Bella broke out the conundrum we faced. So it is your choice how this will go down. Do you want your mate to live, yes or no? Simple. There was silence for what felt like hours but was in reality only a couple of minutes. The only sounds present were my mate's heartbeat and her constant breathing. I was honestly curious as to how she kept such a calm attitude. Even her heartbeat was steady, unafraid. There's one way to make him stop his hunt. He has to lose interest, said Victoria tersely. It has only happened once, and it was right before we met. The human he was hunting was being protected by another. Go on, how did he lose interest in that human? Asked Bella when Victoria stopped for a long pause. She was turned, said Victoria, smirking herself, which made me growl again. Bella tightly gripping my hand, her heartbeat missing a beat. Is it my scent what makes him want to hunt me? Asked Bella. Victoria just shrugged before turning away from the camera feed and going back to try and find a way to get out. Esme cut the feed then. No, I said when Bella looked up at me. No, I said more firm, not liking the way she was looking at me. We may have to try, she said softly. Try what? Said Emmett, breaking our staring contest. What are we missing? Bella wants us to try and turn her, but we don't know how her immortality will react to our venom, said Alice, going into a short trance. Rosalie is right. No, Bella, I can't see how that will turn out. I can't see anything past you getting bitten by Rose, or by Carlisle, or by any of us, she said after clearing her vision. That usually means the person in her visions is dead, said Emmett. I agree with them. No, Bella Bear. She sighed and shook her head. That might be the only option, she said pleadingly. No, we kill him if we must, said Esme, her face a mask of determination. No, we kill him if we must, said Esme, her face a mask of determination. So, what do we do now? Asked Emmett right before Alice's eyes went blank. I guess we are going to Nevada in the end, said Alice when she came out of her vision. All of us? Asked Esme. If you don't mind, Esme, I'd rather you stay here and looked over Charlie, in case James rounds back, I told her softly. Bella, started Rosalie, but I interrupted her. It's okay, Rose. You, me and Emmett and Alice can head to Nevada. Would Edward hear your thoughts through the home like when you can feel someone is lying? I asked Rosalie, who shook her head. Only my gift works through what I hear, as long as it is not a recording, she said softly. Esme, can you call Carlisle then? I asked, looking at her while gathering my things and climbing into the Mercedes. Tell him that you both lost the redhead and Rose chose to meet up with us in Phoenix when you realize that. That will throw off the tracker if he is within hearing distance. And they should be able to tell if he is still trailing them or not. Wickedly brilliant, repeated Alice, grinning, climbing into the passenger seat. While Emmett climbed behind the steering wheel, Esme can tell Carlisle she is back here to protect Chief Swan from the redhead if she rounds back, that she could use his backup, but To keep Jasper and Edward luring the tracker if they can. What about if they realize that they lose the tracker? Asked Emmett, turning on the ignition. They'll call you, right? I told them, doubting it myself. Just tell Carlisle that we lost the redhead, said Rosalie, climbing in next to me. See if the tracker is still with them. If he is not, then you can call them back here and keep us posted. Esme nodded her agreement, and a moment later, we sped off. All through the highway, the engine was almost silent, even when we raced across it at more than twice the legal speed. Alice's gift being probably the only reason we were not stopped at any point by the federal police while on the road. Sleep had evaded me for a while, my eyes strained open even though the night finally ended and dawn broke over a low peak somewhere probably near California. The gray light, streaking across the cloudless sky, stung my eyes, but still I refused to close them. Too much going through my mind. I had to find a solution about the tracker, and the price on my head, and who had placed it in the first place, and yet there I was, going on an endless loop. So I fought against my sleep as the sun rose high, completely aware of the way Rose kept looking at me. We'll be fine, I assured her, nuzzling into her. We just have to strategize again, once we are settled. I just worry you will try to do something. Gee, reckless, she said softly while combing her fingers through my hair. And you need to sleep. I will, I told her, closing my eyes as I laid against her. I was still awake though when we came through a shallow mountain pass in the sun. Behind us now, reflected off the tiled rooftops of the valley. I didn't have enough in me to be surprised that we'd made a normally 3-day journey in just one. I stared blankly at the wide expanse laid out in front of me. I noticed that nothing could hide in the shadows here during daytime, and it made more sense than the dark-tinted windows on the car we took. The bright open freeway seemed benign enough. Still I felt no relief, seeing as we were still on the run. This was not the regular, "Oh, you died again, let's relocate you" operation. I was being hunted by the Brotherhood, the Immortals' headhunters, and also by a crazy vampire. Which way to the airport, Bella? Asked Emmett out of the blue at some point through the night. Stay on this freeway, I told him after a moment. I think we'll pass right by it. Then my brain caught up to the request and I was confused by that. We planning to fly already? Going directly to the other side of the world? I'm pretty sure Tobias would be able to help us deal with James now that I think about it. It may be because I am tired, but it seems like a good idea. Not for now, but it's better to be close, just in case, answered Alice smoothly, completely dismissing my comment regarding Tobias' ability to deal with James. Then I guess that is when I started to finally fall asleep because I barely remember my arms around Rose as I got down from the car. When I woke I was confused. My thoughts were a little bit hazy, as if I had died again and was not recovered yet. It took me longer than it should have to realize where I was. The room was too bland to be anything other than a hotel room. The bedside lamps, bolted to the tables, were a dead giveaway, as were the long drapes made probably from the same fabric as the bed covers. I tried to remember how I got there. I did remember the sleek black car I had ridden on with Alice, Emmett, and Rosalie, the glass in the windows darker than any limousine I had ridden on, and the odd request to be close to the airport. I looked at the digital clock on the nightstand. The red numbers claimed it was 3 o'clock, though it gave no indication if it was day or night. No edge of light escaped through the curtains, and the room was bright with the light from the lamps. I rose stiffly and staggered to the window, pulling at the drapes. My room looked out on a crossroad I actually recognized. I realized nowhere near the airport. I wondered what happened for them to change plans and be for real in Las Vegas instead of the actual plan, still in Nevada, but not what I had in mind then. Daylight was gone and all the brightness and colorfulness of the strip made it into my room. 3 in the morning then. I looked down at myself. I was still wearing Esme's clothes and they didn't fit very well. I looked around the room then, glad to discover a duffel bag on top of the low dresser. I was on my way to find new clothes, hopefully that fit, when a tap on the door startled me. "Can I come in?" Alice asked. "Sure," I said, exhaling relieved. She walked in and looked over me cautiously. "You look like you could sleep longer." "I probably could, but I don't need it yet," I said, shaking my head. She drifted silently to the curtains and closed them securely before turning back to me. "We'll need to stay inside, and out of sight," she told me. "Okay," I accepted. She was right. "Where's Rose? Thirsty?" she asked, then offering me a cup of water. I shrugged, not particularly. Was she thirsty? How about you? Nothing unmanageable. But yes, Emmett had to force her away. She smiled. She'll bring you some food on her way back. Emmett actually reminded us that you have to eat a lot more frequently than we do. He did? I asked, surprised at the thoughtful action. Where is he? Is he with Rosalie? She took my hand and carefully led me through the door into the living room of the hotel suite. I could hear low voices coming from the TV. Emmett sat motionlessly at the desk in the corner, his eyes watching the news with no glimmer of interest. I sat on the floor next to the coffee table, waiting for Rosalie to arrive. Any news? I asked, breaking the silence. What's wrong? Why did we end up in the Luxor? I asked Alice when she looked down sadly at me. Nothing's wrong. Her eyes were wide, honest, yet I didn't trust them. Somehow I knew she was lying to me. Quote, figured if James somehow found us before the others dealt with him, even he wouldn't cause a scene or a massacre in a place with so many people. The Volturi wouldn't let it go. So, what do we do now? I tried. We wait for Carlyle to call, answered Emmett stiffly. And shouldn't he have called by now? I asked. I could see that I was near the mark when Alice's eyes lifted from mine to the phone on top of the leather bag and then back at me. What does that mean? I asked, fighting to control the quiver in my voice. That he hasn't called yet? It just means that they don't have anything to tell us, she answered smoothly. But her voice was too even. Emmett was suddenly beside her, closer to me. Bella, he said in a suspiciously soothing voice. You have nothing to worry about. You are completely safe here. I know that, I told him, knowing it to be truth. Point was that not everyone else was as safe as me at the moment. Then why are you worried? He asked, looking me in the eye. Shouldn't see Carlyle be already with Renesmee back in Forks? I asked then as the door of the room opened. Renesmee chose to not call him yet, said Rosalie as she closed the door behind her, carrying a box of pizza and 2 RGERS. She is fairly certain that the fact that they didn't call means that the tracker is still following them, and she didn't want to jeopardize that, she added, placing the food in the coffee table in front of me. Now eat, she said, pecking my lips and sitting me on her lap, holding me tight against her. Alice perched on the arm of the sofa and stared blankly at the TV like Emmett. I ate slowly, watching her, turning now and then to glance at Emmett. It began to dawn on me that they were too still, unusually still even for them. They never looked away from the screen. Even Rosalie was just still, not nuzzling against my neck, or softly nibbling at my earlobe, or tracing her hands in a sweet caress. She just sat there, holding me, which worried me even more than anything else. You all think something's wrong, I said, turning my head to look at Rose. If because of me, something happens to the rest of your family, I gulped. My voice had lowered. How could I live with myself when it's my fault if any of you get hurt? None of you should be risking yourselves for me, especially when I can come back from whatever James can come up to do to me. Bella, stop, she interrupted me. Tig, tending her arms around me. You're worrying about all the wrong things. Trust us on this. None of us are in jeopardy. Our family is strong. Our only fear is losing you, she said truthfully. My only fear is losing you, she added then. You would only lose me if I lose the game. I think it would be safer for everyone just to let James catch me and then be done with it. Why are you so stubborn? She asked, growling at me. It's been a little more than half a century that I've been alone, she said, breathing deeply before touching my cheek with her cold fingers. Grounding me, making me realize this is the first time I had at least an idea of how old my Rose really was. Now you're here. I've found you, or you've found me, she added. You can't see how you have changed me. She is right, Bella Bear, said Emmett. The changes that we see. We who have been with her for so long, do you think any of us want to look into her eyes the next hundreds of years if anything happens to you? But don't you see? I pleaded, looking into Rose's eyes. Nothing would really happen to me. At least nothing I can't come back from. It would be safer for all of us to let James drain me as he pleases and then leave me to die. I would definitely come back after dying. My guilt slowly subsided to be replaced by determination. But even as it spread over me, I knew I couldn't let my guard down and had to find a way to keep them safe. From the brothers finding about vampires, and ways to help get rid of James. If we get this over now with him and he leaves, it'll be easier to focus on the price on my head. Do you think will happen if someone issues a challenge and James is around? I asked her. If he realizes he can't kill me, it will be worse. They didn't say anything to that. Rosalie only growled before nuzzling into my neck. I let them get away with it for the time being. I needed her calm and open to options. I knew I couldn't or shouldn't make a firm plan or make any decisions on what to do. That may be contrary to the plan already in place because if I did, Alice would immediately know due to her visions. So with that in mind, I chose to concede to their wants and focus again on the known variables of the whole mess I was in. We stayed in the room. Alice called down to the front desk and asked them to ignore our maid service for now, seeing as we would not leave the room that day. The windows stayed shut, the TV on. At regular intervals food was delivered to me, the silver phone resting untouched as the hours passed without it ringing. Rosalie always next to me, if not holding me against her body, at least holding my hand. As I fidgeted and paced, at some point I occupied myself practicing some katas and trying to meditate. They simply grew more still, 3 statues whose eyes followed me as I moved. As the afternoon wore on, I went to take a shower. I hoped that there by myself, I could figure some way out of this whole situation. But Rosalie followed me casually, as if, by some coincidence, she had grown tired of the front room at the same time. "Is this your way of asking to see me naked?" I asked teasingly when she just stared at me from the doorframe to the bathroom. She just glared at me, making me sigh. "You know we could make the most out of this, right?" I asked, then slowly stripping myself as her eyes darkened with desire. However, she still stood there, unmoving. Once I was bare, I turned around to start the shower, sighing sadly by her lack of reaction. I gave up and showered in silence. A few minutes later I laid across the bed, and she sat next to me, legs folded. I tried to ignore her enough to sleep, but after a few minutes I gave up. "Rose, yes, can you at least hold me?" I asked her, and not a second later she was spooning me, holding me close to her. I sighed, relieved. "I'm sorry about the shower. It was unfair of me to try and provoke you." "It is not that I don't want to, Bella," she said, placing a kiss in my nape. "I want you so much right now." I turned around in her arms to be able to look at her. "You have me, Rose," I told her, cupping her face. "Any way you want me." She leaned in and kissed me softly, but she broke the kiss as soon as my hand started to wander. "I know you're trying to distract us. You and me," she said, leaning her forehead against mine. "I don't want us to do this like this, as a distraction of everything else." Quote, "I understand," I said, sighing but truthful. After a moment of looking into her eyes, they were back to the amber color I loved. "I love you," I said, setting down to cuddle and try to sleep. "I love you too, ooh Bella," she said, kissing my head and holding me tighter. "What do you think they're doing?" I asked as calmly as I could muster. "Jasper wanted to lead the tracker as far north as possible," she explained. "Wait for him to get close and then turn and ambush him. So I imagine things are going well if they can't call. It means the tracker is close enough that they don't want him to overhear." "And Esme?" "Esme is safe in Forks, keeping an eye on Charlie and Victoria. She'll call us if anything changes, like she did to let us know that she didn't call Carlisle." "But you think they're really safe?" I said, waiting for confirmation. "Bella, how many times do we have to tell you that there's no danger to us?" "Would you be truthful though?" I rebutted. "Yes," she said, serious. "I will always tell you the truth." Her promise was earnest. I deliberated for a moment, 1,000 questions in my mind. "How does your venom actually work?" I settled with. My question apparently caught her off guard. She was quiet for a while. Her expression seemed ambivalent, carefully choosing her words. "I'll tell you the mechanics of it," she said finally, "what I know at least." I nodded, waiting for her to continue. "As predators, we have many weapons in our personal arsenal, much more than really necessary. The strength, the speed, the acute senses. Not to mention those of us who have extra senses as well. Then, we are also physically attractive to our prey." She smiled widely. A sad smile though. "We have another superfluous weapon. We are also venomous," she said, "which I know is what you want to know. The venom starts off as incapacitating," she said, surprising me with that information. "It works slowly, spreading through the bloodstream, so that once bitten, our prey is in too much physical pain to escape us." "Superfluous," as I said. "If we're already close enough and bite, our prey never escapes unless we want it to. So, transformation happens if the venom is left to spread before the blood is drained?" I asked, thinking that maybe my idea to just let James catch me was not that far-fetched. "It takes a few days for the transformation to be complete, depending on how much venom is in the bloodstream. How close the venom enters to the heart. As long as the heart keeps beating, the poison spreads, healing, changing the body as it moves through it. Eventually the heart stops and the conversion is finished. But all that time, every minute of it, a victim would be wishing for a fast death." I shivered, pondering this. Would it take longer for me to die if the venom ran free through my veins? Would it take me longer to wake, seeing as this would be more violent than one would imagine? Would I end up in a loop of dying and come back only to die again because the venom was still there? No, that wouldn't make sense. I was poisoned once, and the venom did not stay in my system. Same with Tobias and the venom from the snake that got him. So maybe it could take me as long as Tobias did that first time. Because the nature of the magical creatures, as he called them. Then again, I was not eager to find out the outcome, but it seemed like the only logical option in order to deal with James fast. Enough to then deal with the bounty on me. It's not pleasant. You see, added Rosalie, tracing her hand soothingly along my back, probably as a result of watching my mind drift away. Dying never is, I murmured softly. It's also very hard to turn someone, chimed Emmett from the doorframe. I don't understand, I told them, frowning. Why? In a way, we are like sharks, said Alice, coming in and sitting at the foot of the bed. Once we taste blood, or even smell it, it becomes very hard to keep from feeding, said Alice softly, looking at Emmett, before turning back to look at me. So you see, to actually bite someone, taste the blood, it would begin a frenzy. It's difficult on both sides, the bloodlust on one hand, the awful pain on the other. You said you don't remember being turned, or you're human. Life, I said, looking at Alice, who nodded. Why do you think it is? I don't know, she said as Emmett's side hugged her. For everyone else, the pain of transformation is the sharpest memory they have of their human life. As I told you, I remember nothing of being human. I laid with Rosalie silently then. The seconds ticked and I had almost forgotten her sibling's presence, so enveloped in my own thoughts. Then, without warning, Alice leapt from the bed. Something's changed, her voice was urgent. What do you see? Asked Emmett, guiding her back to sit down as Rosalie and I stood. I see a room. It's a long one and the floor is wooden. He's in the room, and he's waiting. There's a gold stripe across the wall. It's a crest. Where is the room? Asked Emmett. I don't know. Something is missing. Another decision that hasn't been made yet. How much time? Asked Rosalie, slightly tightening her arms around me. It's soon, said Alice, almost whimpering. He'll be in that room today, or maybe tomorrow. It all depends. He's waiting for something, and he's in the dark now. What is he doing? Emmett's voice was calm, methodical, as he questioned her in a practiced way. It was surprising to hear him being so serious. He's watching TV. No, he is actually running a video chat, in another place. Can you see with whom? No, it's too dark. And the wooden floor room, what else is there? Just the crest, and there is a black rack with trophies. But he does not watch the screen there, that is in the dark room. The wooden floored one is where he waits. Her eyes drifted and then focused on Emmett's face. There's nothing else? She shook her head as they looked at each other. What does it mean? I asked. None of them answered for a moment. It means the tracker's plans have changed, said Rosalie, looking at me. He's made a decision that will lead him to the wooden floored room, and the dark room. And we don't know where those rooms are, I said softly. No, confirmed Alice, shaking her head. But we do know that he won't be in the mountains north of Washington, being hunted, she added in a bleak voice. He'll elude them. Should we call? I asked. They traded a serious look, undecided themselves. And then the phone rang. Alice was across the room before I could lift my head to look at it. Carlyle, she breathed into it. Yes, she said, then glancing at me as she listened for a long moment. I just saw him. She described the vision she'd just seen. Whatever made him get on that plane, it was leading him to those rooms. She paused. Yes, she continued into the phone. Esme is in Forks. Rosalie is here. Then she hung up. They're outside of Vancouver, said Rose for my benefit, surely having been able to hear what was said on the phone as well as Alice did. They lost him. He got on a plane. They think he is heading back to Forks to start over. You don't have to worry though. He won't find anything to lead him to us, said Alice firmly. We just have to stay there and wait until they find him again. They're safe, Bella Bear, said Emmett. And we will keep you safe too. I leaned into Rosalie and turned to look at him, who was bent over the table, where Alice was sketching on a piece of hotel linens. I leaned on the back of the couch, looking over her shoulder. She drew a room, long, rectangular, with a thinner square section at the back. The wooden planks that make of the floor stretched the lengthwise across the room, and then, wrapping around the walls, waist high, a long band heading to a crest. The crest Alice had seen in her vision. It's a dojo, I said, suddenly recognizing the familiar shapes. They looked at me, surprised. Do you know this room? Rosa's voice sounded calm, but there was an undercurrent of something I couldn't identify. Alice bent her head to her work, her hand flying across the drawing now, the shape of an emergency exit taking shape against the black wall next to the shelf with trophies. It looks like the place I used to spar with Clara. It was shaped just the same, and the crest is almost identical. I touched the fabric where said crest was drawn. Alice and Emmett were still staring at me. Are you sure it's the same room? Emmett asked, still calm. However, Rosalie was beginning to growl softly. No, not at all. I suppose most dojos look the same. Duncan used to own one too when I was growing up. Where he trained me, layout tends to be usually the same. It's just the crest that looks familiar. I touched it. Set exactly in the place I remember it. Would you have any reason to go there now? Alice asked, breaking my reverie. I haven't been there in over 40 years. I shrugged nonchalantly, hoping that would soothe Rosalie. When she didn't stop growling, I turned to her and kissed her softly. So there's no way it could be connected to you? Alice asked intently. No, I don't think so. If I wanted to spar with Clara now, we would have to go to Belgium right now. Where was the dojo you used to go to? Asked Emmett in a casual voice. It was around the corner from Clara's place. I used to sneak to her dojo instead of Duncan's to train when I was in my rebellious phase. I had a crush on her and I actually loved her fighting style. Different to Duncan's, I said, making Rosalie growl again. I sighed and wiggled in order to sit on her lap and hug her while leaning my head against her shoulder. That was before I knew she, or I for that matter, were immortals. We used to walk there, I said, my voice trailing off, when I noticed the look they exchanged, even Rosalie going still, and abruptly stopping her growling. Here in Vegas or in Phoenix? His voice was still casual. Oh, here, well, Henderson, yes, mostly the same as here, but she loved to make the distinction between Henderson and Las Vegas. Clara has a permanent residence here she refuses to sell. Unlike Duncan whenever we move, I said, not understanding their tone. We all sat in silence, staring at the drawing. Alice, is that phone safe? I asked after a moment, when it hit me. Yes, she reassured me. The number would just trace back to Washington. Then I can use it to call Clara? I thought she was in Belgium, gritted Rosalie. As far as I know, she still is. But I wouldn't want her to come here soon, not while this tracker is on our tail. I was thinking about something they said about the tracker having listened to my last conversation with Charlie. About me going to Clara's. I had not thought about the possibility of him figuring out at school about Clara being a friend of mine from Phoenix, as we pretended when she visited. She did G.O. and gave her full name without a care in the world, and her residence here, which was the one she refused to sell, was still under her name. How will you reach her? Asked me Emmett. She will pick up any incoming call she receives on her cell phone, which by the way I am glad I talked her into buying, and if she can't pick up in time, she regularly checks her voicemail now. Alice? Rosalie asked. She thought about it. I don't think there's any way it could hurt. I don't see anything going wrong or helping this situation. I reached eagerly for the phone and dialed the now familiar number. It rang 4 times, and then I heard my best friend's voice telling me to leave a message. Hey Clara, I said after the beep, it's me. Listen, I need you to do something. It's important. As soon as you get this message, call me at this number. Alice was already at my side, writing the number for me on the bottom of her picture. I read it carefully, twice. Please don't go anywhere until you talk to me. I'm okay. There is a price on my head though, so don't come looking for me. I do have to talk to you right away though. No matter how late or early you get this call, all right? I closed my eyes and prayed with all my might that no unforeseen change of plans would bring her back before I talked to her. Hopefully the price on my head would at least deter her from rushing back, knowing what it entails. I settled into the sofa with Rosalie, while nibbling on a plate of leftover fruit, anticipating a long evening. I thought about calling Duncan, and Charlie too, but since I wasn't sure if I should yet, I chose not to do so. I concentrated on the news, watching out for anything unusual. Vampirism must grant endless patience. Neither Emmett nor Alice seemed to feel the need to do anything at all. For a while, Alice sketched the vague outline of the dark room from her vision, as much as she could see in the light from the TV, but when she was done, she simply sat looking at the blank walls with her unblinking eyes. Emmett too, oddly enough, seemed to have no urge to pace, or peek through the curtains, or run screaming out the door, or even engage in idle conversation with me. Rosalie, though, was a weird mix. Between doing nothing and sitting still and then suddenly remembering where we were and therefore tracing lazy patterns with her hand on my arms while holding me. I must have fallen asleep on the couch, waiting for the phone to ring again, because I was briefly woken by Rosalie carrying me into the bed, but I was unconscious again before my head hit the pillow. I could feel it was too early again next time I woke. And I knew I was somehow getting my schedules of days and nights reversed, probably to accommodate whatever travels needed to be arranged. I laid in bed press D against Rosalie and listened to the quiet voices of Alice and Emmett in the other room. Oddly enough, they were loud and clear enough for me to hear. I stirred and rolled till my feet touched the floor, Rosalie silently letting me go. Then rising herself and offering me her hand, so we walked into the living room area. The clock on the TV said it just after 2 in the morning. Alice and Emmett were sitting together on the sofa, Alice sketching again while Emmett looked over her shoulder. They didn't even look up when we entered. I crept to Emmett's side to peek at Alice's drawings. Did she see something more? I asked him quietly. Yes. Something brought him back to the room with the computer, but it's light now. I watched as Alice drew a square room with dark beams across its low ceiling. The wall was paneled in wood, a little too dark, out of date. The floor had a dark carpet with a pattern in it. There was a large window against the south wall, and an opening through the west wall led to the living room. One side of that entrance was stone, a large tan-stone fireplace that was open to both rooms. The focus of the room from this perspective was the computer balanced on a too small coffee table in the corner of the room. An aged sectional sofa curved in front of the monitor, facing the coffee table where the computer stood. My heart raced for a moment, and I had to force myself to draw a calming breath into my lungs. The phone goes there, I whispered, pointing at a point on the coffee table. 3 pairs of amber eyes stared at me. That's Clara's house, I said, worried. Alice was already off the couch, phone in hand. Dialing. I stared at the precise rendering of my best friend's family room. Rosalie slid impossibly closer to me. Emmett lightly touched his hand to her should. And that seemed to bring me out of the trance I was while watching the sketch. Panic started to form. How had the tracker found Clara's place? There is no way to actually track me to her, right? Ow. Ice's lips were trembling with the speed of the words she was uttering, the low buzz impossible for me to decipher. Bella, she said softly, gaining my attention, Esme is coming to get you and Rosalie. She and Carlisle are going to take you somewhere else, to hide you for a while. You're not leaving me? I asked, turning in Rose's arms. The words were like a life vest on a sinking ship, holding my head above water. Never, she said firmly. We'll meet them at the airport. But Clara, he came for Clara. And she has not called back. What if he already has her? Emmett and I will stay until she's safe, assured me Alice. You can't guard everyone forever, I told them, sighing after a few minutes of silence. Don't you see what he's doing? He's not directly tracking me. He'll probably get to Duncan. And if he finds out about my kind, God only knows what he will do then. We'll catch him, Bella, Emmett assured me. What if you get hurt? Do you think I'd be okay with that? I said, thinking of a way to get away and keep them. Keep Rosalie safe. Alice looked meaningfully at Emmett, and before I could comprehend what was happening, he tackled Rosalie off of me and Alice had me in a headlock, preventing the air from getting in. As I struggled, I could see Rosalie's eyes turning dark and her growling growing fiercer, trying to fight off her brother. I reached out a hand trying to calm her. I don't want to sleep it off, I choked out. If you kill me just to keep me safe while we move, why don't you just hand me over to James? I said, about to lose conscience. That seemed to break Alice's focus, and she let me go, making me fall on the floor. Rosalie was at my side not a second later, still growling at her siblings. I stood up once I had recovered my breath. That is not cool, I told them shly while draping myself in Rosalie's arms, trying to calm her growling while drawing the comfort I needed too. Once she stopped growling and started nuzzling my neck, I took a deep breath and addressed her siblings. What were you planning? Having Rosalie running on instincts alone surely is counterproductive to whatever you were trying, I said, dragging Rosalie to the room and slamming the door. For over 3 hours I just stared at the wall while hugging Rosalie tight against me, letting her nuzzle to me to her heart's content. My mind going in circles trying to come up with some way out of this mess. I still had Tobias' doomsday escape plan, but I really didn't want it to come to that. Then again, maybe going to Tobias was the best option, for all our problems. James couldn't follow us there, and neither could other immortals. Maybe I could talk Rosalie into going there once we made sure Clara was not in danger from the tracker. My mind went around in circles. I could not find a way out. There seemed to be no escape, no reprieve. Dealing with James would be relatively easy if the other vampires just let me do something, or if they actually shared what they planned. But since we STILL had to deal with the Brotherhood and the price on my head, I could see only one possible end to this. The only question was how would I keep them all safe and away until I reached that point. The only hope I had left for now was knowing that Rose was here with me and she had not known or appreciated what her siblings did earlier. Maybe I would even be able to talk her into the plan I have now. Compromise again, but I couldn't get the specific details of it if I wanted to elude Alice's visions. When the phone rang, we returned to the front room, still upset about what they had tried to do, Rosalie immediately growling at Alice, wary that they would try to knock me out, or worse, even if it was temporary. If that was their plan, as I told them, they might as well hand me to James, seeing as my death would not be final either. Alice was talking as rapidly as ever, but what caught my attention was that for the first time, Emmett was not in the room. I glanced at the clock. It was 5:30 in the morning. They're just boarding their plane. Alice told us. They'll land at 9:45, just a few more hours then. Where's Emmett? He went to check us out. You aren't staying here anymore? I asked, confused. No, we're relocating closer to your friend's house. My stomach twisted uneasily at her words, but the phone rang again. She looked surprised, but I was already walking forward, reaching hopefully for the phone. Hello? Alice asked. No, she's right here. She held the phone out to me. Clara, she mouthed. Hello, Bella? Bella, are you okay? It was Clara's voice, in a familiar tone. I had heard it 1,000 times over and over, anytime I'd gotten too close to lose a challenge and whenever she was around me when I was dying. It was the sound of panic. I sighed. I had partially been expecting this, though I had tried to reassure her on the voice message I left. Calm down, Clara, I said in my most soothing voice, turning away from Alice and into the room again, Rosalie trailing behind me. Everything is fine, okay? Just give me a moment to. You want me to believe all is fine? She asked urgently. Yes, I am taking care of it. I got trick, I told her softly, making her gasp. I paused, surprised she had not said anything else. Clara, be very careful not to say anything else until I tell you to. The voice I heard now was as unfamiliar as it was unexpected. It was a man's voice, very pleasant. The kind of voice you heard in the background of a luxury commercial. Now, I don't need to hurt your friend, so please do exactly as I say and she'll be fine. He paused for a minute while I listened in mute horror. Rosalie suddenly silent but jaw and fists clenching hard. That's very good, he congratulated. Now repeat after me and do try to sound natural. Please say, no Clara, stay where you are. Quote, no Clara, stay where you are, I said, complying with the tracker's request, not sure if whatever it was he was planning would work seeing as Rosalie was obvio. USLY listening in and Alice could very well listen in on our conversation if she wanted. I can see this is going to be fun. His voice was amused. And light and oddly enough friendly too. Why don't you walk into another room? We wouldn't want your face to ruin everything, now would we? There is no reason for your friend to suffer. As you're walking, please say, Clara, please listen to me, say it now. I sighed. Clara, please. Listen to me. Look, I am in my room right now, or well, my current room, my voice pleaded as I walked and very slowly sat on the bed. Feeling Rosalie's worried stare on me, I sighed again, trying to figure out what his plan was and how Alice seemed to be unaware of that. Just answer yes or no. Are you alone now? I looked up at Rosalie and she nodded, her dark eyes pleading me to lie to the tracker. Yes, I said after a moment of debating. But they can still hear you, I'm sure. Yes. All right then, he continued in a soothing voice, say, Clara, trust me. Clara, trust me. This worked out better than I expected. I was prepared to wait, but your friend arrived at Seattle as I landed when I was planning to head back. She has your scent lingering on her, you know? As if you were with her instead of the blonde one, he said amusedly. I worriedly look up to see Rosalie's eyes darken even more but remaining still and not making any sound. I wonder if your blonde vampire knows how close you are. Must have been going on for a long time and be pretty intense for her to still have your scent so strongly on her, he added mockingly, making me think that maybe he was trying to gauge how truthful I was about being alone. In the back of my mind I thought that maybe the scent he was talking about was the immortality and not my specific one. It would be worth asking Rosalie about it once this call ended. If she could smell me on Clara and Tobias, or if she could smell something distinctive in each of us and the others that came from my head. Anyway, it's easier this way, isn't it? Less anxiety for you, he added, taking me out of my wandering thoughts. So I waited. Now I want you to listen very carefully. I'm going to need you to get away from your friends. Do you think you can do that? No, I said truthfully, knowing that I still hadn't figured how to bypass Alice's vision, and surely she would get hit by one alerting her of my decision to leave the moment I actually chose to do that. I'm sorry to hear that. I was hoping you would be a little creative. Then I heard Clara's scream for a second before it was muffled by something. Do you think you could get away from them if your friend's life depended on it? Somehow, there had to be a way, I thought. I raised my eyes to look into Rosalie, who understood my silent question and vigorously shook her head no. I honestly don't know how to, I said softly, while sadly hoping Clara had not been severely injured. I then remembered that we were going to the airport, crowded and confusingly laid out. But I'll try, I reluctantly agreed, pondering if Rosalie would agree to put a little distance between us for me to assess Clara's situation in person, or if it would be futile trying to do so. To begin with, she doesn't really like Clara. And she had already said that if it came to Charlie and Duncan or me, there was no choice. It was already worrisome not knowing if James had hurt Clara in a way that would usually incapacitate any other human, but would only cause pain to us briefly before healing. I really hoped he didn't break her or made her bleed at all. If so, then we were doomed and this wouldn't end as I had hoped for. For our sake, I hoped he would either leave her unharmed, or absolutely kill her and move on. That's better. I'm sure it won't be easy, but if I get the slightest hint that you have company, well, that would be very bad for your friend here, he threatened. You must know enough about us by now to realize how quickly I would know if you tried to bring anyone along with you. And how little time I would need to deal with your friend if that was the case. Do you understand? Yes, I said, clenching my fist. Very good, Bella. Now this is what you have to do. I want you to go to Clara's house. Next to the phone there will be a number. Call it. I'll tell you where to go from there. Thanks to Alice's visions, I already knew where I would go, and where this would end. But, for now I would follow his instructions. Can you do that? Yes. Before noon, please. I haven't got all day, he said pointedly. Now, it is important you don't make your friends suspicious when you go back to them. Tell them that your friend called and that you talked her out of coming home for the time being. Now repeat after me. Thank you, Clara. Say it now. Thank you, Clara, I said, trying to GHT back the anger at his condescending tone. Say, I love you and see you soon. I scoffed and debated whether or not follow that instruction. I'll see you soon. I finally settled on that. Not that I did not love Clara, but usually I ended any conversation with her the same way as with Duncan. I don't think the Cullens knew. Not that it mattered considering Rose was right here listening on, but still. I did not want to risk saying anything to James that may tip him into what Clara and I were. That'll have to do. Goodbye, Bella. I look forward seeing you again. He hung up. You are not going to wall K into what is obviously a trap, snarled Rosalie at me the moment the call ended. I am, I said as calmly as possible. We just need to think of a way to make that happen. You are not, she said, growling in my face, holding my shoulders, staring into my eyes. I sighed, and leaned into her, thankful that she let me hug her. I know you don't like Clara, but she is my friend. And we have to save her. I tightened my arms around her the moment she started growling. Look, I get it. It is not ideal, but you have to see, if we let him keep Clara, if he harms her and she heals. I trailed off, hoping that was enough to make her see reason. If James figured out Clara and I were different, he would either hunt us over and over again until he got bored and then behead us, or he would simply behead us once. He was satisfied with whatever torture he chose to inflict. He will never get tired of hunting you, she said, defeated. If he learns of your immortality, you would never be safe, she added, nuzzling into my neck, grazing her teeth against my pulse point. I leaned my head, granting her access, and oddly hoped she would bite me. Rose, I whispered when she froze again. I can't, Bella. We do not know what will happen if I do, she whimpered. I knew I had to think, come up with something. Seconds ticked by while I fought for control over the myriad of emotions I felt. Slowly, my thoughts started to break past the anxiousness. To plan, for I had choices. There are always choices available. It just usually we don't like them, and hence turn blind eye on them, or fought them. But now from what I did depended Clara's survival and my own. Or at the very least how painful our next deaths would be. If I went to the dojo in the end, there were no guarantees, nothing at all that would keep her safe. I see. Old only hoped that James would be satisfied with winning over the hunt, that beating the Cullens in this race would be enough. There was maybe only one way to bargain, locked down in Forks. If Carlisle and Esme are coming, who is looking after Victoria? I asked in sudden realization. Jasper and Edward, came the answer from the doorframe, where Emmett and Alice stood. Not to be a pessimist, but, do we trust your brother to keep her locked up? He is not my biggest fan after all, I said, causing Rosalie to growl again. He better do, or I will tear him apart and burn him myself, said Emmett in an usual angered tone. Which made me and Rosalie falter. Okay, so is it safe to assume you both also heard my chat with James? I asked them and Alice nodded impishly. We didn't mean to eavesdrop, said Emmett. Well, I totally did. But we got worried when we noticed Rosalie not breathing. Your scent soothes her. If she stopped breathing it had to be something important. Your scent soothes me too, I sighed. Sweetly at Rosalie, who for a moment looked embarrassed. I smiled at her and hugged her tighter for a second before walking back out to the living room area. Okay, so we need to head to the airport, right? So you are leaving the saving of your friend to us? Asked Emmett, clearly dubious about my actions. My decision was made. The how though was still in progress. No, I will go to Clara's house and call the number he left there. I just need to lose my vampire escorts first, I said, smirking, making him and Rosalie confused. I could see the moment Alice's new vision hit her and how understanding dawned on her. Alice? Asked Rosalie once her sister's eyes cleared. Bella is right. Let's head to the airport and meet with Carlisle and Esme, said the pixie, smirking at me. I sighed and chuckled, taking Rosalie's hand in mine, giving her a gentle tug to start moving. The same thing that Alice had to do to Emmett. Are you not going to share with the class? He asked, pouting. I will lose my vampire escorts somewhere in the airport, of course, I said when we climbed the car. Oh, you will you? Asked Rosalie, dubious. Yup, I said, pecking her lips. Bella, you should tell Rosalie your plan, or she will kill me. I saw it, said Alice, smiling at the rearview mirror. I need a piece of paper and a pen, please, I asked politely. Are you drawing it to us? Asked Emmett excitedly from the front seat, handing a napkin and a pen. I hastily scribbled Clara's address and the dojo and folded the napkin, hoping Rosalie had not peeked at it yet. Then I handed it to Alice's outstretched hand. She quickly CKED it away from Emmett's searching fingers. Alice now has the address that I am sure the tracker will give me when I call him, and also where I will go to actually call him, I said, smiling at Rosalie's confused face. How? Asked Emmett, frowning. Our mates are so adorable when confused, aren't they, Bella? Asked Alice teasingly. Mine is not fond of being called adorable, I answered, smiling but locking my fingers with Rose's. I'll explain after we get something for me to eat, okay? I asked her pleadingly. We were silent the rest of the ride to the airport. We parked on the 4th floor of the huge parking lot. I led the way. For once more knowledgeable about my surroundings than they appeared to be. We took the elevator down to level 3, where the passengers unloaded. Alice and Emmett spent a long time looking at the departing flights board while Rosalie held me close. I could hear them discussing pros and cons of places like New York, Atlanta and Chicago. I intervened every once in a while in their discussion when they talked about places I had already been to. I could still drag you away, said Rosalie when I told them we should get me something to eat while we waited for the flight to land. You could, but you won't, I told her, scanning through my options, choosing a simple fruit parfait. But if you were, the best option for now would be going to another continent altogether, not NY. We were sitting at the long rows of chairs by the metal detectors. Going through there was not an option with my sword in tow and the dagger on my waist. Rosalie and Emmett pretended to watch people pass by, but I knew they were really watching me. Every time I shifted in my seat was followed by a quick glance out of the corner of their eyes. It was hopeless. I stared at the arrival board, watching as flight after flight arrived on time. The flight from Seattle crept closer to the top of the board. And then, when I only had 30 minutes to make my escape, the numbers changed. Street. Op torturing them, Bella, said Alice, jokingly poking my ribs once I finished eating. Fine, I sighed and realized I had the 3 vampires' full attention. I will go to Clara's house, of course, to call the tracker. You may come with me until then, but no closer, Rose. She's right, Rosalie, he will smell you if you do and things will not end well, said Alice before Rose could argue against it. I know. It is physically painful to be away, Rose, I said, cupping her face. Give me just 1 hour, Rose. It takes about 20 minutes to reach the dojo walking from Clara's home. I should be there for a few minutes by myself to ensure he does not suspect that you guys are rounding on him. And keep her friends safe, said Emmett, nodding in understanding. I don't like this, Bella, said Rosalie through clenched teeth. I know, I said sadly, but we need to. Fine, but I will not agree to leave you alone with the tracker for 40 minutes, she finally said. I will wait 30 minutes before I rush after you. You either accept or I will take you to the other side of the world now. Compromising, I said, smiling. I accept your terms. I'll text you where to go on the 30 minutes mark, said Alice, handing Rosalie the cell phone before we walked away from them. We were in luck as a tired-looking couple was getting their last suitcase out of the trunk of a cab. I walked to the cab, sliding into the seat behind the driver, Rosalie at my side. I told the surprised cabbie Clara's address. We need to get there as soon as possible, please. That's in. He started to complain, obviously about the distance. Rosalie threw me 20s over the seat, effectively stopping him from his complaint. I don't know how much she had on or how much she gave him. Will that be enough? She asked him, almost growling. Sure, no problem. We sat back against the seat, folding my arms across my lap. The somewhat familiar city began to rush around me, but I didn't look out the windows. I was determined not to lose myself at this point. Now that the first part of my plan was in action, there was no point in indulging in guilt or more anxiety. My path was set. I just had to follow it now. Hey, what was the number? The cabbie's question brought me out of my musings. 3577. Here we are then. He was anxious to get me out of his car. Thank you, I whispered. There is nothing to be afraid here, I told myself. I feel no buzz, so Clara is not around. I said for Rosalie's knowledge when we got off and the cabbie drove away. And I know the tracker will not be waiting for me here. I walked to the door, reaching automatically to grab the key from the plant pot on the side. I unlocked the door. It was dark inside, empty as I expected. I ran to the phone, turning on the kitchen light on my way. There on the whiteboard was a 10-digit number written in a small, neat hand. I looked at Rosalie, who nodded once and instantly went rigid. I steeled myself before dialing, to avoid making mistakes. I held the phone to my ear and waited only one ring. Hello, Bella, said the tracker. That was very quick. I'm impressed. Is Clara all right? I asked him, clenching my jaw. She's perfectly fine. By the way, I was sonly surprised by how fast she recovered from a busted lip, he said, playfully, making me gasp. Oh yes, Bella. I know your dirty little secret now. We are going to have so much fun. Let her go, I ked him, hoping I would be enough to satisfy his wicked need. Why, of course. I have no quarrel with her. Unless you don't come alone, of course, he sounded amused. I'm alone, I lied, hoping he wouldn't notice the deception in my tone. Very good. Now, do you know the old dojo a few minutes from where you are? Yes, I said, sighing. Well then, I'll see you very soon. He hung up and I immediately dialed a not too familiar number. One that I had not actually ever used. Isabella? Came the voice from the other side after 2 rings. Of course I'm the only one who would call you, I said playfully. Did you ever give your number to anyone else? I asked, sighing. Never mind. I'm about to do something really stupid though, and I think I will need your help. So just stay alert and I told him then and hung up. Tobias, said Rosalie, snarling. Hey, I told you he's my friend and he will be ready if we need his help. You might even like him and his tricks once you see them, I said as I then dialed an other number and waited for Duncan to pick up. Bella, I'm okay, Duncan, at least for now. There is someone I have to face now, so if I don't make it back, I need you to look after Rose for me, please, I asked him. Who is it? Who are you facing, Bella? He asked me worriedly. Someone we had never heard of before. May your head stay on your shoulders, I told him softly. Until the gathering comes, he finished solemnly. I love you, Dad. I hung up, hoping he would be safe and that somehow he would get to look after Rosalie for me if things went terribly wrong. Then I steeled myself, hugged Rosalie tight. I love you so much, Rose. Please, 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 don't rush in right after me. Then I kissed her and after a moment ran through the door into the breaking heat. I felt so slow, like I was running through ash. I couldn't seem to get enough purchase from the concrete. I tripped a few times, once actually falling, catching myself with my hands, then lurching up to plunge forward again. At last, I made it to the corner. Just another street now. I ran, gasping, though still trying to keep my breath even. The sun was hot on my skin, too bright as it bounced off the white concrete. I was glad about it. The Cullens would not be able to easily get here in this weather. Rosalie would be safe for now. I only needed to distract James enough to get him to Tobias before Rosalie and the others rushed in. When I rounded the last corner, I could see the dojo, looking just as I remembered it. The parking lot in front was empty, the vertical blinds in all the windows drawn. I stopped right in front of it. I strongly felt the buzz I expected from Clara being there. There was a sign hanging from inside the door. It said the dojo was closed during spring break. I touched the handle, tugged on it cautiously. It was unlocked. I steadied my breath and opened the door. The lobby was dark and empty, cool, the air conditioner thrumming slightly. The west part of the dojo was dark. I could see through the open viewing window. The east room, the bigger one, for advanced trainings, was lit, but the blinds were closed on the window. I froze for a moment, noticing that the buzz was also coming from that direction. Clara must be there with the tracker. "Bella, leave," yelled Clara in panic, but before I could react, I was being dragged by the neck through the dojo by James. Once he dropped me next to Clara, who was leaning comfortably against the wall. We stared at each other. Clara seemed fine, not restrained, but then again, if she realized how strong and fast James was, she knew there was no point in trying to escape. Then I stared at James and then he smiled. "Sorry about that, Bella, but I did not want you to get any ideas and actually leave." His voice was courteous, kind even. "I see," I answered, sighing and taking off my coat. "You don't sound angry that I dragged you like a rag doll," he said, amused. "I'm not," I said, glancing at Clara, who just smirked at me. "How odd. You really mean it," he said, his dark eyes assessing me with interest. The irises nearly black, just a hint of ruby around the edges. "Thirsty probably. I will give your small coven this. You two humans can be quite interesting. I guess I can see the draw of observing you. It's amazing. And you, Isabella, seem to have no sense of your own self-interest at all," he said in an oddly happy tone. "I told you," scoffed Clara. "Can I leave now?" she asked nonchalantly. "For now," said James dismissively. "If you are as interesting as Isabella, it will be fun to hunt you too. For years to come I will be hunting you both," he said, clearly exited by the prospect. "I'll enjoy hunting and feeding of your kind." There was no menace though on his face or stance. He was simply stating a fact. Clara walked out through the main door, but I knew she stayed around because I could still feel the buzz. I suspected James knew too, thanks to his heightened senses. I wondered how much she had been forced to reveal to James while he kept her. And what lengths the tracker must have gone to in order to do so. "I suppose you're going to tell me your girlfriend will save you?" he asked. Hopefully, it seemed to me. "No, I don't think so. At least I hope she doesn't. I thought I could face you by myself and get this over with," I said, shrugging. And what was her reaction to that? She was not amused, obviously. "Obviously," he said, agreeing. "It was strangely easy to converse with this hunter. I actually just left her family with your redhead companion. Last I heard she was trapped with no means of communication. Victoria is strong. If she was in any real danger I would know," he said, smiling. "But you, I am curious. How did you manage to lose your guardians?" "I just told them the truth and convinced them I have a plan," I said, stalling, hoping Clara would get away soon and that I was only a few minutes away from Rose and the rest of Cullens bursting in. "How brave," he said sarcastically. "And do you think they will honor your choice, and not follow?" His voice was just a little harder now. As I said, "I hope so." I shrugged. "Besides, you would know if my trust was misplaced." "Well, our hopes differ then. You see, this was all just a little too easy, too quick. To be quite honest, I'm disappointed. I expected a much greater challenge, especially if you have abilities as your friend Clara." I waited in silence. "When Victoria couldn't get to your father, I had to find out more about you," he said, letting me know that at least Clara had not revealed that Charlie was not my father. "There was no sense in running all over the planet chasing you down when I could comfortably wait for you in a place of my choosing," he said, motioning around. "So as I was headed back, imagine my surprise when in Seattle I stumbled upon your scent. Old, but fresh at the same time. How many times did you jump that girl for her to have your permanent scent all over?" He asked mockingly, by the way, does your blonde vampire know? Anyway, since I heard you say to the cop that you were staying in Phoenix at her place, at first I didn't believe you meant it. But then I wondered, humans can be very predictable. And once I met her, it was easy to figure out you were indeed headed to her place, just not in Phoenix, but coming here instead. Like the predictable human you are, you sought somewhere familiar, somewhere you thought of as safe. That would have been the perfect ploy, Isabella, to go to the last place you should when you're hiding. I wouldn't have come here if it weren't for your friend. I listened to your message for her when I got her phone. I couldn't be sure where you called from, but it was very useful to have a number to contact you back. Oh, and that piece of information. Bounty hunters are after you, what will we ever do? Very easy, I told him. You can just kill me now and we can be over with. Oh, but you would come back. And I would love to taste your blood over and over and over again, he said, his eyes darkening even more. So you see. I'm hoping you're wrong about your girlfriend. Rosalie, isn't it? I didn't answer. Sensing he was coming to the end of his gloat, would you mind very much if I left a letter of my own for your Rosalie? He took a step back and touched a palm-sized digital video camera balanced carefully on a crate. A small red light indicated that it was already running. He adjusted it a few times. And I stared at him. I'm sorry, but I just don't think she'll be able to resist hunting me after she watches this. And I wouldn't want her to miss anything. It was all for her, of course. You're just an amazing human, Price, who was in the wrong place and running with the wrong crowd. He stepped toward me, smiling. Before we begin, I would just like to rub it, just a TTLE bit. I felt a curl of nausea in the pit of my stomach as he spoke. I was afraid the mind reader had seen or told your coven about it and ruined my fun. It happened once, ages ago. The one and only time my prey escaped me. You see, the choice your Rosalie was apparently too weak to make, too weak to try. I wonder though if it would have worked with you. I guess we will have to test it out. Anyway, there was an old one once, so stupidly fond of this little victim, and he made the choice. When he learned I was after his little friend, he stole her from the asylum where he worked, which, by the way, I will never understand the obsession some vampires seem to have with you humans. You and your friend Clara are an exception, of course, but the rest of you so bland and weak. However, we are losing focus. Isabella, the old man stole this little human, and as soon as he freed her, he made her. She didn't even seem to notice the pain, poor little creature. She'd been stuck in that black hole of a cell for so long. 100 years earlier and she would have been burned to the stake for her visions. In the 1920s it was the asylum and the shock treatments. When she opened her eyes, strong with her fresh youth, it was like she'd never seen the sun before. The old vampire made her a strong new vampire, and there was no reason for me to touch her then. He sighed. I destroyed the old one in vengeance. Alice, I said softly after realizing that was who he meant. And the fact that probably Edward had heard his thoughts and seen his memories of her all along, and yet said nothing, made my blood boil in anger. Yes, your little friend. I was surprised to see her in the clearing, he said, chuckling. So I guess her coven ought to be able to derive some comfort from this experience. I get you, but they got her. The one victim who escaped me. Quite an honor, actually, he said, approaching me slowly, and she did smell so delicious. I still regret that I never got to taste. She smelled even better than you do, he added, leaning into my neck and taking a whiff. Sorry, I don't mean to be offensive. You do have a very nice smell, and then, without warning, he punched me in the stomach, making me recoil in pain and spit blood. He reached down to stroke my cheek and help keeping me steady, as well as clean my lips with his thumb. We will test your endurance, Isabella. But first, I suppose we should call your friends and tell them where to find you, and my little message, he said, licking his thumb from my blood. I was feeling sick. The pain had subsided already. If the had been any internal damage with his punch, it was already healed. But I could see in his eyes that it wouldn't be enough for him to win. To feed and go. He knew I would come back if he didn't drink directly from my body. That was why he had settled with wiping my lips with his fingers. I had only one choice now, but had to wait for the perfect moment to do that. He stepped back and began to circle, casually, as if he were trying to get a better view of a statue in a museum. His face was still open and friendly as he decided where to start. Then he slumped forward into a crouch I recognized, and his smile slowly widened, until it was not a smile at all, but a show of glistening teeth. I couldn't help myself. I tried to run, as useless as I knew it would be. He was in front of me in a flash. I didn't see if he used his hand or his foot, it was too fast. A crushing blow struck my chest. I felt myself flying backward, and then heard the crunch as my head bashed into the wall. For a moment I was too stunned to feel the pain, I couldn't breathe. That's a very nice effect. Some might call it art, he said, examining the wooden floor, which I noticed was covered in splotches of blood. Told you this room would be visually dramatic for your film, I heard from the doorway. Clara was right there, leaning against the frame. This place is perfect, isn't it? She asked, walking towards us, making James chuckle slightly. Why don't you tell her the rest of the movie then? He asked mockingly, stepping down hard on my leg, making it snap. She just shook her head and went past me toward M. Why discarded coat and sword? Would you like to rethink and change your last request? He asked pleasantly. His toe nudged my broken leg and I heard the unmistakable sound of the blade of my sword being dragged across the floor. Would you rather have Rosalie try to find us? He said, gesturing to Clara and himself. Would you rather have Rosalie try to find us? He said, gesturing to Clara and himself. I was too stunned then to feel the pain in my leg, so I tried to rise and stand. He stared at me while Clara walked slowly toward me. I could feel the warmth of my blood flowing out from my shoulder and from my broken leg. I was curious why he had not reached for any of my blood. He must have had better control than I gave him credit for. I wondered then what Clara's involvement was in all this. I didn't want to believe what my eyes were seeing. Did not want to believe my best friend would betray me like this. No, I said firmly at him. Then I stared at Clara, begging for an explanation. Why? You shouldn't have left me, Bella, she said, shrugging. I love you. I have loved you for so long, she added, slowly raising her voice, and yet you just dismissed me. Time after time, never serious, always used just a way to scratch an itch. And then, you fell for your watcher. Had to do something about it. And then when I thought I was finally going to have you forever, it turns out you fay. LL for that stupid blonde, she seethed while tightly gripping the sword in her hands. So, if you're not going to be with me, I won't let you be with anyone else, she said, raising the sword and quickly slashing my stomach. I didn't want it to come to this, Bella, she said, swinging again, barely giving me a chance to move while wrapping my head around her words, slashing this time at my arm. I even put the price on your head to keep me from having to do it myself, she confessed, shocking me enough to freeze. Wait, said James. I realized I had closed my eyes in resignation. When I opened them, he was gripping her hand, keeping her from striking my head off. I want a direct taste of her, he added, letting go and coming closer to me. In the blink of an eye, James had his teeth sunk in my wrist. I'd never given much thought to the different ways I could die, though I'd had reason enough in the last few months, more than the last 60-something years, but even if I had, I would not have imagined any of them being like this. I stared without breathing into the dark eyes of the hunter, and he looked pleasantly back at me. Surely at his hands was a better way to die than at those of my best friend. Even if she had betrayed me and offhandedly admitted to Gabby's death, my previous watcher whom I had loved dearly, I never would have met Rosalie. That ought to count for something. Of course, being what I am, it was inevitable to die once in a while. But, terrified as I was, I couldn't bring myself to regret the decision to be there at that moment. When life offers you a dream so far beyond any of your expectations, it's not reasonable to grieve when it comes to an end. So like Evangeline and Gabriel, I chose to be thankful for the time I had spent with Rose. The hunter smiled in a friendly way as he finally let go of my wrist, James' eyes intently gazing into my own while he swiped his mouth clean. I wondered only for a second why he let go and chose not drain me of my blood. Through the nausea, burning pain and dizziness, I saw Clara anxious to attack again and somewhat slowly readying her own sword to strike and behead me. I tried to smile at her, a sad smile that was more likely a grimace of pain, saying my goodbye to her. But Rosalie's smirk came to my mind, and how upset she would be if I let myself be killed like this. So in a last-ditch effort, through the pain coursing through my veins from James's bite, I ducked just in time to avoid Clara's sword, and surprising all three of us, I managed to pick up my own discarded sword and stroke at my opponent, managing in a fragment of a second to behead her instead. The quickening was nothing like I've ever felt before. The usual pleasant feeling was overpowered by the burning in my veins, and the electric shocks only made it worse. By the time the quickie was over, I was laying flat on the ground again, still in so much pain that I involuntarily started to twitch. When I managed to partially open my eyes, I realized James was crouching ready to pounce me again. His black eyes clear indication of his intent. Let it be quick now, was what I thought at the moment. I gathered all my strength and reached for the vial inside my right pocket. My final shred of hope. One moment of strength in this hell of a nightmare of pain was all I needed. Then, as James jumped at me, the moment he grabbed me by the neck, I crushed the vial and softly whispered, "Severus," immediately after. The pain was too much to bear, and I started to drift as I felt the unpleasant yet familiar tug at my navel that I had come to associate with Tobias' method of travel. The last thing I saw before ending up unconscious was Rosalie's scared expression as she tried to reach for us the moment we vanished. I could only hope that her mind was clear enough to remember where we would meet as a last resort, because I had just used it. I was going to Tobias, wishing he was ready to deal with James and whatever would happen to me as a result of James's venom in my bloodstream. The vial shattered. Spinner's end, cloaked in night and silence, pulsed once an unnatural ripple and then tore open like a wound. The air screamed. Magic stretched taut around the cobbled street. The world snapped, and then they were there. Tobias felt the magic surge before he saw it, a ripple in the wards, a violent tug in the air, and then the unmistakable crackle apparition or portkey activation. He turned sharply, wand already in hand, just as two bodies slammed into the floor of his cottage. The arrival wasn't soft. Bella's body slammed into the damp stones like dropped glass. Broken leg, slashed stomach. She was barely conscious, her body twitching violently. Her wrist bore the unmistakable bite of a vampire, and her veins glowed faintly with venom. Curling through her veins like fire, giving voice a sickly silver sheen pulsing beneath her skin. But it wasn't just the venom. Her body was still reacting to a quickening. He could feel the energy radiating off her, wild and unstable. Like a storm trapped in flesh. James staggered beside her, unbothered, calm, that cruel smile still painting his mouth like blood on marble. He turned slowly, eyes flicking upward to the towering silhouette in the doorway. Tobias didn't speak. His wand was already moving sharp, deliberate strokes through air thick with danger. Petrificus totalis. James collapsed, rigid mid-step, frozen with his mouth slightly parted, black eyes gleaming with surprise but motionless. Incarcerus. Ropes whipped from the shadows, latching the hunter's limbs to the ground with vicious finality. His body twisted under the magical binds, but not an inch moved. Then Tobias turned and his expression faltered. Bella. Her name escaped him like old ash. She was trying to lift her head. Her lips opened, then closed again, unable to form sound through the pain. Her body was pulsing not with magic, but with wrongness. Something ancient and foreign coursing through her, refusing to settle, refusing to let go. Blood streamed from her shoulder, chest, wrist and leg. Her skin was clammy, her breath shallow, and yet she wasn't dying. Not yet. Tobias crouched beside her, wand hovering. He conjured a light not bright, but silver faint, hovering above them like a watching eye. "Foolish girl," he muttered, not cruelly. "Foolish and brave." Tobias cursed under his breath. Bella tried to reach for something. A person, a memory. Her fingers found nothing but brick dust. "Vampire venom," she rasped. Snape's mouth tightened. "Yes," he said, voice low. "I reckoned." He cast diagnostic charms, one after the other. Venom, vampire origin as he had deduced before she had said anything. Deep penetration, but her immortal physiology was resisting, not purging, not embracing resetting. Vampire venom was magical, yes, but it was also biological. Designed to transform, to kill and resurrect. But Bella was already immortal. Her body rejected death, and yet the venom insisted. She wasn't healing, she was dying, and yet she wasn't. Her eyes opened briefly and he saw it then. The loop already forming. Pain would build, collapse her body, reset her, and start again. And again, and again. A living paradox. A girl unable to die, unable to survive. Tobias steadied her head with one hand and conjured a stretcher with the other. Bella drifted, whispering something soft and heartbreaking. "Rosalie." He hesitated for a fraction of a second, then gathered her broken body in silence and carried her to transfigured pallet beside the fireplace, too broken for a bed, too dangerous for anything gentler. The house at Spinner's End should have smelled only of dust, ink, and spellwork. Instead, it reeked of burning blood. James remained bound in the corner, silent, watching. Body petrified and stretched. Tobias checked the bindings once, twice, 3 times. Tobias had cleared the space with practiced urgency, vanished the armchair clutter, reinforced the perimeter with anti-apparition wards, thickened the shielding runes etched long ago into the stone frame, then returned inside, drawn back by the ache he could not name. Bella twitched, not the kind born of dreaming. She did not have that luxury. Her fingers clawed the air, her stomach spasming, her mouth shaping silent syllables between unconscious breaths. Snape bent low, wand alight in diagnostic blue. The readings worsened and looped. Heart rate, plummeting, blood oxygen, erratic, venom saturation, rising, a paradox he knew then. Her body tried to die, stalled, reversed, and ignited again. The venom didn't kill, it transformed. But her immortality aborted the metamorphosis mid-process. Over and over again, she whimpered, not loud, but shattering. Her eyes flickered open for 3 seconds. It burns, she whispered. Tell me where, he replied, breath still, wand gently tracing down her spine. Everywhere, she mouthed, rose. Tobias stilled, pondering, then getting back to his tender caring of Bella. His mentor, his friend. Day one became night, then day again. By the next sunset, Bella hadn't died. She should have already, based on the scans. But her body kept snapping back, twitching harder, shaking, gagging on venom that could not claim her. Tobias forced a nutrient potion down her throat, desperate to delay the inevitable. He enchanted the air to thicken around her bed, slowing venom dispersal. It held for 10 minutes. Then her heart thudded abnormally again. He tried blood-cleansing charms. The result? Internal rejection. Her veins sparked green against her skin, magic fighting biology fighting venom. He tried blood-replenishing potions, also to no avail. She opened her eyes again near dawn. This time longer. I saw Clara, she whispered. She was laughing, said she loved me, her voice faded. Placed a price on my head, she added, already slipping under again. Tobias made note of that. It meant his mentor's best friend had betrayed her and had been the reason she was hunted. He would have to find her and make sure she did not make it to the final gathering. Day 2, the convulsions started. Not dramatic, just subtle spasms, every few minutes. Her leg shook, her shoulder buckled, her head thudded lightly against the pallet's edge. Tobias enchanted cushioning against the pallet, the floor and the walls. Watched, measured, listened. He didn't leave the room. On the second night, her body began to smoke. Literally, venom expelled through her pores, but burned against skin that wouldn't blister. Not vampire, not human, not dead, not alive. Her screams came in fragments, rupturing between breaths. Don't tell Rosalie I let this happen. Tobias set his jaw and began an anchoring ritual. It failed once, then again, then a third time. He slammed the wand down against the floor. I will find a way to break this, he vowed. Even if I have to rewrite the laws of magic and immortality. You are not dying like this. He reached for her hand, gripping it tightly as her body trembled again. You are Bella MacLeod, daughter of Duncan, slayer of immortals, and you are not done yet. Bella's breathing was shallow, erratic. Her skin glowed with unnatural sheen, like moonlight layered over ash. Her mouth opened once then again, whispering syllables that bled memory. Rosalie, Clara, fire. Tobias pressed a hand gently to her forehead. Her body was no longer burning, it had settled into the cold clarity before collapse. He felt magic bend around her pulse, slow it, stall it. Then nothing, just silence. It didn't last. 3 hours later, she screamed. Not metaphorically, not emotionally. Her body convulsed, violently. Bella arched upward back off the pallet, mouth wide open, air rushing into lungs that should have remained dormant. The sound she made was more raw than any quickening. Tobias rushed to her side, tried to hold her down, but power radiated off her skin like stormlight. Her eyes opened, wide, wild, glowing with pain, then closed again. She died. A day later she came back, still in pain, still burning. Fighting the venom. The next death came after 5 hours of quiet. Bella's body convulsed once, a sharp jerk at the base of her spine, then stilled again. Her limbs fell slack, her breath vanished, and for a moment, Tobias believed the venom had claimed her entirely. But he knew better now. He watched, clock ticking, and just as before, the scream of her revival tore through the silence. Parchment flew, flames in the hearth shivered sideways. The preservation blanket burst into pale blue sparks as Bella snapped upright, gasping through a rebirth that wasn't life. Not really. Bella twitched, her hand spasmed near the edge of the pallet. He stepped closer, kneeling beside her as she groaned, barely conscious, but fighting. "I don't want," she whispered, choking on breath and bitterness. "I don't want to come back like this." Tobias placed one hand above her sternum, fingers glowing with diagnostic light. "You won't be turned," he said firmly. "Your body refuses it." Bella let out a weak, bitter laugh that nearly sounded like a sob. "Refuses everything," she said in pain. "You'll have to do it." She died again. Toby, as refused to acknowledge what Bella was suggesting. He was not going to be the one who beheaded her. Bella's condition worsened. Her skin grew paler, her breathing shallower. The venom pulsed through her veins like liquid fire, and her body began to shut down slowly, agonizingly. But each time her heart stopped, it restarted. Each time her breath ceased, it returned. Tobias watched it happen. The next revival was quieter. No scream, just shaking hands, lips moving slowly. Tobias pressed his palms together, inhaled once, then stood. He recorded the intervals. He brewed a dozen new potions, none of which worked. He tried to isolate the venom's magical essence, but it was too deeply fused with her immortal energy. She was dying, and coming back, and dying again, and coming back again, over and over, mere hours apart. Now every breath seemed borrowed. He scribbled notes on parchment sitting beside her pallet. Carefully, ruthlessly. The subject: Bella McLeod. Immortal, presents vampiric venom saturation postbite. Origin: unknown, male vampire hunter class. Her physiology initiates regenerative protocol but cannot purge the venom fully. Result: near fatal shock followed by revival. No healing progress. Cycle appears randomly timed and involuntary. He paused. The parchment pulsed once beneath his fingers. Then Tobias conjured a Muggle cell phone from his warded drawer. Scrolled through old contacts. Duncan MacLeod. The number blinked up at him like an unspoken confession. He pressed call. After 2 rings, a voice answered. Gruff, alert. "Who is this?" "Tobias," he replied calmly. A pause. Then, "Is Bella with you?" Quote, "She is. You need to come." "Is she?" Tobias cut him off. "Don't ask questions. Just get here." Silence again. Then Duncan's voice, clipped and final. "Give me the address." Spinner's End. Tobias provided, north of Manchester. Dead End Street behind the textile mill ruins. Follow the river curve. Find the black door with the warded lock. He caught himself. Find the rusted lock. I'll leave it open. How bad is it? Duncan's voice was quiet, urgent. The call ended. The room held its breath. James, still bound, began to smile. Not a wide grin, just a subtle curl of the lips. A predator watching his prey suffer in exquisite torment. Tobias stood, wand in hand, and walked to the vampire. "I can't risk you escaping," he said. "And I won't tolerate your pleasure in her suffering." He raised his wand. Defendo. James's head separated cleanly from his body, the bindings holding firm as the vampire's corpse slumped to the floor. Tobias cast a preservation charm on the remains just in case and turned back to Bella. Tobias laid runes in a circle beneath her, ancient stabilizers meant for fractured magical cores, hoping it would help. It didn't. He infused the room with low-frequency charms, muting external pressure. He tried a centering potion, a mix of vervain, aconite, and dragon's blood, but it made her vomit violently between deaths. He cleaned her, gently, in silence. There was nothing more he could do magically, not yet and not alone. Tobias stood motionless for a while, eyes fixed on Bella's pale form. The call to Duncan still echoed in his mind, not the words, but the silence between them. He had told him only what was necessary. "Bella is here. No questions. Come now." It was the most restrained form of mercy he could offer. She had fallen quiet, too. No spasms, no twitching, just low, irregular breaths, the faint rise and fall of a chest refusing rhythm. Her skin shimmered subtly beneath the preservation enchantments. Veins like threads of silver fire crawling beneath fragile bone. The false calm unnerved him. Tobias lit a low warding circle around the room's perimeter. Not for defense, there was no one else coming. Not yet, but for containment. If the venom breached her control, he needed it sealed. If magic surged, he needed it held. He sat down again, close but not touching. Bella stirred once. Her mouth moved, cracked and dry. Rosalie? The name wasn't a question. It was confession. It was grounding. It was the shape of her soul. Tobias leaned slightly forward. "She's not here," he said quietly. Bella smiled. "Just barely. She'll come," and the smile broke as her eyes turned inward. She gasped once, then exhaled everything. Her body arched. Tobias stood, wand raised, but it was too late. Her heart stilled, her body went cold, her limbs slackened. No convulsion, no thrashing, just a final breath, and a silence so absolute it swallowed the sound of the fire. Tobias sat near the foot of the pallet, a single candle flickering between them. The window behind him breathed pale city light, enough to draw thin shadows across Bella's features, the kind that made her look more statue than girl. She had quieted again, dead yet again. Then, after what felt like days but was only hours, her chest moved in irregular pulses. Her brow twitched. From time to time, her fingers flexed as though gripping weapons only she could see. Tobias suspected her mind was stuck between incarnations, half in memory, half in metamorphosis, neither fully anchored. He reinforced the shielding circle once more. He sighed, slowly, not from exhaustion, but from inevitability. Bella was not healing. She was unraveling gently, violently, mythically. Her immortality, once her blessing, now fought against the venom with an instinct that lacked mercy. Every time she fell, the core pulled her back, gasping, seizing, screaming. Not to live but not to die. And in between those moments she once whispered. Clara wasn't, she murmured once. Voice soft as dust. Snape leaned closer. No, he agreed. Her lips parted, blood cracked but resolute. Rose, she'll come, she repeated. Tobias didn't reply, didn't need to. He stood again, checked the outer wards. James remained in stasis and beheaded one enemy neutralized, for now. He scribbled the final line of the night. Spinner's End remains secure. Subject: Bella McLeod is loop-bound. Duncan MacLeod en route. Rosalie, location unknown. Then extinguished the candle. The clock ticked, the venom stirred, and Bella waited, burning between lives, holding on to one name like sanctuary. Rosalie. And Tobias Severus Snape kept vigil once more. Rosalie reached out too late. The shimmer had no sound, no real light. Just pressure, a bending of the world around Bella that Rosalie couldn't name, couldn't stop. And then emptiness. Where her mate had been breathing, bleeding, looking at her was now only space. No, her scream ripped through the building like an exposed nerve. She dropped to her knees. Claws digging into the floor, fingers searching for anything warmth, blood, proof. But all that remained was dirt slick with venom and iron, and the ghost of Bella's last breath. Clara's body was there, twisted into frozen hatred, her blade nearby. Rosalie didn't look at her, didn't care. Her eyes stayed locked on the void Bella had left behind. This wasn't disappearance, it was erasure. And yet Rosalie knew, Bella hadn't chosen to abandon her. She'd chosen survival, chosen instinct, something planned, something coded in the way their eyes met before everything broke. Rosalie pressed her forehead to the floor, grasping for oxygen, for memory, for stability. Rosalie curled her fingers into fists, knuckles cracking. Bella had escaped, that much she could feel. Not gone, not taken, moved, but where, and why, and how none of it mattered in the end. She was missing. And Rosalie's body screamed in protest. She stood slowly, the world blurred at the edges. Her vision sharpened into a tunnel, fixating on the dojo crest. Clara's sanctuary, Bella's battlefield, now belonging to her mate. But Rosalie didn't care about rights or titles. That building was the last place Bella had hurt, had bled, had hesitated, and Rosalie Hale would not leave it standing. She walked around it in silence. Not stalking, not rushing, judging. Her boot slammed into the inner wall without ceremony, splintering a decorative panel. The crash echoed through the hollow structure like thunder in bone. She tore a banner from the rafters. It bore what appeared to be a family. Seal crimson and silver, and Rosalie flung it into the nearest brazier. It flared instantly. She didn't flinch. Another kick sent a weapons rack clattering to the floor. Blades scattered like confetti across the training mats. Rosalie took up one curved and light and hurled it into the mirrored wall. Glass exploded outward, catching light like fragments of memory. The dojo groaned. It was old, beautiful once. Clara had preserved it carefully. But now it was choking on her. Rosalie shoved aside the shelves that lined the east wall: journals, practice tomes, ceremonial masks. She crushed them beneath her boots. She didn't scream. She didn't speak. She moved. The fire spread faster than she anticipated. The banner's remnants ignited a scroll case, then climbed the drapes near the eastern exit. The air thickened. Rosalie barely noticed. Her body buzzed with something else, grief transmuted into wrath. Clara's collection of swords had been probably arranged by era. Rosalie scattered them into the flame. The heat began to glow red across the ceiling beams. It licked at her skin, not a warning but an invitation. For one dizzying second, she imagined stepping into the inferno, letting herself scorch, marrow to ash. Joined with this place, that would have been the poetic choice. Bella was gone, the end that felt inevitable. Her eyes reflected that fire. Rosalie let the fire speak for her. This was what angry gods did when offerings were not enough. Rosalie, the voice was too familiar. Too sharp, too timed. Alice. Rosalie turned, already mid-swing. Her body stilled only when she saw Emmett behind her, already vaulting over the wreckage. Get out, Rosalie snarled, but Alice was already beside her, hands glowing with protective force, eyes wide and weary. Stop, Alice said. I can't, Rosalie snapped. You will, Emmett said, stepping between Rosalie and the next beam. She stared at him, the depth of insult radiating behind her pupils. But Emmett didn't back down. The roof's about to give, Alice said softly. Rosalie didn't care. She's gone, Rosalie said, voice cracking mid-word. I reached for her and I missed. Emmett placed both hands on her shoulders. We'll find her, he said. But first we need to get out of here. I want it to burn, Rosalie muttered. Then let it, Alice whispered. But don't let yourself burn too. Rosalie staggered, not physically, emotionally. The flames cracked across the beams. Embers fell in slow motion. The heat outlined her silhouette. Her thoughts oscillated between then and now, between Bella's absence and the blood crusting her own hands. When she finally nodded her acceptance, Emmett swept her into his arms as the far wall collapsed. Alice shielded the exit, and then, finally the dojo fell. They stood outside for a moment, ash swirling around them like snow, fire dancing back toward the foundation. She didn't know how long she stood there. Rosalie then ran toward the forest line, no clear destination in mind, her siblings behind her. I don't know where she is, she murmured, still running aimlessly. We'll find out, Alice said. Emmett knelt nearby, thinking about what had happened so far. No clues, no way to help his sister. She had a plan, Rosalie said. Some kind of fallback. We've seen nothing like that before, Alice said quietly. Whatever it wasn't anything I recognize. And I didn't see it happening. Most have been a last-minute choice. It doesn't matter what it was, Rosalie said. It only matters that she trusted it. Alice tilted her head, her eyes slightly glazed. You're not going back to Forks, she said after a memento, now with clear eyes. No, not even to Carlisle? Rosalie didn't answer immediately. Emmett stood, dusting his hands off. Where will you go? He asked. Rosalie closed her eyes. I don't know yet, she said. But wherever she is, that's where I need to be. I need to leave. Alice blinked. Why? Because I can't stay still when my mate is not here. It wasn't logic. It was instinct. Something in her bones said move. And when that happened to Hale, you didn't argue with it. Rosalie didn't remember much of the walk away from her siblings. Zhoo. Tea trees whipping past her peripheral vision, sharp under moonlight. The scent of scorched air followed her, clawing at her back like a guilt she refused to name. Her boots hit the ground too hard, her steps too fast, and every time her mind tried to settle on a thought, Bella's hand, Bella's eyes, Bella's voice, her body surged forward like she could outrun missing pieces. Finally, Rosalie stopped at the edge of an old hunter's trail. Buried in brambles, her hands trembled as she adjusted her coat, more habit than necessity. The wind slipped through her golden hair like static, stirring phantom memories. She's gone, she said to herself again. I don't know how to find her. The silence answered back, full of crawling things and distant, animal moans. Moonlight flickered on her skin, cold and pearlescent. In that bruised blue hour, Rosalie let herself crumple against a fallen log slick with moss. For the first time in a century, she felt the cruel patience of the world, sharpening against her. Patience to wait out her grief, to let her wear it down into something manageable, like a pebble polished by an endless tide. She refused. She crouched, palm pressed to the cold dirt, forcing a slow inhale. She could sense, in that unnameable way, the void where Bella had been. She decided then she had two options, both ancient, one more dangerous for her mate than the other, asking the Volturi for help, or in the end she started running north, to her cousins. If the Denali didn't know of a way to help her, then she would reach out to Charlie and Duncan, if anything at least to let them know Bella had vanished. The snow had drifted thick over the pass, and Rosalie ignored the stinging wind as she ran. The ache inside her did not wane with movement, and every hill crested, every mile devoured, only left her emptier than before. The world grew darker as she climbed, not just in night but in intent, a forest with more teeth than leaves. the chill that clung to her coat growing as insistent as her grief. She did not pause except to hunt, and even then it was mechanical. Dear, quick and warm, drained and left to the frost with no memory of hunger sated or satisfaction. The venom in her mouth tasted of regret, and sometimes she spat crimson onto the white banks, punishing herself for surviving. The Denali house was a day and a half north. She reached it by dusk, bursting own trees into the yard ringed with motion lights and wind chimes. She did not knock, she stalked to the door. Tanya met her with silent grace. Her eyes didn't pry, her voice didn't judge. We have space, she said. And firewood. And quiet. Quote. Rosalie nodded. They entered the Denali estate vaulted ceilings, glacier-colored accents, tapestries that whispered old secrets. Kate hugged her briefly. Carmen pressed a soft hand to her shoulder. Irina lingered in the hallway, her posture tense, but her eyes held no malice. Eliezer nowhere to be seen. Rosalie barely acknowledged any of it. She found a room with thick curtains and lay down on the sofa. Her body didn't need rest, but her grief did. It was Carmen who started asking questions. Gently. What happened, Rosalie? She vanished, Rosalie said. Who vanished? Asked Irina softly. My Bella, my mate, she said dejectedly. Tell us from the beginning what happened and what do you mean with vanished? Asked Tanya. And so, Rosalie shared with the Denali coven a story of how she met her mate, not mentioning ever her immortality, knowing full well it was not her secret to tell. Then she went to explain how James chose to hunt Bella, and the last thing she saw in the dojo. There was a flicker, a pulse. Bella was bleeding. James was on her, and then nothing. Kate leaned forward. You said something flickered? Not light, not really, but pressure. Something around her twisted, Rosalie explained. Kate looked toward her sisters, who wide-eyed nodded minutely as if being on the same channel, knowing. There had been a whisper. Just before the flickering. Not a scream, not a plea, a name, not a cry for help but a key. Bella had spoken it like a trigger. And James had still been latched to her when it happened. Which meant he'd disappeared with her. Severus. Rosalie mouthed it now, tasting its weight. It felt sharp, deliberate. Rosalie shook her head. She said a name, she whispered abruptly, just before. Irina frowned, stepping at Rosalie's side. What else? She didn't yell it, Rosalie said. She said it like a passcode, a switch. Rosalie added after a pause, dismissing for now the strange reaction from the Denali sisters. Just before disappearing, she hated how it felt on her tongue, talking about something she didn't understand. She was built to analyze, to control, and this Bella disappearing into mystery was neither. Rosalie stood, pacing. She looked into my eyes after she said it, and it was like a fail-safe. Like she knew what was coming. What was it? Carmen asked. Severus. The room fell quiet. The name Bella had spoken gnawed at her, restless and mechanical. There was a gravity to it, a silent bell tolling inside her skull. Severus. She rolled the name on her tongue, each syllable foreign but pointed. A needle through cloth. She mouthed it, again and again, until the syllables lost any sense of meaning or menace. She'd never heard Bella mention it before, not in any context that might matter. It didn't match any vampire she knew, or any immortal Bella had talked about. Kate nodded slowly. Do you know what that name means? I don't, answered Rosalie. Do you? She asked the sisters. Silence met her, but the cross-glances were not missed by her. Rosalie clenched her fists. Tell me, she growled. Careful, Rosalie, growled Tanya in warning. We want to help you, but not if you disrespect us or our hospitality. My mate vanished into thin air. You know what happened, yet you are not saying anything, she countered, still growling. Irina stood and approached her, gesturing for her sisters to stay even when Rosalie was still growling at them. We think we know what it was, but we can't know for sure, she said. Rosalie took a moment to compose herself. Her gift didn't buzz. She knew Irina was being truthful. What do you think it was? She asked carefully. We can't tell, said Kate, noticing Rosalie had visibly calmed. Why? Growled Rosalie again. Ancient law, said Tanya simply. Older than the Volturi. Sorry, we can't, but we can guide you. How so? Asked Rosalie in barely contained growls. You did not share everything your mate said or did, started Tanya. It's okay, we are not privy to that. But think, Rosalie, think of all your interactions. If she knew that was going to happen, she probably told you where she was going to be afterwards, said Tanya patiently. Rosalie darted outside, unable to contain her rage and hating how powerless she felt. She ran through the frozen lake beside the house. The sky overhead was clear, too clear. It made her feel exposed. Bella's absence throbbed like a phantom limb. She ended up tumbling down in the snow, arms wrapped around herself, and finally let her mind wander, and suddenly a memory of Bella and her siblings on the jeep. When they were preparing for James. "If Nevada doesn't work," she'd said, "Britain then. Last house on Spinner's End at Tobias. No one knows where he lives but me, and now you three." Not even Duncan. Rosalie's breath caught. She opened her eyes. She had no maps, no notes, but she had Bella's words. And she had her resolve. The snow around her seemed to deepen when she leapt up. Tobias. How she hated that man. But Bella apparently had gone to him. Rosalie marched back to the Denali's house. She marched back inside. Tanya looked up from a journal. "I need to go to England," Rosalie said. Irina raised an eyebrow. "Now." Kate glanced toward the others, then back at Rosalie. "We'll get you there." They worked through the night. The Denali sisters didn't ask where exactly Rosalie needed to go. They also didn't ask to join her. They saw it in her eyes, the kind of burning loyalty that didn't make room for companions. By sunrise, Rosalie stood at the edge of the tarmac, boots laced, coat zipped. Eyes sharper than the frost. She didn't say goodbye. She didn't need to. She boarded the plane, thoughts racing not toward revenge, not even toward clarity, toward her mate. And if the world thought it could keep them apart, it hadn't met Rosalie Hale. Tobias was hunched over a tome of magical pathology when the wards pulsed. It was not an alarm. Alarms implied urgency without precision. This was something more delicate. A vibration in the rootwork of the protections, low and rhythmic, like a heartbeat in stasis. Someone stood at the gate. Not human, not quite magical, but powerful. He rose silently, wand in hand, and crossed the study with measured steps. The curtain beside the fireplace gave him a good vantage point. He parted it. A woman knelt at the threshold. Tall, blonde, coated in ice and fear. Rosalie Hale. His mind supplied. Tobias didn't move, but he knew her. She had been there in Forks, when Bella was alive, in a way magic hadn't yet unraveled. They had not really interacted during his visit, but she knew her through Bella. Observant, protective, fierce in posture but restrained in tone. He remembered nudging Bella to reach out to her friend, to clear a misunderstanding. He didn't want her to live with any regret. Tobias had told Bella to reach out to her friend, not to make the same mistakes he did with Lily. Bella had spoken of Rosalie, not with indulgence, with reverence. She had described her with the kind of awe usually reserved for saints, or war generals, or the rare teacher who saved a child from burning. Rosalie, Bella had said when they were brewing in Forks, sees me when I don't remember who I am. Had he known the girl Bella had been developing feelings for was vampire, he probably would have been harsher in his potion brewing those days. Now Rosalie was kneeling at the gate of Spinner's End, fingers curled around wrought iron, lips moving softly. The wards transmitted her voice through the house. He heard the repetition, Bella, then again, and again. The name moved through the wards like blood in his veins. Tobias closed his eyes. Behind him, Bella lay motionless on a conjured mat near the fireplace. Her body was arched, frozen mid-convulsion. The venom had sunk into layers even vampires didn't possess. Her skin glowed faintly with residue. Her breathing came in shallow spasms. Tobias had tried everything. Runic suspensions, countervenom charms, stabilizing rituals, even blood alignment theories involving forbidden texts. Nothing had interrupted the cycle. She died, she lived, she died again, and with each resurrection, the echo grew quieter, but Tobias could still hear her soul straining. Letting someone in was reckless. Letting Rosalie Hale in, a creature of passion, of chaos, of impenetrable instincts, was potentially catastrophic. She didn't know magic, and yet, she said something more. The wards carried it, soft as a breath caught in snow. "She's my mate," Tobias inhaled sharply. Maybe, Tobias thought, if anyone could anchor Bella back into the self that magic had failed to restore, it was probably her. He raised his wand. Finite. The wards shimmered, paused, then unraveled like petals surrendering to wind. Rosalie didn't hesitate. She stepped through the gate as though pulled. Inside, Tobias didn't greet her. Spinner's End was not designed for guests. It held secrets like breath in glass bottles, fragile, preserved, unwelcoming. Rosalie crossed the threshold and paused. She took one look at the hearth. Bella lay in its shadow, her body unmoving. Rosalie dropped to her knees. No preamble, no demand, just motion, raw and instinctive. She crawled forward, ignoring Tobias's silent presence. Her hand reached Bella's and closed around it. "Bella," she whispered. "I'm here." Bella did not open her eyes, but her fingers twitched, and Tobias felt the room shift. The wards did not react. The spells didn't change, but Bella's body did. Her spine settled half an inch. Her breathing slowed. Venom condensed around her ribs instead of spiraling outward. It was like a bond had been rekindled. Tobias turned away. He entered the study, sat at the desk, and load himself a breath he hadn't taken in days. Death, for me, was a reprieve. Brief, almost merciful, until she stood beside me in the hollow place between here and the after. Bella McLeod, the girl whose eyes held years, whose scars knew truth magic couldn't replicate. She showed me eternity was not fiction, nor punishment, it was chances. She dies now, quietly, inside herself, and I do nothing but pause the decay, soften the edge. Wait for meaning. I do not watch her as specimen. I watch her as what? An ally? A redeemer? A protector? A friend? She believed I deserved to live. No condition, just belief. Rosalie kneels beside her now, as if carving a circle with her grief. They shine, even in silence. But if Rosalie finds only fragments? If Bella cannot be rebuilt? I was Severus Snape, not savior, not martyr, a traitor, but thanks to her I chose to be Snape McLeod. And I will not let darkness reclaim the only person who taught me how to breathe again. If magic must bend, it will bend. If the cycle must burn, let it burn. Bella will not die while I remain. For hours, Rosalie didn't speak. She held Bella's hand. She adjusted the blanket. She whispered fractured memories. She told stories from Forks, from the Denali's, from the Jeep, from her siblings. Tobias watched without interference. She didn't ask questions. She probably was the answer. He lit 2 candles beside the wind. Alan drew protective sigils across the floor not to keep Rosalie out, but to keep doubt out. The flames responded to her presence. Not violently, but attentively, like magic had accepted her. Like Spinner's End itself understood what Bella had chosen. As midnight neared, another ward triggered. This one different, fainter, controlled, with layers of magical structure Tobias hadn't seen in anyone but Bella. He closed the journal mid-sentence and moved toward the gates. A man stood there, black coat, sharp shoulders, eyes too tired to be young, too knowing to be old. Duncan. Tobias let the ward speak first. Duncan waited. He didn't knock. He didn't call out. Eventually, Tobias spoke to him. "You'll want to see her." Duncan's jaw clenched. "I'll want to understand." Tobias discreetly raised his wand again. The wards flickered. This time, he whispered, "Some truths do not explain. They simply burn." Rosalie stayed seated as Tobias left the study, his quiet breath steady empty on the surface, full underneath. The gate creaked open. Still, she did not rise. A shift in the air, like pressure before rain, she ignored it. Footsteps returned, heavier now, accompanied by another presence, unfamiliar, trailing behind. She stayed put, crouched next to Bella, fingers tangled with cold ones, eyes fixed on the soft glow pulsing near her chest. Bella stayed silent, clock ticking past 3 hours. Yet the walls hummed a low greeting more like an invitation than warmth. Rosalie caught herself noticing how space opened just enough for her to enter. Strange, really, the thought settled without answers. Meaning curled around the edges, still out of reach. Rosalie stood still, light sliding under Bella's skin like a secret not meant to stay hidden. This wasn't calm, it twitched, stuttered, broke rhythm. A defiance humming beneath tissue and blood. What Tobias carved into her ribs was supposed to hold, but hold slip. Control phrase. The poison didn't settle, it writhed, and Bella, her frame taut, unyielding, wouldn't let go without a fight. War had come. Every so often, Bella's breath vanished. Her pulse froze, then kicked back again. Rosalie counted each pause like a step in dark water. By the 3rd time, she let the tears go quiet. Feeling didn't help now, being there did. Holding ground was everything. Voices rose beyond the door. A heavier rhythm cut through Tobias. Then another man stepping close beside him. One sound sharper than the other. Familiar through stories, not encounters. A sharp breath escaped Rosalie the moment she placed that voice heard before. Pieced together from Bella's hushed phone talks. Duncan, the father Bella always mentioned with quiet awe, his presence lingering in every lesson. Swordplay learned under hushed skies, stillness passed down like heirloom, resilience shaped by winter mornings, trust built without promises. His name slipped out when dreams turned sharp, almost protective. Rosalie stayed low, rooted where she stood. Not waiting exactly, just present. Unmoved unless something shifted nearby. Ears tuned, body calm, thoughts held close. She was hunted, Tobias said. Not just by the Brotherhood. Rosalie tilted her head. Surely not the beginning Duncan had expected. By a creature. A vampire. Rosalie pressed Bella's hand tighter. Real. Dangerous. They feed on blood and track prey. Then Duncan spoke. What are you telling me? Rosalie shut her eyes. The truth lived like a cut beneath skin there, but silent. It belonged to someone else. For now, anyway. Words stretched out, piling up without shouting. Tobias held steady, calm in motion. Duncan cracked at the edges, voice splintering. Venom? Duncan asked. Tobias nodded. Vampire venom is transformative. It kills, then resurrects, but Bella is immortal. Her body rejects the transformation, but not the venom. She dies, comes back, dies again. She's trapped. Duncan shot up, started walking back and forth. None of this makes sense. It's real, Tobias said. And she's suffering. Rosalie's fingers slipped, just for a second. His voice came through Tobias flat, like he'd already given up. Yet something about it now felt heavier. A dad stood there, not just some man. Answering him, that wasn't hers to give. Silence settled in instead. He kept talking. Questions piled on top of questions. She turned away from most of them. Then numbness crept in. Then she chose to face him, so she left Bella's side and joined them in the study. The tracker, his name is James. Bella was his obsession. She saved herself, she said. I couldn't reach her in time. The venom was already inside her. But she saved herself. I still do not know how she vanished and got here, but she saved herself. She repeated. Duncan faced Rosalie, voice tight. She pulled through by dodging a vampire. He said, disbelief edging his words. Anger flared as he shot back. Is that what you call coming out ahead? Pain like that? A low snarl rose from Rosalie. Fury coiled just beneath her skin. Held in by almost nothing. Tobias lifted his wand the moment Rosalie lunged toward Duncan. Incarcerous. Ropes of magic coiled tight around her arms, freezing her mid-step. A sharp breath escaped her, shock flared, but then stillness took over. Duncan stared at Tobias. You can bind her? How? I can bind anyone, Tobias said calmly and pointedly looking at him. And I will, if it keeps Bella safe. Rosalie shot a sharp look his way. It isn't me you should fear. You're emotional, Tobias said. And I need you focused. You're the girl, aren't you? And she started thinking about staying put. Duncan spoke only after noticing her breath had slowed, once Tobias finally let go. Rosalie breathed in. That was clear enough. Still, she stayed quiet. Not now, maybe later. Guess so, she finally offered. She belongs with me. Duncan's eyes narrowed. You're one of them. Rosalie stood still. Yes, she said. In a flash, the flame lit up. Duncan's accusation. You're a monster. Rosalie rose, no shield, just stance. Not refusal, but clarity shaped her posture. Her silence wasn't evasion. It was confirmation worn like skin. Affirmation settled on her tongue. Yes. Part of that circle, yet woven into something else. To Bella's bond pulled tight, quiet, undeniable. Love remained untouched by judgment, yet buried beneath fury. In her ache, she moved toward Bella once more. There's more, Tobias said, freezing her mid-step, Duncan's eyes jerking toward him like a pulled string. He guided them along the tight passage, walls close enough to touch. 2 levels down by worn stone stairs, each step heavier than the last. The chill grew, no frost, no wind, just a quiet magic seeping up from below. An old kind of cold, like forgotten thoughts buried deep and left unspoken. They stepped into a low-ceilinged cellar. Glyphs crawled across the stone-old markings, humming just beneath silence. These weren't carved. They'd grown there, like roots frozen mid-twist. A barrier woven from time and something sharper than memory. Along one slab, light bent sideways, trembling without sound. A figure rested within a clear casing. The head was gone. Staring eyes remained. Lips curled into a last grin. James. Duncan recoiled. You kept him? Is he dead? He's not truly alive, Tobias said. But he's not destroyed. Vampires require fire to be annihilated. Until then, he's aware. Rosalie moved ahead, a low sound rising from her throat. I'll end this, she said, voice tight. Tobias stayed where he was, motionless. He deserves it, Duncan said, his voice thick with agreement as the blonde's fury spilled into the room. I agree, Tobias said. But he may be helpful. Duncan stared at him. You want to use him? I want to end Bella's suffering, Tobias replied. And if that requires magical cooperation, I'm willing to hold fire in a cage. Duncan shifted toward Rosalie, his gaze settling on her like morning light. It was as though he'd never truly noticed her before. Is it love? He said, voice low but clear. The question hung without weight, just there, simple, open. Rosalie stayed still. Above all else, Duncan looked away. I don't approve, he said. But she doesn't need it, my approval. I won't fight it, as long as you continue to fight for her as ferociously as you seem to be doing now. Rosalie was taken aback and could only nod. Then, Duncan turned to Tobias. Take me to her. They moved upward without speaking. Bella stayed in place, still as before. Rosalie stepped inside, ahead of the rest. Pale and lifeless, Bella barely breathed. Each rise of her chest came slow, strained. A faint tremor passed through her fingers. Rosalie had taken her seat nearby once again. Rosalie held Bella's hand, kept it close. It's all right, I won't leave. Silence came back. Words weren't necessary. What she knew was real showed itself. Her fingers followed the line of Bella's jaw. Tobias stayed by the doorway, hesitating. Duncan moved forward without a word, each footfall dragging like salt across scar tissue. Kneeling came next, uneasy, raw. His eyes met hers. What followed was quiet collapse. I've seen kingdoms crumble, one after another. Lovers fade. Brothers end up without heads, exactly as it sounds. I've met my end countless times, more than I'd admit. This now, that's another story. Not quite the same at all. Bella never stayed inside the lines of what parenting should be. She drew outside them, bold and unasked. She was my child, proof that even gods might piece together what feels like kinship. I saw her come into the world. Then came the slow stretch of years, each one shaping what she'd become. Her end arrived quietly, like dusk settling over stone. After that, something shifted, not rebirth exactly. More like a lingering refusal to vanish, carried forward on wonder and grit. Here she goes, falling apart right before my eyes. Each spasm tears through, then a thin breath follows. Failed healing piles on top. It breaks something inside, not all at once, just slow crumbling. The poison shifts within her, tearing through whatever's left. She falls lifeless. Back she comes, down once more into silence. I'm Duncan MacLeod. From the line of MacLeods, once met shadow with blade raised, now bowed low before a force beyond any edge. I wish I could ask everything to just hold still for a moment. To bargain away her suffering. What worth has forever when I'm powerless to guard her against her own mind? Tobias watches with the precision of a scholar. Rosalie calls to her with the desperation of a soulmate. Yet me, I view her the way any dad might, soft at the edges, full of quiet weight. Broken, fighting, still lovely, though she pushes back. I won't allow the world to turn her into a myth. Bella MacLeod has a story that refuses to end here. If it comes down to stepping across worlds, ignoring rules, spitting in the face of destiny, then so be it. Because she's mine, bound by choice, shaped through moments that just fit. But by choice, I'd still pick guarding her every single time. She stepped away. Let Tobias speak. Let Duncan rage. Let the world argue over what pieces of Bella might still remain. She was done listening. The creak of the floorboards beneath her was the only sound Rosalie allowed herself to notice. Slow, deliberate, she knelt again beside the mattress, her place. The place she refused to abandon. Bella's hand twitched in a half-conscious gesture, already half regenerating from some unseen internal wound. Rosalie took it gently. Cold fingers wrapped around colder skin. She closed her eyes, and because there was nothing else left to do, she prayed. Not to gods, not to ancestors, not to God. She prayed to the universe, to fate, to whatever cruel force had dared to give her Bella, only to tear her apart again. And then her mind turned inward. I found her, not the way I dreamed, not even close to what I imagined. I found her broken. Her body writhes and stills. Her veins burn and mend. Her skin flickers between ruin and repair. Her breath catches like threads in winter wind. Her eyes are hollow. But I know she's still in there. Somewhere, behind the haze and venom. She knows I'm near. Every inch I moved toward her felt like walking barefoot across shattered glass. Not even fire can. If I could cry, this entire house would drown. But vampires don't shed tears. They only fracture inward. This venom, this twisted paradox. It was meant to bring her to me. To make her like me. Instead, it holds her in this limbo, human, burning, and fading. Her soul pays the cost for a transformation that never comes. The universe got her wrong. And I can't forgive it for that. I never asked to be her mate. I didn't beg the stars for this tether. But Bella became the rhythm of my silence, the ache in my immortal stillness. And now, with each second she suffers, something ancient inside me unravels. I am not just Rosalie Hale. I am grief contained in bone. I am a storm behind glass. I am every oath that ever shattered before it could be fulfilled. And I am hers. Duncan believes he understands protection. Tobias believes he understands pain. Let them come. Let them see me kneeling here, hand wrapped around hers, breath still as stone. Let them feel the weight of watching Bella McLeod die slowly, and let them see what it looks like to refuse that death. Because I won't accept this. Because I won't watch her drown in agony while the world theorizes and debates. Because if this venom thinks it owns her, I'll tear it from her body tooth by tooth. She is mine, not in possession, not in conquest, but in fate, in fire, in promise, and no force, no curse, no god, no man, no beast will take what destiny gave me. Time is a myth, they say it moves forward. But here, in this place this between it drips sideways, folds back, cracks, vanishes. Since Tobias took me in, I've lived 1,000 versions of the same second. The fire in my veins, the breath clawing out of my throat, the paralysis between death and rebirth. It doesn't change, only intensifies, only deepens the void. I remember arriving, or at least I think I do. A room filled with ash-colored shadows, the sharp scent of potion residue. He didn't speak at first, only watched. His eyes held every answer I wasn't ready to face. He knew what James had done. He understood, and he listened when I told him what Clara had become. James placed the venom inside me with purpose, with possession. It was not a bite to feed, it was a branding. My name no longer felt like mine. And Clara, she was there when it happened. Her scream wasn't for me. It was for herself, for the idea of Bella McLeod that she thought she could own. I felt every betrayal in the marrow of my bones. Her blade nearly severed my neck before James stopped her. Not to save me, just to prolong the pain. That was the beginning. The cycle started soon after. I would die, then live, then die again. Every rebirth less complete than the one before. Every scream quieter. I wanted Rosalie. I wanted her even before the venom. Her voice in the dreamscape, her fire in my blood. The mate bond CU. RLED inside me like warmth seeking flame. I whispered her name through cracked lips and venomous static. She didn't come, and so I began to doubt. Maybe she never existed. Maybe she was just the fantasy one created to endure the pain. Another cruel illusion spun from memory and longing. Tobias moved like a shadow through the house. Always nearby, never close. His hand would graze my forehead when the convulsions became unbearable. But he didn't speak. He didn't break. Maybe he couldn't. I remember one moment, cycle 7 or 17 or 70, when I swore I saw her standing in the doorway. Gold hair haloed in moonlight. Her eyes thunderclouds waiting to shatter. I blinked. She was gone. That hurt worse than the venom. Then, one day, she stayed. Rosalie sat beside me, took my hand. I didn't trust it. I thought the venom was mocking me, crafting her from pain and memory just to watch me unravel. I tried to pull away. My body wouldn't move. Then came her voice. Soft, tense, sacred. I found you. Everything stopped. The venom paused mid-cycle. My heart stuttered. Time rippled not backward, not forward, but inward. She was real, the one truth in all this madness. And suddenly I was afraid. Afraid she'd see what I'd become. Afraid she'd leave again. Afraid she'd touch my skin and feel only death. I didn't want her here like this. Not kneeling beside a half-living ghost. I wanted to be strong for her. I wanted her to see Bella, not the thing James left behind. But she didn't recoil. She stayed, took my hand in both of hers. Spoke with her silence. Tobias stood in the doorway, arms crossed, face pale. Behind him, Duncan's voice bled rage and confusion. They argued. I couldn't understand the words. Just the heartbreak beneath them. And then I felt something new. Rosalie's brea. Things synced with mine even in its poisoned rhythm. Tobias' sorrow clung to the walls like fog. Duncan wept in silence, fists clenched at his sides. They were suffering, not because they had to watch me die, but because they couldn't stop it. And somehow, knowing that made me want to live. Not escape, not end the pain, but live. Live despite it. Live because they stayed. Live because Clara didn't win. James thought he broke me. Clara thought she erased me. But I am still here. And though my soul splinters with every resurrection, each fragment remembers something. Rosalie's hand. Tobias' quiet promise. The look in Duncan's eyes that said, I failed you, but I will not leave again. The venom doesn't own me. It changes me, yes. But I regenerate, and in every rebirth, I find a new shard of my will. I am Isabella MacLeod. My body may burn, but my soul reforges. Clarice' betrayal was an earthquake. James's venom a flood. Rosalie, she is the fire that does not consume me. Tobias, he is redemption searching for a second chance. Duncan, he is the witness. The one who holds my history when I forget it. They are all pieces of the story. But I am the core. I don't know what comes next. I don't know if this venom will ever fade. But I know this, if I must be immortal, then I will be immortal on my terms. Not Clarice, not James's, not even the venom's. I will be Bella MacLeod. Not just in name, in spirit, in fire, in defiance. And when the cycles end, when the venom finally has no more tricks to play, they will still be here. And so will I, alive, changed, whole. The end.